comes in, and that is going to be a kill for Kuro. That's 2 for him now, and Lee survives via the wild growth.
Yeah, they were just worried about the Requiem possibly coming in right there and finishing off Mundo, so why not go ahead and wild growth him? So another kill, quick movement into the mid lane, or to secure that. Karthus.
Why not wait until Requiem is cast before you wild growth, though?
Yeah.
You got plenty of time.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, Lee, run. There's a ward. He doesn't know.
He should guess, actually, from that last kill that there may have been a ward there, but tower goes down all the same, so GE unable to really do a lot of wave control or wave clearing with this Urgot. That is one of his problems if you're trying to hit that corrosive charge onto an enemy player, a champion, instead of the wave.
Yep.
Even then, obviously, Urgot not having exceptional wave clear in general, and that's going to be one of the weaknesses of this GE team is wave clear come the mid game. So if KT can group here and play around this Trinity Force on Corki, they may actually be able to get a bunch of turrets, but they're just going to head to the bottom lane instead.
Now, we saw GE Tigers play pretty sloppy against Samsung in their match against him a bit before IEM, and they still came back and won those games. It was about as close as they could have to just sort of completely throwing a game here in Champions anyway. So we'll see how far they want to let this one go.
Nice turret kill there from Kuro, not really risking anything, finding the right timing on his E to take out the pink ward. KT moving up. I think this is smart. Get the pink wards around mid. They have to start sieging. Again, poor wave clear on GE. Oh, sneaky.
Yeah, they see Kuro there. They're going to get the knock up. There's score coming in. Oh, Kuro
Missed
over the
the
wall.
bola.
Yep, did not get the ult from Sejuani, and so they're going to have to go back to mid lane.
He should have thrown that way sooner right there.
I was waiting for it.
He tried to maximize the CZ chain after the tornado, but instead, Kuro managed to get the E off and get out of there. So the bola exploded on the other side of the wolf pit and only slowed him instead of actually stunning.
Right. Well, in the meantime, Arrow just pushing up this bot lane. They've got good wards, actually, to keep Arrow safe here. And GE not having the most wards this game as well. But, you know, they're not really getting into the enemy jungle at all, so.
Yeah, KT really needs to push this. Get Corki into a lane where he can actually do something. I mean, Urgot is just farming at his tier 2 right now, so it's time to play aggressively somewhere else on the map. No Dragon is up. Somedays holding his own, so get into that mid lane and start pushing.
Seems logical, doesn't it? We'll
But KT has problems hitting their power spikes or hitting these assignments. So
yeah, I mean, Arrow doesn't have his Sork shoes yet, but he's still got that Trinity Force. He could still start to siege the mid lane, couldn't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they wanted to break the freeze down here, but Nogne's running low on mana. Ooh.
Oh, Kuro comes over the wall. Flash ult onto Nogne. Lee comes in, nice cleaver, and I think Nogne is going to be taking a trip back to the fountain.
So right there, Corki had a chance just to go break the Urgot freeze at the tier 2 and then walk into mid lane while Nogne recalled and could have caught it right at tier 1 on the bottom side. So you have to start thinking ahead in that situation. Instead, GE just continually uses this Lissandra ult to kill Nogne in the mid lane. Third kill of the game already for Kuro.
Yeah. That turret's getting a little bit low
Finally, Arrow's
as well.
there now that Nogne is dead. So Nogne has a chance just to farm bottom side at the moment.
Dragon in about 1:30 now as well. So,
I mean, this is the advantage that KT's going to get. They have to do something with it.
Smeb.
Smeb nearly taken out again.
Oh, Smeb. Just one of those days where it's like, sorry guys, I forgot my brain. Got his Randuin's done now, so he's got a good amount of tankiness. But Someday has that crucial Trinity Force on Aurelia. You'll be doing a lot of damage once you get that done.
Just stick around and auto the turret Someday.
Nope.
I don't know why KT doesn't want to push towers right now. They also put Nogne right back in the mid lane.
It is a bit strange. It's not like they're hoping to get more kills.
You need
in
a
lane
snowball,
or
like.
Yeah. Well, this has been KT all season, right? You know, they look solid in lane, but then they just can't seem to make good team decisions.
No, they just don't have a good idea or good team cohesion when it comes to strategy. In spite of their ability to outplay people in lanes in the last few weeks.
It makes you wonder what the shot calling situation is like on that team. You know, if it's one person or if they're just kind of doing a community thing.
Well, at the very least,
score.
At the very least, yeah, I would too. At the very least, you would think that they would get a lot of wards down around the Dragon Pit, but they only got a couple right here, and those will be easily cleared. In the meantime, GE with extensive vision inside of KT's jungle. That's a really good ward right there, by the way.
Yeah, I guess so.
Missed the sweeping lens right in the nook by the brush behind the red buff.
All right, GE Tigers. Who got the Rift Scuttler there? GE did.
GE,
okay.
yeah.
Yep. They got it. See if they can get the dragon as well. It is one apiece right now. Both teleports up in the top lane. So they can be down there at a moment's notice. Smeb, though, is Meganar right now. So unless they're going to go in right now, they're not going to be able to have that for the dragon fight. A little bit of poke on the Gorilla. But again, you can see those shields really doing a lot of work for GE.
Just trying to keep on poking with cleavers and with Urgot right here, so he can get an angle onto the dragon. They eventually do chase KT out and have that speed try. Oh, wow, Karthus nearly got caught right there.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Lee even ulted to try to catch up. That didn't work, so now that one's going to be down. GE Tigers might need to give up this dragon. Oh, they try to get him with the Bola, but Sejuani's ult doesn't connect with Prey. Here comes the teleport. Looks like still no fight coming in for GE.
Really cautious play, actually. They're going after that mid lane turret. They're going to get it thanks to a minion and pop right over that wall.
Yep, and look at that. They chase Kuro up in the mid lane and GE immediately turning onto that dragon. And is there anything KT can do to stop this? GE is going to back off for the moment. A little ways until they have Meganar again. Kuro a little bit low. There's the ult onto Someday. If they can pick him off, this dragon will get easier. Nice ult from FLICKR, pushes people away. Doesn't save Someday though. Kuro picks up that kill. Meanwhile, Nagne getting really harassed by Lee. Score in the middle of everything. Wild Growth will save Kuro. And Requiem, is it going to be used? Not quite. Looks like nobody low enough. And that's just, again, you know, the problem with so many shields onto GE Tigers. I guess Lulu's dead right now, but Kuro still had a good amount of health.
Right, and Gorilla did get the Wild Growth off before he died anyway, so KT not really able to contest this one, trading 3 for 1 and only getting a support in return. Ouch. After that fight. I mean, Someday tried to get the solo kill, but GE heads up, runs right back into the mid lane and turns it around. So GE Tigers goes from a slight deficit to about a 2,000 gold lead.
Yep.
Kuro and Someday right here going head-to-head. Kuro takes most of the damage, but there's the ultimate Q. And then watch this, E comes in. There's another Q and W to take him out. Score gets swapped in. Gorilla kites Nagne really well right there with Glitter Lance, preventing him from getting into most of his team, while Lee on the backside, very tanky.
Yeah, well, I think we saw that Skirmisher's Saber really come in handy against Karthus in that fight.
It's a very interesting item against Karthus, actually. If you have one of these tank junglers, I think that's very smart thinking by Lee as this game goes on.
Interesting to pair with Mundo as well, yeah. Well, that top turret's still a little bit low, but Smeb should be able to clear out the wave. And so now 2 dragons for the GE Tigers, and they have gotten that gold lead, and this is kind of what we expect. You know, KT in this matchup starting to struggle a little bit. GE's like, all right, finding little opportunities, coming back, getting the lead. Pretty par for the course as far as this matchup goes so far.
What's really scary, though, is Prey already has this Frozen Heart done, so that is going to be so helpful against Someday in particular.
Yep. Looking
good. GE is going to have pretty low damage, but the nice thing is they will have some percent HP damage coming out of Mundo. And
they just aren't going to die, too.
Yeah, that's it. They basically can just grind you out by not dying.
Yeah. It's the GE Tigers team comp. Just grind it out. Play for that late game.
Well, it's going pretty well for GE so far. Dodged a bit of a bullet in the early game. KT, I think, not really pressing these lanes as hard as they could have.
Yeah.
And now, actually, it's going to be them who start losing more of these outer turrets first. That's number 2 for GE.
It's a bit surprising to see this from KT as well, too, because, oh, Kuro has to flash to try to get away from that one. Should be okay, but, you know, what is KT really afraid of? You know, why be hesitant? You know, you're not getting into the playoffs.
I don't know.
You're not going to win this game unless you push it really hard, so why not?
Right. There's no problem with having a Karthus in the side lane either in terms of farming, especially just playing back at a tier 1 and then swapping this Corki into mid. They really just didn't abuse GE's lack of, or their lack of wave clear and their lack of early game presence.
Yep.
As well as they could have, or really at all, honestly.
I'm a bit disappointed in Prey, actually, because when you have a chance to play Giant Enemy Crab God, you play Giant Enemy Crab God.
I agree. It's way grosser.
Yeah. It's the best. Prey. Going Battlecast, I guess.
I agree. That is a vastly inferior Urgot skin.
When I make notes about the next broadcast at the GE Tigers, I'm going to be like, Prey, major mistake in game 1, wrong skin on Urgot.
Also, the Soviet Sejuani is way, the Boar Rider Sejuani or whatever, or the Bear Rider Sejuani is way better than this one.
It's pretty cool. I find the Bola actually a little bit hard to see with the skin. What do you think?
I hadn't really noticed.
Oh,
I kind of always
see. Maybe that's proving my point.
Uh-oh, Arrow lurking here in the brush. Kuro moving forward. No flash onto Kuro, but he's got a couple allies right with him on the flank. Lee and
Arrow's just recalling.
Gorilla. Now Prey there as well. So they're not even going to defend these towers.
I guess not.
KT just not really doing much of anything this game to stop GE.
You know, this is what we've seen whenever KT plays against a better team, too. It's not that they get beat. They just really seem to just roll over, you know?
It's so weird because their win against Samsung was pretty decisive.
Yeah.
In terms of their laning phase. Now, did they make some mistakes in terms of their lane assignments? Yes, in game 1, not so much in game 2. I think they really closed it out pretty well, but they're not playing a dive composition. They're not playing one of those all-ins that they really shine with.
Yeah, they won both games against Samsung in 32 minutes, so they were fast games too. They played very well. They closed it very well, and
well, they didn't close the Juggernaut game well. They got picked off in
they
really
closed it fast, I guess.
silly ways a lot of the time. That could have been like a 26-minute game, honestly. If they hadn't kept split pushing with Kog'Maw, leaving him very vulnerable, leaving Kog'Maw without Lulu, that was pretty awkward.
I like that Prey this game is like, CS, what's that? I'm Urgot, I don't need CS. I am the rise of AD carries.
He has a Hex Drinker now, too, just to help deal with... I mean, I think it'll be great if he goes Maw. I would love to see that.
I mean, why not?
Why not? I agree. Why not? Why the hell not?
Why not? Why not play Urgot, and when you're playing him, why not go Maw Melmortius?
I'm a bit surprised he hasn't gotten cooldown boots already, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think that usually you want to get that item pretty early to keep stacking your tier.
I guess having the shield is nice, especially if he was thinking, well, I'm not going to have time to buy before this next dragon. Yeah, I can kind of see it.
Well, GE looking for number 3 right now. 30 seconds left.
I think, you know, there's been like some policeman skins or like officer skins or whatever. They need to make like a traffic officer Urgot where instead of just green light, he's got like a traffic light that goes red, yellow, and green, depending on how he hits you with his Acid Hunter.
I like it.
That'd be cool.
Oh, well, KT at least gets into the river right here.
They're going to try. They're going to find this pink ward. GE Tigers. KT just looks so intimidated right now.
That's the thing about KT is that I think it just gets into their heads sometimes to play some of these top-ranked teams because they look like a very different team in this game.
This team looks like a shot caller that gets scared very easily. That's what this team looks like. Whoever's calling the shots gets intimidated pretty quick.
Yeah.
You know, and underestimates leads too, I think.
And power spikes.
Yeah.
All right,
passive, just in
so
general.
Are they actually going to make a play right here? Good flanking from Kuro. Look at Smeb. He's about to go Mega Gnar. They could do this.
Oh, Kuro did not decide to come in. Smeb is Mega Gnar now, but GE, ever the safe team, is just going to pull back. Defend their mid lane turret.
Wow, this has been an extremely passive game so far.
Yeah, sadly. Makes me sad.
Aurelius going for a Blade of the Ruined King. So, I mean, if you do Trinity Blade, you are committing really hard to a split push. She is not going to be very useful in team fights. Especially if she gets ulted at all by Urgot. So
you're going to get blown up pretty quick, yeah. Oh, here we go. Nice ult onto Arrow and Nagne from Kuro. He's going to zone use right away. Teleport coming in. Good wild growth to get the knock-up onto GE. And actually Score turning this one around a little bit. KT pushing GE back now. Prey so tanky, backing up under the turret. Look at that. They drew them under the mid turret, and Prey is still alive. That's another kill for them. Smeb comes in for a stun onto Nagne. Lee right there. If he can connect with the cleaver, they do onto Arrow. Arrow in trouble now. GE turning it around, winning the team fight. Oh, and the flash cleaver. Here comes Requiem. Is it enough? The Lulu shield?
Nope.
It saved Lee. Wow, GE played that team fight so beautifully, pulling KT under the turret, turning it around. That is what makes GE the best team in Korea right now.
And that right there, too, just in terms of they didn't have the best engage because they didn't have enough follow-up right away. Kuro ults himself. Man, he gets so much damage on everybody right there. FLICKR's Monsoon was awful, by the way.
Yeah,
really didn't do much at all. And they did have a bit of a late port right there, but Prey, they get a little bit greedy, and that's a fantastic gnarl right under the turret to take him out. And this is the thing is, if you're KT, you just can't kill GE. They're too tanky at this point. How are you supposed to deal with this? Arrow just gets chased down through a minion wave, and there's a flash cleaver from Lee.
Mundo Fire.
And here we go. There's a Lulu shield. Go ahead and finish that one off.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
That was an impressive team fight, to say the least. Man, Prey got off a really nice position reverser onto Someday as well, too. I think that's what gave him the tankiness to kite back under the turret like that. Really well done.
And that just baits you so beautifully. If you're not playing, it's like Poppy. You can get baited so easily due to hidden tankiness, like Poppy's passive. And they definitely overcommitted for that one.
Yep.
Too tanky now.
Now GE Tigers has that lead, and it's a pretty significant one. Seems unlikely KT is going to be able to bring it back at all.
And they could just try this Baron a million times too, thanks to their tankiness.
Well, I mean, ults are pretty much up for everybody, so why not just bait Baron until you win a team fight or just get it? Because they pretty much are guaranteed to win the team fights right now. There's just very little damage that KT can do.
Well, it's also Arrow decided to go for Bloodthirster this game.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He needs BT right now. He needs something to deal with this, but...
Oh, here we go. Ult coming in. They jump onto Nagne. Meanwhile, KT coming in from the side. Nice Sejuani ult. Kuro's going to go ahead and zone you. Stay alive for a bit longer. Huge Gnar ult comes in, though, from Smeb. And there's a double kill for Nagne, but can GE turn this one around? Looks like they can all over Arrow. Yeah, they are so tanky. And look at that. They lost Gorilla. They lost Kuro. So basically, they lost the fragile members of the team. Then Urgot and Gnar and Dr. Mundo came back and cleaned it up.
There's just no way you can kill them. That's the problem. You can hit a great four-man Sejuani ult like Score managed to land in that last fight.
See, this is what KT needed to be doing much earlier.
I mean, and honestly, if Arrow had had a blade, that may have gone a little bit differently, but now they're just going to be able to slowly, ever so slowly, deal with this Baron.
Maybe not so slowly, actually.
Well, I mean, it's pretty slow for 32 minutes into this game, considering the lead of 6,000 gold that GE has.
Well, they're going to get it either way.
All right.
There it is. GE Tigers with a Baron on everybody, too, because the death timers are fairly short right now. And KT suddenly find themselves 8,000 gold behind.
Yes, the Maw.
It's done.
Yeah, and you don't really need to go for the last Whisper right here because it's just not going to be too effective without any high armor values.
Yeah.
Except for on score. I mean, nobody else has armor like at all.
This
just go for the Mob Malmortius. You're going to hit like a truck once they try and burst you down.
Yeah, then you go for Black Cleaver. That's what you do for Urgot. A little bit more tankiness. You get the armor.
It's a fine build on Urgot.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. You don't need that last Whisper right now.
Unfortunately for him, he doesn't actually have anybody who's really going to be able to follow up with physical damage to make additional use of that Black Cleaver. But
who cares? It's cool. When else?
At the same time, it's a lot more efficient to have the Black Cleaver than it is to have the last Whisper when there's only a Randuin's on the enemy team. So.
It's had the Brutalizer for a long time. I think we're going to see Black Cleaver.
We usually do. On Urgot. So,
yep.
All right. Oh, they're coming in again. Fixer's caught.
Oh, they get the flash. And ult on the Nagne. All right, sure, why not? Yeah. Nagne's like, here, I'll be ulted.
Wow. So right there, Nagne was not thinking that the target was going to be him.
I guess not.
Coming in, he thought they were fixated on Fixer, but instead he's changing their approach a little bit through that one, catching him right out in front of that turret and easily taking him down.
Kuro walks up and he's like, oh, Karthus, even better. Thanks. And there goes tier 2 in mid. GE Tigers is up 4-2 now in turrets.
Going for Dragon number 4 at the same time.
That's right. The scary thing is that if Score hadn't stolen the first one, this would be Dragon 5 by now for GE Tigers.
Yeah, that
it really should be, actually.
That actually did end up being quite impactful for KT.
Yeah. It's not going to save him, but it's going to make this game last about maybe 5 to 10 minutes longer.
KT just got really outpicked here. They don't have the tools to deal the damage because GE has the burst to take out Karthus, which is very important. And then there isn't enough damage and survivability. Someday they could take him out nearly instantly as well due to his build, and he hasn't been.
Oh boy! Position reverse around to Fixer because why not? Gonna get the kill there.
Oh,
Arrow. You can be wasteful when you're 10,000 gold ahead and have Baron buff, 4 dragons, and Urgot, Dr. Mundo, everybody else.
Cool. At least not even taking damage from the tower.
Yeah, he's actually not. Just a tiny bit. There we go. Pop that ult. You're okay.
Yeah, you're right about KT though. It's like we see a match last week, and yeah, they were against Samsung, but at least they looked aggressive.
Yeah.
They just kind of rolled over and died right here. Even when at certain points earlier on in this game, I think they had a very legitimate chance of taking out the outer ring of towers and abusing the potential of their siege, but it just didn't happen.
I mean, we know KT is capable of having good engages as we see GE take out this first inhibitor. And here we go, Score coming in. Trying to make something happen there, but Nagne getting so low already. Getting into the back line zone. Exhaust onto Kuro, but GE already turning this one around. Killing Karthus so fast. Wild Growth onto Prey. He's a big, scary Urgot, and he's coming to kill the rest of your team. Score getting hit with that Acid Hunter. Dodges the building, though, but it doesn't matter. GE, you know, normally I would say that team is low on health, but they are just so tanky that they can still sit around here. Kuro getting extremely low. Ults onto Score. There's another kill for GE. Smeb jumping in, and they're going to let Someday get back to turret. Smeb's like, yeah, I'll just take some tower hits on the way out. The laser feels so good.
Well, they finally will back out of this, but if we look at
okay, Someday.
Nice port actually by Someday.
Yeah, making some plays, getting the double kill. And can he get back to Arrow? Arrow coming in. They're going to try to turn it around, but now it's just Arrow against Smeb, who goes Mega Gnar. Uh-oh. Well, Someday you tried. It's 2 kills. It wasn't bad.
Even though he has that blade.
It was too little too late.
Trinity Force.
Yeah.
It's just not working out for him in terms of once he gets in the middle of all those tanks, they could just body block him.
Right.
And eventually do enough damage. Okay, Banner of Command again on a grill, you know, whatever.
Nice. Hey, I've been building it a lot lately, actually. Support. It's fun stuff.
Prey goes in, has to flash out immediately, becomes Giant Urgot due to the wild growth. A little bit of a miscommunication right there. There is the Requiem coming in, just a tickling onto these mega tanks right now. And Arrow tries to get back. See them force a flash right there thanks to the Glacial Trail from Lissandra. Kuro has so many shields.
Yep.
And heals, and he ends up staying up right there, but everyone else finally deciding it's time to exit the base. You know what, though? I really hope we see the I hope we see the Iron Elixir onto Urgot, because if you ult in the enemy team, you can help everybody get into and alongside you faster.
How about Righteous Glory on Urgot instead?
Nah, I want to see Iron Elixir and then Wild Growth. I want to see how big Urgot can get. That's my goal this game.
He could get pretty big.
We'll see Big Mundo maybe.
We'll see a big cannon minion right there with the Banner of Command. Oh yeah, the crowd just realized it's Banner of Command time. I actually really like it in solo queue now because you can control waves when your team is off doing stupid things.
Which is almost all the time in solo queue.
Yeah, so I really recommend building it. You get the Aegis, you get that MR for your team, and then you can mitigate the idiocy.
Also, people don't expect it, so you get towers for free.
Yeah, exactly. It's a goodbye. Just like, it's a different kind of goodbye than we're going to see.
Momentarily.
For, in this game, yeah. We're going to say goodbye to KT in game number 1, but Banner of Command is a goodbye in solo queue.
Pray didn't get Iron Elixir. Damn it, Doa.
I don't know. I don't know what to do about these guys. They're hopeless. GG. Never going to win Worlds now.
This is a very funny composition, though.
It is. I mean, you can tell GE Tigers, they're intelligent, but they are kind of messing around, you know?
I think, honestly, it's good against what KT is doing. But
it is, but it's just not orthodox, as we see GE Tigers just steamroll KT. Nagne thrown back against his own inhibitor. And Wild Growth onto Smeb. That is a mega Gnar as Kuro picks up that double kill and chases the rest of KT away. And that did basically nothing. Requiem, its damage was a dream. Okay, there goes the first Nexus turret. Second Nexus turret getting focused down as well. And so the GE Tigers having a good time with a smart but unorthodox composition will take down game 1 in style. There goes GG.
Well, I hope we don't see a serious GE Tigers for the rest of the season, Doa, but legitimately I think that composition was good against KT, what KT did. Yeah. Did it have some obvious flaws, such as insane lack of wave clear and early pressure? Absolutely. You know, it's not like Lee was trying to follow up on ults in the mid lane, but that's about the only place that he was able to get some ganks in, and certainly not a Chilling Smite. It does make things rather difficult to gank as Mundo. But, you know, if KT's not going to abuse when and how GE is weak, you're going to end up with a late game like that one where you just can't kill anybody at all. Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, just really scared play calling for KT. They have the skill on their team individually. They had the champions. They had that tiny little early game edge, and I think if they had someone saying go now instead of wait, we could have seen that be a little bit closer of a game.
It's definitely the comp you don't want to wait against.
Yeah, of course.
It was fun, though. Fun to see that from the GE Tigers.
It was. Will we see it against, like, SKT someday? No, probably not. But it was fun to see against KT.
Yeah, KT. It's unfortunate that they can only play versus certain opponents. Well, and only Huya Tigers Lee.
Yeah.
Good old Lee. GE Tigers, but it's okay. That's an older sign.
Yeah, they were Huya Tigers at one point. Now they're just GE Tigers. Well, we will see what happens in game number 2. Stay tuned for crazy picks, guys. Crazy stuff. We're going crazy.
Further shenanigans.
That's right. Come back for more shenanigans.
Somewhere it's waiting, lined with palm trees and only new faces. If I could look
All right, welcome back to Champions Korea, and Kuro is our MVP of an interesting game number 1.
Interesting is one way to say that, Doa.
Yeah, interesting. Silly is how I described it on Twitter a moment ago.
Probably pretty accurate right there. And Kuro will be up there at 500 points after that. Getting some good kills onto Nagne with the help of Lee and Gorilla. Going up 3-0 out of the laning phase, actually, as he repeatedly flash ulted Nagne. Lee there to give him a little bit of a helping hand. This is a great play from Kuro, though. I mean, Someday did a good job of actually dealing with him, but KT just couldn't get there quite fast enough to save Someday. He does get exploded in the end and score. Not quite able to finish this one off. Kuro does get wild growth in the back line.
Yep. Wow. His ult's
Really
so
good flash right there. FLICKR, not sure what that ult was. But,
yeah, well, again, you know, we see him not on Karthus, or not on Thresh, rather, when we see him not be that great. You know what I love about Karthus, though, as we see this excellent kite from Prey, is that when Karthus dies, he kind of just throws his hands up like, "Aw." It's like, what? Watch when he dies. He's like, "Oh man, guys."
team, please.
He just looks so disgusted with everyone.
Finisher on score right there.
Yeah.
And then Prey gets a good hold onto Arrow, jams him right into the middle of his team, and they are able to quickly finish off that one. Well, that last game, I mean, it was going to go one of two ways. Either KT was going to abuse the wave clear, heavily siege turrets in the early game, and just get a massive gold lead off of towers.
But that's not what KT does.
No, they really didn't push their advantage at all.
Yep.
And instead, the other way that was going to go was GE gets 2 to 3 core items, and KT no longer has enough damage to kill them. And that is the way it did go.
Yep, that's
so,
right. KT just kind of became a punching bag.
I mean, although, if you know that KT, even though they can be strong in the laning phase, does have this difficulty identifying how to close games, honestly, it's a very good strat from GE because they basically gave KT pretty much a 0% chance to win that if it went into the late game.
Yeah, pretty much. With the way KT is playing right now, that was kind of an unwinnable game from the beginning.
It was a good draft from GE, given if you know KT's strengths and weaknesses, and you're very confident that they're not going to go crazy with the siege early on into the game. So LeBlanc will be banned. Urgot will be banned. Will we see the Scion ban again?
Lissandra will be banned. GE not wanting to first pick that this time around. Apparently, I was told the theme for the GE Tigers outfits today is ice cream. It is getting a little bit warmer here in Korea. Ice cream is on the minds of many.
Is it on your mind, Doa?
It is now. I go for more the gelato than the ice cream, though. I have a more refined taste.
Do you?
Yes.
Interesting.
Obviously.
You know what's great about you, though, is one cast you could be ragging on me about my pretension, and the next one you could be doing this. It's interesting.
I'm selectively pretentious.
It's interesting that you just kind of spin it whichever way suits you.
Hey, why not? I've got a bright future in politics. Wow, look at that. Sejuani, the first pick for the GE Tigers. Lee wants to give that one a try.
Well, you know what? If Jesse Ventura can be governor of Minnesota, so can you.
Exactly. And I tell myself that every night before I go to sleep. Did you know I actually interviewed him while he was governor? As part of a media class in high school. Yeah, we actually went to the Capitol and got like a private hour-long interview with Jesse Ventura.
Did he show you sick wrestling moves?
He didn't. He was actually shorter than me. That blew my mind because he's such like a huge. He looks huge, but he was actually shorter than me, and I'm only 6'1". So yeah, I actually met him, and he said someday, you too, Doa. He knew my ID even before I did. He's like, you too, Doa, can be governor of Minnesota. Yep. And then he said, I ain't got time to bleed, and he like went off and did something else.
Good times.
Well, FLICKR gets his Thresh this game. Score will have that Jarvan. All right, Morgana and Lulu picked up for GE Tigers.
Cool. Wonder if this is going to be a Juggernaut.
I wonder.
One would think that given what we've seen picked already this game, that this would be a very good disengaged composition to run Juggernaut with. They also took the Morgana early. I think they were See what they're planning to do with that. Of course, taking it after the Thresh. Good counter pick here, at least for the laning phase, hovering over that Sivir early on. That's actually a really bad pick, though, because Kog'Maw versus Sivir is heavily in favor of Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw Janna will destroy Sivir Thresh in lane.
Do they just want to go for the lane swap, perhaps, then?
Yeah, it's possible.
You'd have to, wouldn't you? Because that's not a good 2v2 for KT. I think it's going to be AD carry Lulu for the GE Tigers.
Who knows at this point? Well,
we've reached that moment.
They want to blind pick the Aurelia again, but given Sunday's individual performance last game, it's not bad.
I'm worried about Praised Raven.
The Praven.
One of the all-time worst player-champion combinations we've ever seen in Korea.
It was pretty bad.
Praised Raven, yep. It's not...
He often hovers over it as a joke right now because everyone knows how bad it... No!
Oh, no, Prey. Prey, don't do it. Don't do it to yourself, Prey.
All right, I think that they need to out-snake Snake and play the Jugger Draven again. Or for the first time, rather.
Oh, yeah, Jugger Draven. They can do it. You know, Misfortune would be awesome. I've always liked Misfortune as a champion. I think she's got a cool kit. And I'm actually talking about her kit. I'm not making any sort of insinuating statement there. I think her abilities are cool.
Well, Lucian it will be, and Diana in the mid lane for Kuro, so no Juggermaw, sad times. But at the very least, we will get to see praise Lucian again, so a little bit more of a lane-dominant champion coming in for him, and they may want to run this Cassiopeia. Nagne's played it before this season. Wasn't great, but...
Well, if you've got, you know, champions like Diana coming in, Morgana trying to get closer, Sejuani as well, having that ult for Cassiopeia wouldn't really be the worst thing.
Yeah, you already have Black Shield, though, and it would abuse the lane matchup.
True.
Having those melees can be very difficult against Cassiopeia if you want to avoid damage in the laning phase.
Yeah.
So, interesting stuff. Top lane Lulu up against this Aurelia. We'll see if Smeb can do better in the 1v1 if he does indeed get it this game. I'm sad that it wasn't Kog'Maw or Draven, but...
When it comes down to it, too, you know, after seeing last game, even if KT does get the edge, are they going to do anything with it? That's the thing.
Really high.
They could.
They have theoretically very high damage this game, though.
Yeah.
So if they can get close enough to get a lot of damage off with Cassiopeia and Sivir, they can really hold their own. But they're going to have to be very careful about positioning up against the Sejuani ult, because if Cassiopeia gets hit by that, she will just explode. Of course, Sejuani goes in, gets wild growth. That's enough chain CC from the Sejuani, not from the ult, Sejuani ult to the knockup from Lulu, that could be really problematic for Cassiopeia.
Certainly could be. And so, GE Tigers looking to cruise to an easy 2-0 victory over KT Rolster, and unless KT changes some pretty fundamental things about the way they're playing these games, I think that's the way it's just going to be.
Nagne intelligently taking cleanse this game at the very least, so he will have some level of escapability.
Yeah, they'll need a lot more than that to take out the GE Tigers. Can they do it? Let's get in the game and find out. All right, welcome back. GE Tigers versus KT Rolster. And everybody rocking the Poro Rider Sejuani today, apparently.
So disappointing.
You notice that as Poro Rider Sejuani runs around, Sejuani remains perfectly stationary and does not move at all. It's like just like a Steadicam mount.
Yeah, you have to learn how to post if you're riding Sejuani. That's very important.
Yeah.
You want to go fast, otherwise it just really hurts.
Right. She doesn't care, she's just laughing.
Maybe the Poro has like shock absorbers in it or something so that...
It looks very soft. Doesn't it?
It does, but I'm not sure that's enough.
You want to cuddle with it, right?
Yeah, but if you want to ride an animal, it's kind of important to use your legs to absorb some of the shock lest you get repeatedly bashed in your nether regions.
That may be what KT is feeling this match, but so Lee is just trying to get a bit of the experience.
You know, he has to walk a mile in his opponent's shoes.
I guess so. There you go. That tongue.
He just wants some of the candy cane that Lulu's holding.
I guess so. I mean, we've got sort of a candy theme going on between those two champions, I suppose. See, I guess we need like some sort of candy themed Diana as well, where she has like a big lollipop. We've got Lollipoppy. Why wasn't that played this game? I don't know. Missed opportunities.
All right, Gromp going over to Arrow and FLICKR though. Only small crowd to Praying Gorillas. We check out their XP totals here in the bottom lane, so we'll be small advantage over to KT at first. See what they can do with this. Otherwise, pretty standard stuff. Flask in mid for Diana, Flask in top for Aurelia.
Yep.
Standard lanes, nothing too surprising though.
Well, Play on to Prey, but FLICKR's the one who's going to be taking more damage. Oh, never mind. There's a nice death sentence. Prey has to flash, and
did not expect that level 2 right there at all. Really disrespectful from Prey and Gorilla.
Seriously.
Not expecting the Gromp to have been taken, so didn't think that FLICKR would get that hook right in there, but that was a really good timing. I mean, it looked like a pretty standard trade with FLICKR just walking up to Flay early, but they really timed it well around that last creep that they killed to hit level 2 and surprise Prey getting that flash out. So good stuff, and he has no pot either, very low.
FLICKR used Ignite as well just to get the maximum damage on there, and I mean, GE Tigers have given FLICKR Thresh, and he's been very, very good on it. So I would imagine this lane will go pretty well for KT.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they banned Rek'Sai on blue side this game instead of that Thresh. Seems like certainly more of a threat for GE, but they may not have wanted to pick between Callista and Rek'Sai for that first pick either, so there's that possibility that KT would have left one of those up, even though they did end up banning the Callista themselves. So.
Yeah. Sure enough.
Kuro having some trouble here in the mid lane, as we would expect given this melee versus Cassiopeia matchup.
Yeah, you're gonna be bullied pretty hard by that Cassiopeia.
Prey going back early just for a longsword, so this is a pretty brutal situation for Prey to be in already.
Well, Smeb taking a lot of hits from Someday up in the top lane, and Someday did get a solo kill or two against Smeb's Gnar in game number 1. He's, he played pretty well on that Aurelia. It's just, again, once GE got to the point where they became that tanky, there just wasn't a lot anybody could do.
Right, but they are starting to pull away with a little bit of advantage. Already a couple hundred gold just due to CS.
This game is looking better, yes.
In favor of KT. So that lane that should have been GE's in the bottom side was turned around due to that Gromp pull, and the other ones are not very favorable matchups for the GE Tigers. So at the moment, I have to be content with falling behind across the board and see what Lee can do.
Well, so yet again, we're going to see GE get a little bit down perhaps in the early game, and it has not really stopped them ever.
It's very weird tonight, Doa, that we've seen all of a sudden, we were on 5.5, no Sejuani picks, no Sejuani bans, and yet 2 Sejuani first picks already tonight, despite being on the same patch as we were on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Weird stuff.
Yeah, people just taking a little while to adjust, apparently.
I'm not sure Sejuani is first pick worthy myself, but
I think that's more surprising than seeing the Sejuani. Seeing the Sejuani isn't too shocking, but seeing it first pick, that's a little bit weird. I agree. It's just not impactful enough. And Smeb getting some of that equilibrium strike. There's the flash. Will he get away? Lee coming in to try to counter jungle the shield from Lulu, and that is first blood for Smeb, and they're going to keep chasing score away. Nice turnaround. Lee was there, and he made a great plan, Sejuani. Burned the flashes to do it, but hey, both flashes on the other side burned too.
Yeah, and that was a very surprising turnaround, catching FLICKR with the Dark Binding right there, continuing to trade.
Yeah, Death Sentence. Oh, that was timed right as Black Shield was going away as well.
Really good timing by FLICKR, but he can't make it work. Some days, meanwhile, just going to teleport into the top side. Really hope we get to see that gank again to see exactly how it went down right there. But Smeb coming up with the shield at exactly the right time to survive.
Yep, he needed it.
Interesting. Someday barely not having enough money for Phage, so actually went for a Sapphire Crystal instead. It would appear.
Rod of Ages Aurelia.
Could be Righteous Glory.
Yeah, it could be Righteous Glory. You could go just full tank Aurelia, but I've got a feeling it's going to be T-Force. Why would you not?
Yeah, exactly.
Lee. Oh, and Arrow's moving up. This could be an opportunity. Again, no flash really right now. Doesn't have that level 6 yet, but he does have that knockback. And Arrow's moving farther and farther forward. Sees there's no ward in there, but decides not to go for it.
Yeah, they're quite scared right now without any wards.
Yeah, they don't
in
know
the
where
river.
score
They
is.
just make an opportunity for themselves to back. Definitely the wiser decision right here. And Score going to go ahead and take Raptors since he knows there's no mid laner. To really put pressure on him right there. Lee instead going to try and hit 6. The help of some of these minion waves in the mid lane.
Yep. Doesn't do it though. Probably really close at this point though.
Probably has one camp left.
Oh, Arrow got pushed back in the meantime, and so that's going to be some damage from GE Tigers onto this bot turret. Now Prey getting a good amount of damage there.
Arrow taking actually a long time to recall in that circumstance. It looked like they were just going to push it up and then recall right then. Instead, changed their mind, stuck around.
Well, he got his BF sword. We'll see what Prey gets on his way back. Probably be able to pick up his as well.
Oh, looks like one more camp till 6 on Sejuani, so just a little bit behind right there. Score wants to go ahead and try and make a play on this dragon, but Prey is still there, rather.
Yeah, he just does not have a lot of power, though. He's got to be really careful. Arrow's got that BF sword. GE Tigers coming down. They've scared KT away from it enough, I suppose. I think if they looked at the items, they'd be a little bit less afraid, but they don't know where Lee is really right now, so.
Prey has a lot of money in the bank.
Should.
So, but at the same time, Someday actually doesn't have a whole lot of useful combat stats yet either.
Yep. Well, Someday doing a lot of damage to Smeb here. But the escapes are strong with Lulu, so there you go.
Right, level 6 for Sejuani. Are they going to go for this Aurelia? Can be hard to lock her down in top. Oh man, Someday's going all in at the wrong time.
Yeah, Lee coming in. There's a wild growth for the knock-up onto Someday. Someday, again, no flash from that last fight. There's the ult from Sejuani coming in, and Someday in big trouble. Another kill comes in for the GE Tigers. Lee picking that one up.
No ward coverage. Very awkward time to go so aggressive up in that top side, especially when you just don't have that Phage completed yet, or a Sheen or anything like that. Just a few components in hand. He will pick up the Sheen on this back, but that is...
Well, I think we're seeing a lot of desperation from KT right now. Someday really feeling the need to make plays in a situation where he really can't make plays.
Yeah, in spite of that bad start, Prey and Gorilla are holding up in terms of CS. And the only one who's behind at this point is Kuro, so they have turned it around right in the laning phase, actually.
Yeah, and Kuro's CS deficit isn't the end of the world either. It's only 14 right now. And the longer the game goes, the less that matters. He's kept his deficit fairly consistent, you know? About 10 CS, a little more, a little less.
He does have some defensive stats right now, so it's less of a danger for him to walk up into the wave.
Going for that Abyssal, it looks like, at some point.
Yeah, makes sense coming in first. And Nagne has taken a little bit more of a passive item build path right here with that tier. So not really focusing on lane bullying quite so hard early on. Still no dragon taken yet.
Yeah. KT thinking about it. There's a ward there, though. Smite should be up by the time this dragon dies. So Lee can try to steal it. Prey coming up as well, too. He's got that BF sword now. A lot of damage. Dragon getting low, and does he steal it? No, not quite. Can't be able to grab that. KT turning around onto GE Tigers. Prey on the run now, and Someday gets into the back lines. Wild Growth will save him for now. Lee trying to get out as well. Gets low. Score extremely low health, and Kuro's going to come in for an easy kill. Smeb locked up. He's going to go down, so a double kill for Nagne and the dragon for KT. Kuro a little bit separated from his team, and he is going to get taken out. It's a kill for Arrow, so KT, they get the dragon, they get 3 kills, only giving up Score for that too.
Well, coming in at that really awkward angle, and Diana really wasn't able to do much in that team fight, especially Smeb TPing right into the pit right there. And Lee actually had a chance to smite that before Cassiopeia took out the dragon right there, because the smite came down from Score and it was left at about 50 HP, so there was a very small window where smite was possible.
Let's watch it again. Lee waiting.
Yeah, Prey gets hooked right here too. Late Black Shield really made a big difference because Prey has to flash early and doesn't get a lot of poke out as a result. And Kuro's just not here at all for this engagement. Only comes in at the very end And there's just no follow-up after that, so that was a really nice hook from FLICKR.
He flashed for that kill as well, so that meant that Kuro just had no chance to get out of this. So, essentially saying, all right, we need to get a kill at least.
Well, they got a couple kills. They got Dragon. They got bot tower, so KT very well positioned right now. This question, can they actually snowball this game, however?
Yeah, well,
they do have a more dive-oriented composition this game with Sivir, Jarvan, and Aurelia. And this is where they actually do a better job of closing, is when they can just group as 5 and start diving people under turrets.
Yeah, it is a more KT sort of composition for what they've preferred this season. And so they've got that lead. Can they do something with it?
Yeah, Kuro not being there really hurt. Obviously, Smeb thought Kuro was going to be there if he was going to teleport in like that, but turned pretty much into a 5v4.
Yeah.
And even if it had been a 5v5, FLICKR's hook meant that they probably were in quite a bit of danger.
Well,
after he had to flash out of that situation, they should have backed off immediately.
They should not have given FLICKR Thresh. That's just not something you should do if you're playing against KT. And we're seeing it again. He looked so good against Samsung. Really making some great plays.
Yeah, indeed. Well,
today too.
Right back into the laning phase, apparently.
I guess so.
Our GE's work pretty much undone.
Yeah.
Due to that communication bungle that happened around the Dragon, though. But KT absolutely right to fight there. Good mechanics, good follow-up. Now Someday, who was 0-2 in that top lane, found himself 3 assists and is right back in this one.
Yeah, I mean, KT across the board is right back in to a match that they were already starting to fall behind a bit in. You'd think putting jewelry on the end of your tail like that for Cassiopeia, you'd think it'd just get like scraped off as you move around, being that you're a snake.
Or you'd get hooked on a rock or something.
Yeah.
And stretch you out.
Yeah, I don't think that works very well. See? I don't know. I think that would come right off. Maybe it's glued on, you know? Maybe it's like those really fancy fingernails you see sometimes.
Oh, wow.
It's got all that bling. Only snakes just do it, or Cassiopeia anyway, just does it to the end of her tail.
You think that her scales would get caught in there too as it moves around.
I don't know.
Has to be quite flexible, and it's like your scales would get pinched in that metal.
Well, does not look convenient. But hey, if you're on
do
TV,
snakes really need tail jewelry too? Isn't that just kind of a waste?
Maybe. Remember, man, Cassiopeia knows if you're on TV, you don't need to be comfortable, you just need to look good.
Especially since Cassiopeia can wear jewelry on her human part.
Well, especially because you're a horrifying snake woman, too. You really need to do everything you can to look good. Yeah. She doesn't exactly... It's a bit of an uphill battle for Cassiopeia.
Gotta look good for all the dude serpent people out there.
That's right.
We don't even know if there are other dude serpent people.
Well, I mean, Cassiopeia was cursed, right?
Right.
By some Shurima desert thing. She was a person. She's supposed to be Katarina's sister, right?
Yeah.
Why am I asking you? Oh, you know this one.
I do know this one because you've told me it before. You just forgot yourself.
I'm glad you remembered then. So originally, Cassiopeia was a human person, but now she's a snake person. And perhaps the only one. That's a bit sad. Riot really tugging at the heartstrings with that lore, huh?
It's like Skarner.
Yeah.
She could be the last of her kind, too.
Wow. I was going to say those two should get together, but, you know, then you'd have like 1/3 crystalline scorpion, 1/3 snake, 1/3 people. That would not work.
They look like the Scorpion King from that movie.
Oh,
like
yeah,
the
you're
Rock.
right. That's true. Maybe that's the lore for the Rock. I mean, the Scorpion King. Maybe that's the lore for the Rock, too, but maybe it's the lore for the Scorpion King. He was the child of Cassiopeia and Skarner.
Sounds about like the quality we've come to expect from Riot's writing.
Well, I think that's about the quality we've come to expect from Hollywood. Scorpion King, you know.
Really just anything out of LA. Yeah, Riot, Hollywood. Get it together, LA.
Get it together. Come on, LA. The world is counting on you. We don't need another Spider-Man sequel. Lee jumps onto Someday for the moment, but Gorilla too far away to get anything like a Dark Binding. Meanwhile, KT starts that Dragon. Okay, well, is GE going to do anything about this?
Yeah, they want to take top tower
I guess.
in exchange. They're not going to go ahead and fight that dragon at the moment.
Yep.
Tried to make a play onto the top side. Too many wards from KT, and Arrow is just going to keep on pushing this bottom side. Lulu finally heading into bottom lane to clear out the wave.
Well, KT's warding was good at the beginning of that last game as well, too. And GE's was a bit lacking. Second dragon taken by KT Rolster.
Good damage down onto the tier 2 as well, so
Nope.
taking over the jungle, and no pressure in tier 2 in the top lane, actually, coming out of the GE Tigers, so that'll just be some more free farm from Someday. And KT getting a little bit scary right now. Prey has been really delayed on his build by having to go that longsword first. So Infinity Edge already for Arrow, and just a bunch of components. Prey almost always builds IE Ghostblade on Lucian. Uses that culling with the Ghostblade to really land a lot of damage. But he's been horribly delayed this game. Now he's stuck in a lane with Lulu as well.
You know, it almost feels like GE is using these games as a way to practice playing from behind. They're just like, let's just kind of be really lazy and then get behind. And then when it looks like we can't win, we'll make a miraculous comeback. Just for practice, you never know when you're going to need it in the finals. But then again, you know, maybe this is fallout from IEM, you know, because they were like, well, we were kind of lazy and got behind, and then we didn't know how to come back. So now they're practicing.
Wow, Lee is actually mopping up lane farm right now
He's
after they had
of
Lulu and Lucian in the same lane together. So not really sure what GE's doing right now in terms of their farm distribution.
Second coming of Meteos.
Now Gorilla's going to be here with the Tormented Soil to help drive some people off, but very, very awkward farming this game from the GE Tigers overall.
Just awkward in general. This is like the composition where you look at your teammates and you're like, why did we pick this again? They're like, well, because it doesn't matter. And they're
it's
like, oh,
pretty good,
okay.
actually, in theory. I mean, if Lucian had gotten so far behind early and they had been more coordinated around that dragon, I think they could have really done something right here. You have the Wild Growth synergy with Diana. She is going to be doing a lot of damage in the back line.
Yeah.
If she can survive just that little bit longer. And good engage, too, with Sejuani. So.
Oh, Lee gets hooked. There's a knock-up as well. Smeb, is he going to come help? Yeah, I suppose. There's the ult on the score. Lee's like, nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. And here we go. Ultimate pop. They're going in. And Smeb flashes out. There's the box from FLICKR. Can they get the kill? Wild Growth. Oh, nice. Death sentence again. Turret damage on the score, but what a clean dive. FLICKR is so good on this threat.
Really good
Holy
dive
cow.
from KT.
Yeah.
Even after the flash, Wild Growth did get a couple knockups right here. They juggled the tower aggro, made a great play in order to pick up a kill.
FLICKR is just so good.
I think Thresh banning is pretty necessary against KT. They don't have that many other threats, so take out that playmaker immediately.
Wow, is KT going to deliver GE's third loss of the season to them?
It's too early to say that, but they certainly aren't defending their towers or clearing waves particularly well. They have to TP onto his turret.
Oh, he gets there just in time. Still loses the turret. At least the teleport wasn't countered, but I mean, what's he going to do now? Push the lane up, I guess?
Yeah, farm as best as he can.
Yeah. Probably not a good idea to be giving farm to Sejuani if you need to get your Lucian back up to speed as well, too.
Someday, too, he's just going to start freezing this lane.
Oh, of course.
Really far back. Maybe we can force something out right here. Kuro, oh, nice binding.
Damage onto Nagne. Kuro, not quite enough items to go in and burst Cassiopeia down just yet. Needs to be worried about the ult, of course, as well. But that turret's getting very, very low. Looks like they will get it. So they're able to answer turret for turret, but it's tier 2 for tier 1. Still a bit awkward, but that does even up the turrets. GE still only a couple thousand gold behind, so it's not the end of the world quite yet.
Yeah, definitely still in this one. They have really good pick potential as well, so as long as they ward up, well, this next dragon should tell us a lot about what's going to be unfolding as this game moves forward. Arm guard picked up for Kuro. He's so close to that Zhonya's Hourglass right now, but I don't think he's going to have it quite in time for this dragon fight.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. A minute 30 out, and you need, what, about 500 gold
450,
past
yeah,
450? Yeah.
So he should have a little bit more than that. He could always try and sell the flask if he wanted to.
Yep.
That may be, in fact, a very critical item for him to acquire before this go down. Plus, GE still has their mid lane turret up, so they do have that edge at least.
Yeah, we saw he only had
in terms
about
of the dragon.
He only had about 200 gold right now. So I don't know if he's going to get enough CS by the time this dragon comes up.
Could sell flask.
Oh, that's
maybe
true.
one more wave.
How much do you sell flask for? I'm trying to remember now.
Should be about, what, 120-ish, I would think.
It's probably about right. I don't ever buy it because I only play support, so. Oh, Lee. Oh, wow. Subconsciously dodging the death sentence there. He moved right at the very last second, but.
Well, that was a danger brush right there. Pretty high dude potential with only 40 seconds out until the dragon spawn.
Yep. You're right, though. FLICKR with a rare miss on that death sentence. You know, I gotta say, for some reason it's harder, I think it's harder to land skill shots when you're standing in place than if you're moving. I don't know why, but I've always felt that way too.
Had to actually burn that culling right there, so he's not going to get poke off in this resulting dragon fight. You see Lulu, Smeb is waiting.
Yeah, Kuro could go back. Well, it's too late now to go back and buy Zhonya's. He's gonna have to hang out by the Dragon Dome.
Oh boy, they lost a lot of pink wards too. KT going to have to give some up also. This is their chance. I mean, Arrow walking up here right now.
Oh, they're gonna try to get on the prey. There's a black shield though.
Good lantern out. Now they still have Cataclysm.
Yep.
Didn't burn it. Oh, Nagne gets caught on the side.
Yep, they go in onto him. Should be a lot of damage. There's a wild growth. It looks like they will take out Gorilla quickly, though. Prey on the outside getting a lot of damage in around the edge of this box. Going to help GE disengage a bit. Flash from Lee to get out of that Cataclysm. So both teams taking some big hits, but KT was able to get that kill on Gorilla.
Nagne using that cleanse very effectively to actually survive in that little skirmish, and now it's going to be a 5v4.
Kuro, I think it's going to be Smite Wars again if Lee wants to try it. Looks like they're going to give up the dragon. This is the third dragon now. You really can't give up any more than this. This is where it starts to get a bit risky.
Yeah, GE just not able to find that kill onto Nagne or to turn it around right there. Looked like Nagne was a little bit too far back, but got an ult off Lee, not able to zone for long enough.
Well, yeah, the cleanse helping out quite a bit. And can they get a kill on the score here? Not quite.
Well, at least they saved their mid turret. But yeah, this is not going well for the GE Tigers so far. And they have this major split pushing threat in Aurelia developing, who someday really coming back this game from a shoddy start.
That's right. And can GE make that comeback that we've seen them make so many times?
The problem is Prey really got behind. If Prey wasn't so behind, this would be a very different game that we're talking about right now, but that has been the major contributing factor.
You know, he does have his Yomus at least. He's got those two items that are kind of crucial to his build, but the damage that Arrow's putting out is just so much higher right now.
Also, it's just Sunday, too, is this massive threat at the moment.
Yeah. Aegis now for score, so he's going to provide even more tankiness for his team against the Lulu and the Diana.
It's a good buy considering that
is.
Prey is behind, so go for the, when you have all these magic damage sources, Sejuani as well, Morgana. And Morgana will be building into that Zhonya's Hourglass pretty soon. They're going to try and ambush him right here. I think they're hoping that they actually push onto this tower and they can try for a 4v5.
I'm just hoping that score goes into banner.
Here we go.
Here we go. They're going to try to come in, chasing, but it's not going to work. There's just no speed.
Yeah, they didn't even pop the Sivir ult right there. Of course, the third dragon buff as well.
Well, KT didn't need it, yeah.
You have a bit of a kiting edge right there, so KT not falling prey to the attempt at a team fight right there from the GE Tigers.
Well, Trying to defend this mid lane turret now. KT with all the advantages, up 2,000 gold. The thing is, their gold lead hasn't really increased. It's even decreased a little bit.
Yeah, it's been wavering between 0 and about 2K this entire game, depending on what's been going on. So
peaked at about 3. That's it.
GE just playing a defensive style, seeing how long they can wait, waiting for their opponents to make a mistake that they can capitalize on.
Yeah, it really seems like GE is just sort of, you know, studying, man. They're just sort of gathering information at this point.
If KT doesn't make a mistake before the next couple of dragons, that's where it really comes in. With the 3 dragons already over for KT, that is huge for them.
Yeah.
Mass back right here. They may just go ahead and give up the mid lane in favor of a shop and then an attempt at an engage.
Yeah, we'll see. Dragon, or Baron rather, KT getting a little bit of vision around that. Still just pushing lanes for now.
Wow, Grilla the only one there right now.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to save that turret at all.
All right, well, they traded that tower for a buy, but they're not going to catch anybody after a KT organized retreat. Happy with the objective they got, and that's smart. They know they have an advantage. Just keep playing around that dragon. Hope you can bait out that fight, and then snowball the game off that. Take a Baron immediately afterwards to close. So KT much more measured this game with appropriate aggression this time around. Actually attempting to take objectives this time.
You know, they're in a composition, like we said, that makes them a little bit more comfortable, too. I mean, this is much more the way they've preferred to play this season and the way that they've been the most successful, too. So it's not as surprising, you know. It seems like if they're on a comp like this, then they get that confidence.
Right, and it's important to note that they won a game in the series against SK Telecom as well, so they've been able to take out top teams if they can really go all in like this, which is why I think that Thresh a little bit more of a necessary ban than the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, what FLICKR can do with the Thresh is definitely a big deal. GE coming in, they want to try to contest this dragon in a minute, working for the vision advantage right now.
Ooh, they're going to get the crab. That's actually very important for them right now.
Yep. Oh, come on.
There you go.
Oh, come on. Prey, he was right there. 30 gold stolen from the jungler by Prey.
Look at this. Nagne actually buying the Rylai's as well, so he really wants to kite, actually.
Yeah. So
that's quite a useful item, I think, right here. KT certainly not lacking for damage at the moment.
Oh, yeah. And now Dragon in 40 seconds. GE Tigers getting ready. They tried for a pick on the Gorilla, and there's the ultimate from Arrow trying to make something happen. Score comes in, gets hit with that Dark Binding. They get the teleport out of the GE Tigers, but it's not like Smeb has anywhere else he wants to be right now. Having that Sivir ult out of the way is kind of a big deal.
Now there's a slow wave pushing in the top lane in favor of GE.
Yep. So yeah, Smeb does not need to be up there right now.
And having a tough time clearing this out someday.
We gotta be
threatening Prey at the moment.
Yeah. All right. Again, that Sivir ultimate is down now. If you're gonna be GE and push, this is the time to do it. KT's still gonna try to go for this. This would be their 4th dragon too if they can get it. They'll try.
I don't have control over that crab, but it's going to be gone in just a matter of seconds right now.
Yep, that's right. And that's a good amount of damage from over the wall.
Nice
Whoa, a lot of damage. Yeah.
Really good poke there. Also burned the face of the mountain.
Yep.
So even through that shield, able to do quite a bit. Kuro is trying to split push in the mid lane. Arrow's actually walking down to the bottom side. He doesn't have Sivir ult right now.
Oh, what? They see him down there too. Can GE press this advantage?
They're going to try and base race, I think.
Okay, yep, going for that tier 2 in mid. Can KT stop this from happening? Kuro already has that turret down, about half health. Meanwhile, Sivir takes it. Oh, they grab Nagne. There's a black shield on Lee as he comes in to avoid any sort of ultimate. Nagne waiting, though. They got that tier 2. They're pushing in for the inhibitor turret now. Dragon's still alive.
Cleanse used by Nagne in order to escape that one, so they will trade a tier 2 for a tier 2, but
here comes Arrow.
And GE just doesn't have very many wards around that dragon right now, so this may end up going over to KT once again. FLICKR.
That would be so scary to give them 4 dragons, though.
They're going to try and threaten Baron, I think, in response, because there's no vision right now around the Baron.
Yeah, they're going for it.
They're going to have to try the Baron.
They're going for it now. They may, do you think they'll just go ahead and start it?
Yeah. They can't give this away for free.
Dragon's going down, though. Are they going to get a quick enough start to actually
Nope,
take it?
They're not doing it.
They're
Actually, they're trying to bait it right now, but they didn't realize that there was an invisible ward, a green ward alongside the pink ward right there, so they cleaned out pink, and that's all they managed to get.
Wow, so 4 Dragons to 0 this game for KT Rolster. Playing out that comp really well. Crow's going to grab the blue buff on the way out.
KT's played nicely every time. Seen GE go after something, KT has responded with basically an additional objective at every moment and picking up kills as well.
Yep. Well, KT Arrows with every advantage right now. The GE Tigers, if they do come back, it's starting to look like it would be a pretty amazing comeback.
Well, they're only 2K gold down, right? So it's just in the Dragon stats. At this point in the game, those do start to mean quite a lot in terms of gold value.
Well,
but
4 to 0, and just to have that 5th Dragon threat, you know?
Yeah, that's the big thing right here is dictating GE's movement. So GE is going to have to get pretty creative on how they deal with this. They could trade Dragon 5 for a Baron. It's a possibility. You can always make that move. Their warding has did falter there for a few minutes.
This kind of reminds me, you know, is this a situation where it's kind of like one of those kung fu movies where the master is fighting with like one arm tied behind his back, and he's like, "Oh wow, you are good. It's serious." And then he like takes the other arm out. There's the ultimate coming in. They blow up Nagne really quickly. Will he survive? He will. Nagne able to kite out of that when they get the kill on the lead. Oh, and they catch Kuro with the death sentence. He's trapped in Cataclysm for now. Whimsy onto Someday as he escapes from the fight. GE turning this one around. They got a lot of damage onto KT. Nagne used that ult, and KT was not able to really follow up that much.
Yeah, that's Seraph's Embrace just doing so much work. This Cassiopeia surprisingly tanky. He knows he's a target when his cleanse is down right there, and so they're not able to follow up on it. They just can't burst him fast enough, basically.
Yeah, Kuro could, if he can land a Q, he can go in and maybe blow somebody up. Gorilla separated from the rest of his team. Prey is actually heading deep back into his own jungle, just going for red buff now. Wow.
Yeah, this Cassiopeia may just be too big to deal with at this point.
Might be. I mean, that was a pretty good attempt at an engage from GE.
It's not going to get much.
Burst him down.
It's not going to get much better than that, right?
Yep.
They got a prime angle, burned a huge amount of crowd control on him, and yet he still lived. Has the Abyssal, has Rallies, has Seraph's Embrace.
You know, you could make that if Smeb had been able to get Wild Growth onto Lee, they might have been able to see him long enough, because if you'll notice, the ult is still up.
Right.
Smeb didn't use it in that fight. That might have made a difference. It's going to be tough either way, though.
Yeah, and at that point, if you use that much onto just Cassiopeia, Someday and Arrow perfectly capable of using that speed together to clean up the rest of your team.
Yeah.
Well, Last Whisper right now for Prey, but it's still a core item ahead for Arrow this game.
And Gorilla going for that Zhonya's Hourglass, which is going to be helpful. Not too much farther to go until he picks it up. But GE again, still about 3K gold behind. That 5th Dragon is going to be very, very scary once it comes up in a few minutes. Oh, that was close. Oh, they're going in. Cataclysm onto Smeb. He's going to go ahead and flash out of that. Prey does not connect with the culling. Smeb very low, gets trapped in the box. They're going to get the knock-up on to score, and here comes Someday from behind. Getting into the back lines, this could be bad for GE. They've managed to get score low. Now GE trying to turn this one around, but it's not going to work. One kill from Kuro is not enough. He's going to get taken out. A double now for Arrow. And I do not think GE is going to be winning this one. It would
really good catch there by Someday, who probably should have just wild growthed himself immediately instead of attempting to flash out right there, so at least he could get some of that tankiness and plug the choke instead of falling back. But Someday does a good job of getting into the back line on Aurelia, and that's a Baron that they will have to fight for the 5th Dragon. KT looks like they've almost certainly won this one.
I would say so. Yeah, Prey just not hitting anyone.
FLICKR again. And there's just nobody there.
Yeah.
And by the time that Someday gets into the back line, he basically single-handedly removes Prey from this fight. And yeah, he dies to Kuro, but just no more follow-up. Kuro can only just Zhonya's right there at the front line. There's no more shields, no more wild growth, no more tankiness to go over. So KT just whittles him down.
If teams haven't figured this out yet, they know now. You cannot give FLICKR Thresh. You can't
making big plays all game.
Yeah. Oh, and they're going to try to catch Score here. Score very tanky, though. Black Shield, and that's a kill for Arrow. Yeah, and KT just turning this one around.
Score
GE
still is not dead.
It's too little too late. There's no way that GE can fight KT. That's another double for Arrow. Nearly a clean ace. If Kuro had been there, they might have killed him as well, too. And KT just going to rush up the mid lane. They've still got that Baron buff on everybody. And yeah, this one is pretty much over. Someday's just going to go ahead and tank that turret. They're going to take it out very fast.
Yeah, nice push right there. Nagne, of course, doing a lot of work this game also, so they should be able to take an easy inhibitor off of this, transition immediately into Dragon number 5 and close.
Yep, that's right. Dragon number 5 in 5. And they're going to get that inhibitor. There we go. Wow. Could not be cleaner for KT, and they've shown this game. You know, when they are able to get a lead with a composition that they're comfortable with, they can make those decisions to close out the game, to snowball that lead. It just seems like this is kind of the only way they can do it right now, you know?
Agreed, yeah. And but this game, they actually did take their lane advantages and do a lot with it. And
yeah.
GE had some sloppy fights early on. Kuro didn't look very coordinated with the rest of the team at times in the early game. And GE could have given up some objectives like that first Dragon without actually fighting right there and maybe turn things around. But at this point, KT is so good at kiting. They've got so many very high damage threats that GE just can't keep up. They're not tanky enough to deal with it.
Well, it really feels, too, that GE just isn't taking this one as seriously. You know, I mean, it's not shown, it's not reflected as much in their picks this game, but they look a little bit lazy. And again, they have no reason to care about winning or losing this match.
Right. In fact, I'm surprised that we're seeing some new picks like Sejuani out of them just because there's not a lot of point to showing what you can and can't play right now.
I mean, it's one of those situations, too, perhaps, where they're just doing it because they're like, well, if we get a win with it, it looks like we can play it, you know, even if they aren't necessarily practicing it. And if they lose, then it's like, well, are they really bad with it, or were they just not trying?
KT looking for the final push right here. Should be able to get it.
Yeah, now 9,000 gold up. A little bit of damage onto Arrow.
Man, Frey is so fast.
He's very fast. He's not quite Kog'Maw fast, but he's pretty fast. Not going to save the turret, though. There it goes. And KT bull rushing their way into the base for a second inhibitor very easily this time. That is about it for this game, unless something truly insane happens.
Probably not going to.
Yep. Unless GE just wants to make it really dramatic.
KT is not a team that's afraid to dive.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all they have to do is just plow right into the final turrets from GE.
To be fair, this is the type of situation, too, where if the GE Tigers had substitutes on their team, they'd be playing it, you know? Yep. This is kind of like late in any sports season, right, where things are locked up, you can kind of just chill a bit.
And it's wise, too, so you don't burn out. I mean, we still have a couple of weeks of play here. We'll be on different patches, so if you need a bit of a breather, now's the time to take it.
Well, this is good for GE Tigers, too, because, you know, they have all this time to sort of take things a bit more relaxingly, you know, kind of gauge the teams that they might be meeting in the playoffs and spend more time getting ready for that rather than, you know, focusing on these matches that aren't as vital for them.
Right. Feel the same way, but...
Yep. Giant Jarvan coming to get the win for KT. Looking to get that final inhibitor. Pray with the Yomu's culling.
Now, in the next game, if I was GE, I would just take all of KT's comfort champions away from them.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, it's so easy to outpick or ban out KT right now because you know how they play if they don't get this type of team.
Yeah, take the Sivir away, why not?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how seriously GE wants to approach it, but I think they still want the win in this series, even if they don't necessarily need it. Having an unbeaten season match-wise is still nice to have in the record books.
It's quite impressive by any standards, that's true.
Yeah.
Now these super minions slowly making their way.
I mean,
to
really,
mid and top side.
it really is too, with how volatile best of threes can be. You know, to be able to make it through an entire tournament without losing a single one, that is impressive. Even if you do lose a game or two along the way.
We'll see. They'll probably be one match away soon from losing this best of three.
Yeah.
So.
Super Minions doing work on those Nexus turrets as KT looks to finish this one out.
Really surprised they just didn't run Juggernaut today. They haven't done it in a while, but.
Well, they've had opportunities too. That's a weird thing.
They've had two today, in fact.
Yeah, they have. 100% of the games they've had the opportunity. Another calling. This could go on for a while. Ooh, a catch onto Lee. Black Shield will prevent any more CC from coming down. Turret's still taking some hits. KT's going to just go ahead and rotate over. 30 seconds about until Baron, a minute 20 until that fifth dragon. Again. That inhibitor's back. They've got the timer on that as well, too. Catch on to score, but again, just not a ton of damage coming out of the GE Tigers right now.
It's very difficult to trade.
Yeah, you can't win a 5v5. Oh, Prey in big trouble, getting a lot of damage onto him. Turning around, Someday getting caught. Prey just so low, he really can't participate that much in this fight. Finally doing a bit of damage. Someday getting a bit low. Wild Growth used now. KT can feel a bit more comfortable with that. Nagne, of course, still has that ultimate ready for Cassiopeia. And they'll get the inhibitor and get out. Playing it very safely.
Prey did about as much as he could in that situation, honestly. Getting a bunch of damage down. Did take some trade, of course, in return. Did force the Wild Growth to be used on himself, but KT will transition this right into yet another Baron.
And here is where GE makes their last stand. You know, we saw them able to win it against CJ via some Baron punishment, but it's not happening this time. No fight even occurs, and KT chasing GE away now. Here they go. Sivir ultimate coming through. Gorilla has to flash over the wall. Sejuani used defensively. Flash onto Kuro, though. He's in big trouble. There's a kill for Someday. Getting it with Aurelia. Score a little bit low. And the culling actually doing a decent amount of damage here. Arrow, nearly gets bursted down. Prey trying to make a miracle play here. It's not going to make it, even though he does get the kill onto score. Someday low, but he's got that GA, so it's not a big concern. The GA will help him get GE in this game, though. There it is. Popped. And second Nexus turret goes down, and so it looks like we're going to game 3. KT Rolster playing a comfortable composition and taking the game. GG.
Well.
Alrighty.
See if GE decides to do something else in this next game, maybe ban that Thresh like they did in the first one.
Probably a good idea.
FLICKR was a major reason why they were able to take that game, but good play all around. Someday again delivering in the top side on that Aurelia. He's had 2 blind pick Aurelia games in a row. He's done very well both times.
Yeah.
Fell behind early, but really made up for it. And GE needs to get their minds in the right spot, try and get together for these team fights, because it really looks like communication and coordination was lacking in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, the GE Tigers, yeah, they don't need to win it, but you still want to put on a pretty good show at least, right?
Yeah. Well, well played by KT, and it's nice that after they really did nothing in that first game, for them to bounce back. And
well, it almost makes you more frustrated because you see what they can do, so why don't they when they run other comps? Why is it only that heavy engaged style that they, the decision making should not be, associated with what comp you're playing?
Yeah, it's odd, but they don't have a very diverse playbook, it's true. So we'll see what GE does in picks and bans in this next game.
Yep, that's right. GE Tigers could still come back and win it. Go 13-0 so far in the season. I believe, is it 12? I don't know. I'm forgetting that today.
12-0.
Yeah, 12-0. They're like, yeah, whatever. This match is below us.
Well, doesn't have the greatest import, like we said. It won't be affecting their fortunes in the playoffs.
We'll be back for game number 3, guys. Don't go anywhere. Champions Korea right after this. And we are back on Champion Spring, and Nagne gets the MVP. Really good Cassiopeia play, rather, for him last game. And yeah, KT picked a comp they're used to, played it out really, really well.
And I really liked his build that game, too. It saved his butt multiple times, allowed him to get off some really nice plays right here. He doesn't have to do the most at the moment. Gets a couple of Twin Fangs down, flashes forward for a little bit more damage. Ends up with a double out of this, actually.
Yeah.
And stays pretty safe in the middle of his teammates, consistently doing that damage, and then find Kuro at the end of this one as well.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting out of that. Kuro using that flash early to get the kill onto score.
Nagne just destroying Gorilla right there, too. Heading over to the side and into safety, so GE tried to repeatedly pick Nagne right here, and they got a lot of crowd control down, but he's just barely able to survive.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Abyssal and the Seraph's Embrace that he had. So he absorbed, basically his job this game was cooldown sponge, but he did it well.
Yeah, he did. And he answered back with a lot of damage at the same time. GE, if they want to win this series, they'll have to make sure that KT doesn't get that type of comp again. They have to tighten up their own play a bit. They can certainly do it.
Yeah, especially Prey and Gorilla, who got cocky and really surprised by the Gromp take by Arrow and FLICKR in that first game.
That's right.
See if they return to some of their Thresh bans that they had in Game 1, although GE will be on the blue side for the second game in a row.
Well, if they don't prevent FLICKR from taking Thresh in one way or another, whether through picks or bans, I really have no idea what they're thinking. FLICKR's Thresh is way too big of a threat.
Right, and that priority on the Sejuani, it really didn't prove very effective. As soon as that was cleansed, the Sejuani ultimate, they really had no great follow-up to deal with the Cassiopeia or focus anyone else down. So
yep,
we're quite easily zoned out by the box and Cataclysm.
Well, Nofe coming in and being like, all right, guys, I think it's time to go back to the Jungle Mundo. That seemed to work for us pretty well in Game 1. Yep.
Maybe they won't ban Urgot, our secret weapon, this game.
Yeah. Put Prey back on the Urgot. Mid Kuro, or Kuro will be taking Sion to mid lane. Team tank. And here we are, picks and bans for Game 3. GE Tigers versus KT Rolster. And GE, of course, you know, they've locked up first place in the league right now. Technically, they don't need to win this match. However, I think they don't want to have that great score and one, you know?
And that one to be to KT Rolster, too.
Yeah.
That's a little iffy. So same bans from KT so far this game. Now a big mix-up. Lissandra available, Rek'Sai available this game.
I think the Thresh and Aurelia bans are pretty solid versus KT, though. Especially you have to get rid of that Thresh. But, you know, some days played a pretty good Aurelia today, too.
Yeah, he definitely has.
Yeah, worthy of a ban, for sure. So the final ban for KT, they're going to ban that Rumble, so they will give the Rek'Sai to Lee if GE wants to take it. We'll see if it's another first pick Sejuani, but with Rek'Sai up, I don't think you do that.
Yeah, I think you take the Rek'Sai here, absolutely, but there's a lot of stuff up. We've talked about how successful KT Rolster has been with that Lissandra. They've won the overwhelming majority of their games with that champion. Also the first time Maokai has not been banned, so they could just go ahead and take Maokai Lissandra right here. They will take the Sejuani instead. Of course, there is still a danger in that top lane Rek'Sai that has been appearing a lot more in solo queue.
This also gives Kuro Lissandra if they want to, or Smeb Lissandra too. I mean,
yeah, they have to take the Lissandra here, I think. Yeah,
I mean, if you're KT, do you need to take the Sejuani? I feel like taking Maokai Lissandra, even though it gives away your solo lanes, would have been a bit stronger. But oh no, they're taking away the Cassiopeia. Interesting. All right, they can still pick up the Lissandra. We'll see if they do that for Nagne.
This is not a champion that we've seen Kuro play.
Not yet. Not yet.
So a bit of a different look from him. He's been pulling out a few new champions in recent weeks. Of course, Victor is banned on this patch, so.
Yep, unavailable. Sadly.
Oh man, I really hope KT doesn't play the Xerath. That has not really gone well for them.
They're going to do it. They're going to play the Xerath.
It's really been a weak pick for Nagne. And one other problem here, yes, Diana has been much better for him. I think it's well suited to his play style.
Yeah.
We'll see a bit of a reverse matchup from what we saw in the last game, so if he can make it through lane.
Oh, Zed. Nagne obviously has played plenty of Zed as well, too. Any assassin, Nagne generally does quite well on. And he's going to bring it against Kuro's Cassiopeia.
First time we've seen Zed here in Korea in quite a while.
All right, well, there's some shields that will come in from Gorilla's Janna then. And who are they going to pick up as AD carry? Okay, Kog'Maw, of course. So finally, GE getting serious. Going to run the Juggermaw. And so what's that last pick? What's the support going to be for KT? FLICKR has defaulted to Leona when Thresh wasn't available. Janna not available either. I think, historically speaking, we're going to see that Leona. But Annie going to work quite well there, actually.
Yeah, they really need that engage right now. So tons of hard engage on the side of KT. A significant amount of peel from the GE Tigers. They will have that kite ability of that Cassiopeia with the high damage as well. So nice mixed damage threats right here. Although Age is still going to be pretty good because Kog'Maw does put out magic damage, percent HP with his Bio-Arcane Barrage.
I think this will be a good game because we have the potential to see both teams at their best this game, you know?
Yeah. Tons of engage from KT, lots of ability to push it under tower someday. Always been a good Maokai player, and GE playing the comp that they invented, this Juggernaut strategy with the Lulu in the top lane and Peel for the Kog'Maw in the Kog'Maw front line. So GE once again playing a game without a tanky top laner. We'll see if they can pull it off a little bit better, see if that coordination is there this time around. Certainly having that Kog'Maw at 2v2 with the Sivir at least will poke very heavily early, even if it will be vulnerable to an all-in at 6.
I feel like that Maokai is going to be kind of scary in the late game. We'll see if GE can deal with that.
This may slow Cassiopeia down a little bit too with an arm guard first.
Yeah.
May not be able to be as greedy with the tier.
Well, we'll see who takes it. GE versus KT all tied up. Game number 3 starts now. And here we are. GE Tigers versus KT Rolster. And we're in game 3. KT, they took a game off of SK Telecom. Took a game off of the GE Tigers now. But they still have those big holes in their play as a team. Luckily for them, this is the type of composition that they've been getting those wins with. So might actually be a pretty decent test for the GE Tigers.
Right, and GE going back to comfort.
Yeah.
For this composition.
Well, you can see they don't want to lose this match. You know, they mess around game 1, a little bit in game 2, but now it's time, apparently, to get serious. Although Kuro's Cassiopeia is new. We have not seen him play that yet.
Although, not surprised he can play it. It is a champion right up his alley.
Yeah. Wow, they're just going to walk right in. The ward goes down, but another ward from Kuro.
Yeah, they're just trying to disrupt the sapling stacking.
Yep. Right
there in the Raptor pit. Make sure that Kuro won't be getting too far behind in the laning phase immediately. It's still going to happen, though. Somebody's got to stop this from going on.
Well, Smeb could get over and do it. And they do have vision of the Raptor pit, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like they see at least one sapling there.
Yeah. Oh, they're not going to prevent it, though. Okay. Just going to allow Nagne to get that little XP boost.
Was really one of their primary issues that last game.
Oh no, there's 3 there, so that's actually going to go to someday. Yeah. Yep. Kind of do it both ways.
All right, Gromp again. 2 KT's dual lane was an issue. Prey only going to take the small Krug once again. So we'll see if they play a little bit more respectfully this time. And what KT can do with that level 2 advantage. Obviously, it's not going to be as big as having both Flay and Death Sentence like it was in the last one. And yes, they are just going to play further back this time. No risks taken by GE. They have learned their lesson and won't be going for that, so.
Yeah. FLICKR not quite having the engage potential level 2 that you get with Thresh if the stun isn't up on Annie.
Right.
But you've still got a lot of good auto attack harass.
Good damage, but certainly less of a threat. And GE just wanting to play this one a lower risk style and take the, instead of playing aggressively and risking early on, take that winning matchup and
Right.
roll with it between levels 1 and 5.
That makes sense. Score taking that Rift Scuttler and River as well, too, trying to keep Arrow and FLICKR a little bit safer. Although that seems unsafe, you know? You seem vulnerable, especially against like a Rek'Sai, but he'll get away with it.
I'm curious to see how Score runs with the Sejuani too, just because of the priority on it tonight overall. Again, and Score, it just hasn't been that successful tonight. We've seen some decent ultimates, particularly by Score. Score, I think, had a stronger showing on it in game 1. But with that cleanse coming in on Cassiopeia, 2 games in a row, once for each team.
Yeah. Suddenly, it's interesting. Suddenly, that Sejuani in all 3 games in our first match. I wonder if we're going to see more of that in Samsung versus CJ coming up after this.
Yeah, I think it's just more surprising that we didn't see it at all day 1, given the strength of that pick right now.
Yeah. It's a bit odd. But right now, in this lane, Prey doing a good job of keeping up on CS. Only a couple behind. Oh, gets stunned. Nice poke, actually, from KT. FLICKR got hit a couple times, too, but you've got those biscuits on the support. You can afford to take a couple hits.
Yeah, he certainly can. Lee actually going in for some pretty early deep wards right here. Score is going to use the Raptor buff to eliminate a ward in the river and head right onto the Scuttler in response.
Yeah.
That'll be Lee.
Can they dive this Maokai at this point?
Oh, no, probably not.
Be
They're
a little
not
bit
going.
too dangerous
Yeah,
with it.
and you don't know if Score's coming into topside at this point or not.
Yeah.
So it could be risky.
They've got a ward out. Somebody has taken some damage.
He's going to see Score with his Tremor Sense, though. So
yeah.
We'll get out of there immediately.
Yep, a little bit too dangerous. But Smeb putting a lot of harass onto Someday early on. CS will be even, though. FLICKR, I believe, just used his stun onto Gorilla, and that's going to allow Prey to come in and do a lot of damage to Arrow, and now to FLICKR. Whoops.
Yeah, this matchup, till they hit 6 and there's actually kill pressure from KT, can get pretty brutal in favor of the Kog'Maw, just using the W to walk forward like that and make those very aggressive trades with the additional damage from Eye of the Storm.
Yeah, if you use your stun on the support like that, you have to make really sure that your carry isn't in position to get just mauled by their carry.
Yeah, especially an autoing AD carry.
Oh, here we go. Flash stun onto Gorilla. Score coming down as well. Can he get the knockback? Gorilla already flashing. No, there's a flash now. Score gets a slow, though. Gorilla's so low in first blood. Taken by Arrow. A successful gank for KT. Nice flash W from FLICKR to set that all up.
Yeah, a lot of summoners burned, though, on the KT Arrow side, and we'll see Someday, who's quite low, gets zoned off the turret as a result, so they're trying to set up an advantage here for Smeb.
Yeah, Lee is just going to sit back there and probably help them get more damage onto that turret as Smeb goes back. Actually, Lee's going to go back too, okay. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kuro getting a little bit up on CS over Nagne, but as Zed, you're going to get poked pretty hard by this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I mean, you can farm safely with your shurikens, and you hope to try and make a play after you hit 6. And look at this, FLICKR coming up. Now, FLICKR doesn't have flash, so I'm not sure that's actually going to work out for him. And indeed, he veers off into the bottom side jungle.
Well, I mean, Cleanse is still up for Cassiopeia too, so
virtually impossible to get a kill right there unless Sejuani was also in the mid lane. So he had that flash, may have been a different story, but just more than likely not going to hit a stun walking up to a Cassiopeia like that. And even if you do, plenty of other ways to get out of there.
Smeb pretty well protected up in that top lane with that vision ward. Kuro. Everybody going with the same Cassiopeia skin today, apparently.
It's the popular one.
With the tail bling. Yeah, I mean, with Zed, you're going to be using that Q to farm so much, you're not going to have the time really to get harass on. Oh, FLICKR going to walk into that brush. Nice knock-up. FLICKR in a lot of trouble here. He's going to go down and Prey gets a kill. Whoops. That was a big old face check, wasn't it?
That was a giant face check.
Yep.
They're going to try and take blue as a result, though, so not actually a bad response from KT Rolster, but that Sheen burned down FLICKR awfully quickly.
Yeah. Wow.
And so they're going to roll into the enemy side blue. Of course.
Score. Is that Zoolander? Because he's got blue steel.
Oh, God. That was the worst.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Oh. Oh, yeah. I'll be here, well, one more day this week. And then back next week.
And the week after that.
And the week after that as well.
All right, punishing fans 24/7. Well, Kuro doesn't know his blue is gone, so score is 6.
Score. He's just going to recall. Yep. Oh, no blue.
Wow, well, I mean,
it's going to be annoying.
It was a nice try, especially since, you know, he didn't necessarily, I suppose, know how many people were going to be in that top side, so might as well see if you can set something up instead. Not in a position to do anything, and a little bit nervous about that 2v2. So.
Well, things very even up so far. The blue steel, of course, helping the KT rollsterers. But I wonder what's going to happen around this first dragon. Warding pretty adequate for KT at the moment. They're trying to get a little bit more in there, but GE can fight back a bit.
Yeah, this...
they're going for it.
Starting at least. I mean, they see Gorilla right there. There is a ward in the Dragon Pit. Score took a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, they did. Well, they're committed. Now, can GE respond? Lee is there. Prey can come up as well. Gorilla there. I think GE could contest this. Dragon getting a bit low. Here comes Lee. There's a knock-up. Arrow dodges it with that spell shield. Teleport's coming in for both top laners right now, but GE a little bit better angle on it. They're going to try to go in onto the mid laner now. Nagne to the back lines onto Kuro. Kuro trying to stay safe. Dragon getting lower. It's going to be taken by GE. Meanwhile, stun used for score. Can KT get some kills out of this? Everybody's still up right now. Ignite used on Nagne already. Gorilla trapped in the pit. But trading your support for the Dragon isn't the worst thing ever. And so in the end, GE takes that one.
Wow, really actually quite surprising that GE managed to get that, considering that their jungler was trapped behind the pit, busy being death-marked.
I think it was just the pressure from Prey. He was just so scary walking up lane like that.
Yeah, they barely got it in the end anyway, just trying to burst it down as hard as they could. But KT, I think, lost sight of the prize right there, going for the kill instead.
Yeah, you can't do that against GE Tigers as well. Oh, Lee and Prey taking this opportunity to move up. FLICKR. Oh, no. It's another bush check, and it's another dead Annie. Potentially. Prey Seeker blocked by Arrow. Nice play, and Prey can't quite get the range. Wow, that was close.
I didn't think he had the mana for the ult either.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Quite low, so just couldn't quite pull it. But FLICKR, wow, needs to check his face checks right there. That's the second time he's found a Rek'Sai in a brush.
Yeah, and
pretty inadvertently, and he's not level 6 yet, so.
Well, face checking with Annie is very different from face checking with Thresh as well, too. If you face check with Annie, you have no response, really, especially if you have no stun. Whereas Thresh, you can play and all that good stuff.
Yeah, you also are tankier, so that helps a lot in terms of being forgiving for mistakes, but that was really, really a narrow escape from FLICKR.
Well, and we don't usually see GE do those kind of brush hide things like they just did, too, so I think maybe seeing a little bit of a weakness on the KT side, something they can possibly punish.
At this point, I'd be pretty confident in punishing FLICKR.
Yep.
He's just going to face check every bush relentlessly on the bottom side of the map.
He had a nice play for first blood, but we've just seen that if he's not on that Thresh, he's so inconsistent. He can make plays, but he'll also make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, his Janna ults were really off in that first game.
Yeah. And when he plays Leona, he's able to, make picks here and there. I've got a feeling it's going to be very similar to how we're going to see this Annie work out. He's going to make plays. He's going to get caught a lot. Nagne trying to go in on a Kuro. Here's Score. The flash. A lot of damage onto Kuro. There goes him. League down as well. Nice gank from KT. FLICKR showing up there as well. Score just getting in the middle of everything there.
And again,
be careful.
KT's been playing so aggressively on the map in these last couple of games that they've been able to take advantages just by striking first, basically. They have a man advantage, seemingly every time. FLICKR is 6. Prey is in the bottom lane alone.
Oh, Tibbers onto Prey, going to lock him up under that turret. FLICKR in a little bit of trouble. There's a knockup. It might keep him alive, and it does. FLICKR makes it out. There's those plays we were talking about. He can certainly make them. He's got the mechanical skill.
Wow, Prey again. That is 2 deaths that FLICKR has just so narrowly avoided. This could be a very different game had he given up a couple of extra kills, but instead escaping narrowly.
Smeb a bit low. He's got his ult, he's got flash, but this is still kind of dangerous. Someday going in on him now, up in the top lane.
Yeah, Someday doesn't have an AP though, so
yeah,
Smeb just ults himself and gets out.
Should be okay. We're not even gonna, there we go. Gonna look now. Yep, Smeb not too concerned.
Annie now coming up to the top side. FLICKR wants to continue to make plays, wants to see if he can find a stun right here. Nagne hasn't been freed up from the mid lane, but does have a couple of kills. I mean, this is really dangerous for GE.
It is. Well, 2 kills on Arrow as well. Kills on all the right people right now.
Well, big lead for KT early.
Yep. And Score doing what Score does best, just being there every time. He's got 100% contribution for each kill.
He's consistently been in the top, very top of the kill contribution percentages for his team throughout this season, and in the league actually.
Still top in the league right now.
Yeah, he led, and he's been leading for this entire season pretty much, so he's been instrumental to his team's success. His team may not have done well, but Score individually has made the plays.
Flash engage onto Smeb. Smeb not even time to flash away. And another kill. FLICKR didn't get there.
Why would you stay? You're low.
I know.
Don't have your ultimate. You have teleport available. I mean, yeah, you want to save it for that dragon that's coming up, but at the same time, now the onus is on him. He didn't use the TP for that, so can he use it effectively at the dragon? Only Arrow left in the bottom side, though, so a hard push coming in. But
they didn't get a lot of damage done on that turret, though.
Wave clear, very good for this Sivir. Even with the Kog'Maw with the Sheen, you can't quite get it down yet. And it's going to take another few minutes for this composition from GE to really come online. And KT has the edge they need at this point in time to get a snowball right here.
I mean, the one nice thing for GE is that they actually, at least they have the breathing room to give up this next dragon. They don't need to really worry about contesting it. They just need to worry about farming and getting some items. Getting some power, because right now there's not a lot.
Yeah, they also pick champions, especially in mid and bot, that really do need a lot of farm. You have to get that farm. You have to get those stacks onto Cassiopeia in order for her to be effective. And Kog'Maw and Cassio, those big late game threats, but you have to be able to get there first.
I don't even know if, even if GE has like good vision, has a position, if they should try to fight this dragon. I think they need to let this go. What do you think?
Maybe, well, we'll see how they decide to move right now.
Vision really good for KT. And
yeah, it's so dangerous.
For a team that's been so prolific in warding all season long, GE Tigers just not getting them in the right place at the right time this series. Not really any of the 3 games, honestly.
Someday getting a bunch of free autos on the turret.
Oh, yeah.
Lulu was just kind of wandering around the side of the map. They want to make a play. I don't know if they can actually kill Someday, though.
They're going to try. He doesn't have flash. There's a knock-up. Someday really low, goes twisted advance onto Smeb. Into the river now. He's at least leading GE on a merry chase as KT takes another dragon, or takes their first dragon, rather. Someday very, very low. And here comes Nagne and FLICKR. This could turn around. Someday still alive. Twisted advance comes in for the kill onto Lee. Wow, they got dragon walked all the way up to top lane. Got a kill there, got the bottom turret. What in the world? This could not be going worse for the GE Tigers.
Yeah, and I mean, that's an extremely unlikely gank to be effective. Someday has the cowl already.
Yeah.
So there's not really a whole lot you can do. Prey is just going to maybe kill Arrow, though.
Oh, well, they
force
get flash.
both summoners, actually. Got to turn it around, however.
Teleport coming in for Someday. That was a little bit overeager. So teleport out of the way now, at least.
Force Prey's flash, though.
Yeah, but it's good to see KT be aggressive. That's okay.
I don't know why you gank top lane right here. This is just so unlikely to be successful, and they gave them so much time to respond as well.
Excellent flash tibbers from FLICKR, too, there. Really saved Someday's life. He was like 1 auto from death.
And yeah, and that's another very near death from KT that just doesn't happen. It's not GE's day in terms of these little advantages.
Yeah.
And now KT can split push with this Zed.
Oh, hello. Well, FLICKR coming up again. Score trying to bait Smeb back, but not going to work out. Not this time. All right, so Prey has his Trinity Force, but still pretty low damage on the team.
Yeah, 4.5K gold behind it. Who's going to stop the Zed at this point, too?
Yeah.
you have a lot of immobile champions like Cassiopeia and Kog'Maw who he is going to be able to abuse.
Not a lot of armor.
Nagne needs to start getting into a side lane, though. Wants that last Whisper, but he needs to start putting some more pressure on. I guess he's just going to do it in mid lane because no one is there right now to save this tower.
Well, Lee is there, but Nagne just uses that Living Shadow to get away. Pokes Lee pretty heavily someday. What? Pardon me, coming through. Don't worry about me.
Okay.
Yeah, I decided to show up. It's like, hey.
I think he saw Kuro coming in and decided that maybe this wasn't the best time to attempt to kill Rek'Sai, but...
Heard there was some action in mid. Someday is there. Yeah, killing that Rift Sculler helps out a bit. No dragon for a while, but you'll be able to get a little bit more vision in case Arrow wants to push up that lane, but he's going to go top. That's the only outer turret that really... Actually, I don't know if that has a whole lot of health left. We'll see. Nagne moving back down towards mid, but Kuro's back.
Yeah, they have to hold on to these towers right now. They should have enough defensive capabilities to do it, enough wave clear, but this is a really important moment for GE in this game. And KT, they swap appropriately, may be able to make something out of it. I mean, this Maokai is really strong and can just clear the wave. Smeb not able to harass very effectively against Maokai right now, and there's always the threat with these deep wards in the jungle that Maokai's just going to push up the wave and walk mid and just dive mid onto Kuro. He comes from behind like he did again with that Righteous Glory, and him and Zed will easily be able to clean up this Cassiopeia. So super dangerous moment right here. Somebody has to be stopped from walking into the mid lane.
I don't think Someday can be stopped at all at this point. It's going to be very hard to kill this Maokai from here on out.
Well, fortunately, you have 2 late game hyper carries, so
that's the only hope.
There is a ray of hope at this point, but yes, Someday is quite strong. It hasn't been Smeb's game tonight, and it's something that GE Tigers did against WE as well. When they got behind in that third game, they started inexplicably ganking Smeb's lane for apparently no reason when it had a very low chance of success.
It's true.
And that actually, again, set them further behind because they committed very awkwardly to these desperate ganks. And I don't know what it is about this team, but that's the second time in a Game 3 where we've seen them do that, and it cost them way more than they've gained.
It's interesting. These are vital things to know, too, if you're going to face GE Tigers in the playoffs.
Wait until they fall behind early and then just camp top lane because you know that's where they're going to go. Even
Apparently.
if there's a super tank that they can't kill up there with their utility mage.
Starting to look that way. It seems like GE struggles against Maokai specifically sometimes, too. I mean, who doesn't these days, but...
It's the reason it was banned.
Yeah, but ganking that top lane, yeah, it's a bit silly.
Wow, this set is so strong right now. KT has to do something with it before everybody gets too many Zonias and QSSs and all that other stuff.
Right. Well, that's kind of the one big danger is that KT, a team that's struggled a bit in closing out games, not so much with this type of composition, but has a lot in the past overall. Can they close out this vital game now? To be the only team so far to win a match against the GE Tigers, it'd be interesting.
Well, I don't think they're going to make much of a play at this dragon at the moment. They have to protect that top tier 1. They can't lose a tower and dragon right now. That would be pretty disastrous, but it looks like Prey will hop back up into the top side in time. Does have a Bilgewater Cutlass. Arrow just pushing out into the bottom, help them secure that dragon as much as possible. So GE looks like another dragon they have to give up. And man, that first one means so much for them right now. It bought them so much time.
Yeah, really.
Wow, they're going to lose a tier 2.
Yeah, they might lose their top laner as well. Smeb flashes out, but that's a stun from Annie, and he is going to get blown up. FLICKR right there for the catch.
Pretty easy kill, honestly. I mean, the thing for GE, they had no wards in bottom side jungle, and they rode the wave right into a dive. So obviously you see a lot of people missing on the map. Pretty predictable play from KT, but Lee not there. Or to try and turn it around. Ooh, nice smite. Chilling smite, I guess, onto Arrow.
Making his presence felt, I guess.
All right.
I don't know.
Here's the threat now. Timbers is still up, so that's going to cause Kuro to back right off from the mid lane.
Oh, they're going to get a turret. the first turret of the game. Meanwhile, Dragon being taken again by KT. And this would be their second, I believe. GE trying to push up mid lane.
Not going to get it. I mean, Zed has to go into a side lane now. This whole Zed mid nonsense that's going on has been happening for far too long. Sivir is perfectly capable of holding the mid lane, and they have to apply more pressure in that fashion. Still nobody top. And that's maybe just a free turret for Maokai. It is.
Wow, okay. GE trying to make it as hard for themselves as possible.
Well, they're getting past the point of no return right now, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, if you're GE Tigers, right, you just want to sit by your tier 2s and farm. You just want to wait and farm and farm and farm.
Yep.
And then if you can keep people from dying, you can come back with a super late game. But if GE wins this is going to go to like 50 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost certainly, but like I said, that first Dragon going to GE actually is going to end up being huge because of how much time it buys them. And the QSS first build onto John against Annie, we've seen Gorilla do this in the past. It has been very, very effective. Just able to cleanse off the Tibbers and then Monsoon to prevent any follow-up. And he has to be able to get the Monsoon off against the composition that he's dealing with. But Annie Sejuani really terrifying in terms of that AoE crowd control.
Seriously, yeah. That's a lot of stun if you can land it successively. If you can chain it correctly.
Wow, Kuro really scared this game. Went Seraphs right after finishing that Zhonya's Hourglass, so a lot of shields. Ways to deal with Zed coming in. Nagne maybe finally heading into bottom side. Although there's no tower up there right now. I mean, I think he would be doing better against Smeb in top, honestly. It will be really hard for him to actually kill an inhibitor turret at this early stage of this game.
Well, nothing satisfies you, does it, Mari Cristo?
Go top. Nagne gets
Finally
found.
goes into a side lane. It's the wrong one. I see.
Hey, get a tower. That's what he's built for. And no armor on Lulu, so.
Oh, man. He's built for stealth assassinations, not hitting buildings until they fall over.
It would be a bit more of a challenge to get a stealth assassination onto Kuro, considering his build. God, mid tower's so low right now.
Yeah, they can just kind of walk up and kill it as soon as GE backs off.
Score, I think, really smart to get the early Aegis this game. We talked about that coming in, but because of Kog'Maw's mixed damage too, that does them so many favors.
You know, the thing is even though GE is really far behind, 6,000 gold right now, and, you know, a considerable amount of map control as well, if it does go to the super late game, oh, Gorilla really getting poked hard. If it does go to the super late game, you just can't imagine a team like GE losing in that situation against a team like KT that has seemed so indecisive. I feel like if it gets to that point, KT's just going to get too flustered.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's just also the team compositions that we've got here. Yeah, just the more QSS that come out. It's
just speaking purely about the players, though, you know? Oh, on to Gorilla they go. He's going to go ahead and cleanse his way out of that.
Because he had the QSS, he actually blew Sivir ult right there as well. So
Very
two
nice.
ults just for the QSS active. Didn't even have to use Monsoon. Really nicely done.
Well, we've been seeing a lot of fast QSSs on Janna against these types of compositions, and this is why you need it, you know?
Yeah, Gorilla really the one to innovate that build as well. So now GE will feel more confident about pushing early on right here. Lee is going to find a pink ward right there. Someday, it's a little bit of a crit, but not too much damage.
Oh, they're going to go in onto Lee a little bit. Score coming over the wall for that one. Flashes used. Tibbers down onto Gorilla. He's in trouble. Flashes away himself to his advance. Down onto Kuro. There's a wild growth, though. GE trying to turn it around. Prey untouched so far. FLICKR gets taken down by Kuro. He's going to use that Zhonya's. Man, is Prey getting a lot of damage done. Oh, but now the big engage onto Prey. Nagne coming in with that death mark as well as Someday. Prey still lives through it all. KT extremely low health right now, but this one has been fought to a bit of a stalemate.
Oh, no, it hasn't. They're going to keep sieging right now. And that was the one fight that KT couldn't take. Why would you take that?
Can you really siege? GE Tigers has no minions. They're going to have to wait a long time.
Well, but there's nobody else on the side. They have to make it back right now. There's only 50% turret left. There is a Trinity Forest. There's the TP, but they forced a TP at the very least out of it, so now they have TP advantage. That's the fight you don't want to fight if you're KT.
Yeah.
You have your ults down. You need those. And then FLICKR didn't do a great job with his Tibbers either, so let's take a look at this one again. So he flashes, only hits Gorilla, but the thing is Gorilla flashes immediately. Kuro in for the ultimate. And then there's just no more CC, there's no more follow-up. This is the perfect fight for GE. Kuro gets that wild growth, manages to take out FLICKR, gets the Zhonya's off as well, and then Prey, he's just so tanky right here. Able to survive through nearly everything while constantly auto-attacking. Like, it doesn't get much better for GE than to fight when two of those ults are down. And they only got traded, what, 1-for-1 for that, but even so, that's going to drag out this game in a way that is good for the GE Tigers.
Oh, very good, yeah. Dragon coming up in about 10 seconds now, and that was a classic Juggernaut fight right there where Prey is so safe and gets so much damage in on the other team. I mean, that was that was very close to GE just getting an ace with how low KT got there. And here we go, Prey coming in. Look at that poke onto FLICKR. That speed on that Kog'Maw from the Whimsy, the shields. Look at that. And this should be, we'll see if they can get the turret. Oh, they're sticking around. Prey can't quite do it. One auto away.
And trying to find a flank with the Zed right now.
Yeah, they don't want to give up too much too with this Dragon alive now. Nagne, lurking in the shadows.
He's not going to be able to get there. He's not going to be able to get there without being seen, though. You can see there are really good flank wards for GE as they continue this assault. They force the Sivir to be blown defensively.
Oh, man. Oh, and nice whirlwind to stop the engage. The ult from Sejuani more or less wasted. Someday still gets a kill onto Lee anyway, but could have been a lot worse. GE backs away. Have they lost this Dragon, though?
Well, Lee is the least valuable member of this team to lose, so it's like they will lose the Dragon, but they're going to get the tower for it.
Yeah, it's still only the third Dragon. It does put more pressure on, but things could be worse. It is still an 8,000 gold lead for KT Rolster. That turret still is up.
Arrow got back in the nick of time.
Yep.
Of course, you don't want to be standing out front there trying to ward off those minions if you're Maokai up against this Kog'Maw. And the last Whisper's coming in real soon.
Well, the thing is that the damage that GE Tigers are doing in this team fight is only going to keep going up.
Correct.
So with that type of disengage that the GE showed in that last fight, KT is going to pay for it more each time it doesn't work.
They're coming after Someday. They're going to get him.
He's pretty tanky, but that's a 3-for-1. Someday coming back in. And FLICKR trying to get there in time, but it's not going to work. There's a kill for Kuro, even getting that on probably the person you want it the most on right now.
Yep, absolutely. So this is turning around for GE. Yes, you see this large gold deficit, but Cassiopeia Kog'Maw starting to get rolling right here.
Yep.
And GE may have turtled their way into the late game successfully.
Well, that's kind of the intent, isn't it? Turtle your way to success with the Juggernaut. So, 3 dragons for KT, but all the dragons in the world won't matter if you're not able to actually get in and do damage to the carries on the other team.
I mean, Nagne still can split push too, so.
Yes, he can. Several use. There's a teleport coming in. Tibbers onto Prey. Prey caught completely, and that is not a fight GE wants now. Everyone on KT just jumping all over. Kuro goes down. That's what can happen if your positioning is not the best.
You can't be there while Lulu is not there. You have to have Lulu with the composition in order for this to work. So we are going to get a little bit of a pause right now.
All right.
But that was a very nice engage from KT. Lulu in the bottom side. And
Kuro leaves the game. Something going on there.
Yeah, just really, really greedy. You'll get that tower eventually. What you don't want to do is give them even more of a snowball and try and hand over a Baron, which can really force the hand of GE.
Yeah, Kuro's ult was unused in that fight. Just kind of, with everything they used on Prey, it's kind of a bit surprising that he didn't get that off in time. And it looks like it is an issue with his computer, too. Interesting.
Well, I'm pretty sure that fight goes the same way, even if he does get his ultimate off. But
with Prey out of the way, there's not going to be a lot Kuro can do, even if he does get the ult off. Since as soon as it ends, he will just be utterly destroyed like we saw him utterly destroyed.
Wow, so Frozen Heart on a Someday now, too. It's really important that Prey gets this last Whisper
Yeah.
as soon as possible. We are going to be starting right back into the game.
Well, you'd imagine that Thornmail is coming soon after for Someday as well, too, right? Not good for Prey. And KT immediately going over to that Baron, and with 3 members of GE down, this is going to be an easy one to take.
Really nothing at all they can do. Overextending in the mid side, not respecting the teleport engage and the speed at which KT can get in on them. I mean, between Talisman and On the Hunt, you're going to have a rough time.
Yes, you are. All right, well, turn the bot lane taken. So GE able to get one objective at least before having to fall back to defend this Baron push from KT.
Will be a miracle now if GE wins.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Yeah, Randuin's almost done for score as well.
And FLICKR, you know, after those first early face checks, he's really shown up this game.
Yeah, he's been making a lot of nice plays.
But I think really Score has done a remarkable job tonight as well.
Yep.
Especially this game. He was in the right place, got the good counter ganks off.
Going into today's match, I believe he was still 79% kill contribution, which is not his peak, but still
His peak was like
really
85,
high.
no joke.
Yeah, it's ridiculous,
He's
man.
had so many, especially early in this season.
Well, he's had to carry this team on his shoulders basically the entire season long.
Right. It's only recently that they started to pick it up. First it was Nagne picking it up, and still Someday and Arrow kind of dying in the side lanes or underperforming. But recently they have been coming together, at least in terms of their laning phase well, and it's only been in the...
Oh, there we go, trying to come in, yep.
Oh, they wasted the
Prey
ult.
backs away, and that is not the type of engage. They'll still get the tier 2. They still push the GE Tigers back. But you're right, cooldown's down a little bit for KT anyway.
I don't know if they needed to commit quite that hard right there for that.
Not for a tier 2, no.
Yeah, you probably could just chase them off with the Sivir ult, and that'll be enough.
Yeah.
'Cause now there's no longer that threat when it comes to taking the next tier 2. No Talisman either.
Yep.
I think that
No Righteous Glory either.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the end of this siege now. They overcommitted. Of course, they could have gotten an inhibitor with a kill, but that's the risk you take.
Well, they might be able to get this tier 2. A lot of damage on the score. Ooh, and that is Prey doing what Prey does. Oh, and they're going to come back in. Prey walked a little bit too far forward, but they keep him alive with the shields. The turret does go down. Lee flashing out of there. Someday flash twist advance onto Lee. They still want kills. KT diving this turret. Arrow picks one up, but Prey answers right back with a kill onto Someday. Literally, well, very little damage. I almost used literally incorrectly there. Very little damage. Literally very little damage done to that turret. There we go.
Oh, wow. Actually, Someday went for the second Aegis right here. I really think that's a good idea.
Interesting.
Stacking up, again, that MR is effective against the Kog'Maw due to the nature of Bioarcane Barrage. So,
yep. Should be the end of the Baron push, too.
Smed looks like he'll be going into an Hourglass next.
Yeah.
A little bit of survivability.
Man. GE Tigers, 12,000 gold down. We have not seen this that often.
No, if ever. It is surprising how similarly this game looks to their Game 3 match against WE and IEM, though.
Yeah.
A big early deficit, poor choice of ganking targets by Lee, a little bit of desperation, not coordinated in the skirmishes early on.
And kind of messing around in the first 2 games, too. Huh.
Well, they got nothing to play for here, so.
Exactly. It doesn't hurt them in this tournament. But a habit you don't want to carry into semifinals of other tournaments in the future. This should be a 4th dragon with no issue at all for KT. And it will be. So KT poised to hand the GE Tigers their first loss of the season, their first match loss of the season.
KT once again showing that they are just very strong when they can straight up run at you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they have been outplaying the last couple of games GE in these skirmishes, so.
Yeah, they have.
As long as KT stays away from
It's
double AD compositions and Xerath and poke comps.
basically every other comp but the one they're running right now.
But they seem to have enough options in terms of champions to run this comp that it's really hard to deal with it now.
Yeah, they have a little bit of variation in there, but it's a very distinctive style for this team. But the champion pools, right now at least, seem to be okay.
Honestly, I kind of wonder if Karthus would have been a better pick against this game, because that's something that would be very difficult for them to all in.
Well, you can imagine Kuro on a lot of other champions that he would do much better on. You know, what about the Xerath? The Xerath was open this game.
Yeah, it's all right.
Could have gone for it. That would be pretty good poke with Prey.
Yeah, it's dangerous, though, with Zed.
Zed, yes, of course.
I'm not sure they're going to actually be able to crack this base, though, for a little bit. Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, yeah, they're diving way in onto Prey. I don't think
Nice
Prey was
job.
expecting that. And this is what KT does best. Hard engage, and they caught Prey.
Look at how well they did that, though.
Yeah.
They went on to Prey while Score threw his ultimate onto Lulu, so Lulu couldn't use abilities on
Beautiful.
it. That was a very nice engage from KT. They knew exactly how they had to plan that one out.
Yep. That equals an easy inhibitor. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Really well done. That's what you have to do. You have to make sure you get your crowd control onto the Lulu. And with the lead they have, easily able to burst down Prey, even through that QSS.
Man, when you combine those active items with the Sivir ult, you move so fast as a team. Prey just could not react fast enough.
Yeah, scary. I think that banning this Sivir out was pretty important to the way that KT's been playing in their last couple of games tonight. Probably more important to get rid of than the LeBlanc, especially since we know that Kuro is a strong LeBlanc player himself.
So righteous glory for FLICKR, but the Manor banner of command for someday picked up. It's the Manor banner.
Well, it will
I
be,
love it.
once they get Baron again, it will be really hard for GE to stop their sieging.
It's useful, but you got to think maybe probably wouldn't be picking that up if it wasn't against the GE Tigers.
No, I actually think it's the best choice right here, legitimately. Really? Well, you can build Lock-In, but
all right,
if you're already going to get the second Aegis, which I understand.
They're going to try to go in. FLICKR flashes. Wow, what an engage. That was a fast Annie, but GE trying to turn around. Prey still alive. The Juggermaw is doing work. That's a double kill now for FLICKR, and KT may have overstepped someday with the kill. Lee in a lot of trouble. Gets a knock up, gets taken out. 2 kills on each side. GE Tigers ready for that one, and Arrow and FLICKR pay for it.
Yeah, Kuro turned that around really nicely. Prey also managed to get the QSS off on the death mark as it came in, so lives just with a sliver of health at the end of that engagement, but that's going to delay KT's ability to take the Baron. KT should not have engaged right there. They should have just gone for Baron and then used the banner to siege with. That's the safest play.
The thing is if they had lost like Nagne, then that would have been a Baron potential for GE Tigers as well.
Yeah, could have been dangerous, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But they're so far ahead that even when they don't have the greatest positioning in the fight, or Kuro's able to do work and turn it around a little bit.
That Annie is just hilariously fast, though. It's pretty great. But Flash is down for a little while now, so FLICKR won't quite have as much engage potential. Prevented Smeb's recall there a moment ago.
Yeah, they're still going to find themselves in pretty good position right here to at least attempt to contest this Baron. Whether they will actually be able to pull it off or not is a different story.
Well, GE has successfully forced it into the super late game at this point, or into the late game. Anyway, Baron for KT, they'll take that one easily. GE Tigers, with the warding that KT had, GE doesn't really have any opportunity to catch them in the jungle, so they're just going to have to back off and defend.
Yep, and 1 minute until Dragon number 5. Seems that KT will be able to smoothly close this game out. They found that massive gold lead that you need.
Yeah, GA for score now, so he'll be coming back. And Prey needs to be a little bit careful. We've seen what kind of engage KT can bring on him again. Big key now is just a flash being down for Annie makes him a little bit safer.
Yeah, all the speed items. I'm not sure how safe that makes you, really.
Well, we'll find out right now. Prey trying to get away. He will flash. He will QSS. Deathmark down onto him. There's a nice ult from Gorilla, though. Someday comes in with the disadvantage. There's a wild growth, but it's not going to keep Prey alive, even with all that. The Juggernaut just couldn't take the punishment that KT will deliver a double kill for Nagne. That is going to be the end of that with the death timers being the way they are. And KT Rolster going to come back in this series after losing game 1, winning 2 in a row. And even though it doesn't really make a difference in Champions Korea right now, they will get the first match win over the GE Tigers. GG.
Well played by them in the last 2 games, reverting back to their comfortable style after missing out on some power spike timings in the first game. But they showed that they're very good with this all-in, and this is a team that looked a lot better last week, that's for sure, in spite of some misplays. They're not 100% yet, but they bullied their way through the laning phase tonight, and GE showing that they really can't keep falling so far behind early.
Yeah.
And expect their team fighting to bail them out, but well played by KT. They may not have a shot at the playoffs, but they do look better.
They do, yeah. And this is, I mean, the bright side for this is that this is looking good for KT going into summer, right? This is a KT that could potentially be a top 4 team if they continue to improve.
Yeah, they've definitely really started to address a lot of the issues that we've seen them have, and man, score was good in that last game.
Oh yeah, definitely an MVP performance put on in game number 3, and really the entire series.
Well played from KT. We knew it had to come to an end sometime. This will be end of the road for the GE Tigers' undefeated season.
It didn't have to come to an end, but with the GE Tigers, we kind of knew it would eventually, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Well, it's very unlikely they would be able to win 14 consecutive best-of-3s.
Seriously, yeah. And, I mean, it's at a point where it doesn't matter anymore. This loss does absolutely zero to hurt the GE Tigers in this tournament. They're still #1 seed, still going to the playoffs.
They can lose all the rest of their remaining matches 0-2 and still be first seed in the playoffs.
Yep, that's right. But happy faces on KT Rolster. And I'm sure you're happy to see that too, Monty.
Hey, KT Rolster are the reigning champions of this league, Doa.
That's true, they are. Arrow, reigning champion. Oh boy. Wherefore art thou, Hachani?
Well, I think FLICKR looking like a bit of an upgrade right now. Certainly had some good games tonight.
Yeah, and for the first time performing really well in a champion that's not Thresh too, which is pretty important if you're KT and you want to have this guy be your long-term support.
Yeah, definitely the meta working in their favor right now, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Disengage hasn't quite been there for them, but teams rise and fall with the changes made in the game, and this may be KT's time.
Could be. Well, when we come back, guys, it's going to be CJ Entus versus Samsung.
Another huge upset incoming?
Possibly, I don't know. But, you know, with the way KT has been playing and the way GE sometimes kind of falters, this one, it's a big upset. But it's maybe not as big as it would have been a few weeks ago, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I will say that. But if Samsung beats CJ, that is a pretty major upset. Or that's just kind of normal CJ as well, too. You take your pick, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our second best of the 3 of the night here on Champions Korea. Samsung Galaxy versus CJ Entus with Doa and Monte Cristo, as always. Here in Seoul, South Korea. We'll see you then.
Just enough time to plan and escape, but I put my map on the wall in the basement. up next, Samsung, CJ Entis, 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Spring.
And we are back. The Game 3 MVP is Score 504, 90% contribution to the kills that were had in that game. No big surprise. This guy is a superstar jungler.
Great Sejuani play.
Yes.
You know, what's interesting about Score is that coming into this season, we had heard from just a lot of the players saying that when they scrimmed against KT, they're like, wow, Score is so good. Score is the best jungler. Now,
Yeah.
hasn't really shown that, but he has been much more solid than KT's record would really indicate. And see that right here, being a major player. And GE just a step behind all of KT's map movements right here in this game. And there's the follow-up once again, just liberally using Sejuani ultimate. They get Prey right there.
Yep.
Mark comes in, but
Boom.
dies immediately.
What do you do? KT? Getting all the engages they wanted. This was a great one. Look at that. Ult onto Smeb, allowing them to kill Prey.
Really nice closure to that
Yeah.
part of the game and that siege on the inhibitor.
FLICKR had a great game as well, too. A lot of good catches on Annie. Despite a couple a little bit awkward face checks early on, he had a pretty good showing as well.
Well, somebody has to be the Hachani on this team.
It's true. Yes, see, he's like learning from Hachani, and Hachani's like, all right, so if you're not sure if anyone's in a bush, you better go in yourself and check it, because otherwise you don't know. Thanks, Hachani. FLICKR clearly listening. So this brings us to our MVP interview. Just a moment after we stop looking at all these lovely fans who've come to the studio today. There we go. So translated once again by June. Take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Monte. Hello, global fans. Today an upset happened with KT beating G Tigers today. With Nagne and Score being the MVPs of Game 2 and 3 respectively. So there was a mistake on the previous interview where they thought that KT had no chance of reaching the playoffs in the previous interview when they had it with KT players, but they had a slight probability there. But anyway, first interview with Nagne, you were able to beat the G Tigers. How do you feel right now? I feel really good breaking G Tigers' win streak. But slightly disappointed that we were able to play this well, like this late into the season. We weren't able to play as well as we did today in our previous matches. So you were able to play really well against Kuro. Did you feel any burden playing against Kuro today? In the first game, we thought that we kind of lost the series because they played so well, but our coach has encouraged us. So instead of playing passive champions, playing champions such as Cassiopeia really helped me to play well in games 2 and 3. So in game 2, you showed immortal Cassiopeia. Even though you got initiated, your teammates were able to support very well. So how did you feel then? In that team fight, I just used my Stone Gaze and just ran. I was just carried by my teammates. So in game 2, you were able to get to 5 dragon stacks and Baron. How is this possible against G Tigers? G Tigers are very known to control objectives very well. But like right now, we're posting really good results on scrims, and also I think we're playing really well right now. So we're really confident in our team play and synergy as well. So I think that was the reason why. So in game 3, you played Zed. Not seen so much often in Champions, but seen in other regions. So why did you pick Zed in this game? In scrims, we prepared a lot of Z, and also we practice Z because as a counter to the Juggernaut strategy that G Tigers like to run. So today is the mid laners day. So what do you say most as a mid laner? I don't really talk a lot, but I just say back. I don't really like to fight. In team fights, I like to be the one who survives. So. So anything you want to say to your fans? Thanks for supporting us as always. And we're sorry to not perform as well as we did today in the previous matches. But in the future, we'll try our hardest and play as well as we did today. Thank you very much for supporting us. All right, interview with Score now. So what are your thoughts after winning? You must feel really really good today. We thought we'll win today, honestly, because our scrims has been going so well. But our opponents were GE, so there was a slight possibility that there was a slight doubt in our minds that we'd lose today. But we won, so we were very happy. I thought we'll win either 2-1 or lose 2-0 today. So you were able to post very successful ganks on mid, top, and then bottom. So did you think that was the recipe for your success? I think Kuro's not playing very confident. So I thought I would just gank his lane, gank him, and that turned out very well for me. So do you think Sejuani suits you? It's a very contested pick right now, very hot pick. I think Sejuani is a very good champion right now. In game 1, I lost at Sejuani, but so I thought that many people would think that Sejuani is not so good, but in game 3 I showed a pretty good game as Sejuani, so I think that there's going to be a lot of Sejuani players upcoming. So what about the Pearl Rider Sejuani? I really want to buy that skin, but it's not available right now for sale. So I want to say to Riot, dear Riot, please give me the Pearl Rider skin. So your next opponent is IM. Anything you want to say to them? We're kind of out of the contention for playoffs right now, but we'll try our hardest to win nonetheless, so be careful. We're coming for you. So anything you want to say to your manager and coaches? Dear manager and coach, thanks for supporting us and taking care of us. And thank you very much, and I hope you keep supporting us in a manner that you continue to support us. So KT were able to offset. That's the end of the interview. Dora and Monte, back to you guys.
All right, there you have it. Thanks, June, for the translations. And KT, 2-1 over the GE Tigers. The streak had to end sometime, I suppose, didn't it?
It did.
Yep.
It did have to end sometime, but surprising that it ended tonight.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. But then again, this has been a season of surprises, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Hasn't it been?
the GE Tigers being on such a large win streak to begin with, a surprise in and of itself.
Yeah, definitely. So moving on to CJ versus Samsung. And interestingly enough, in our second match, never mind, it's the mid lane award. Of course, it is mid lane day. So it looks like he gets some shoes.
Some
shaken.
Spenu shoes.
That's right.
So
and
our fan.
yeah, and I would imagine that's the fan who came up with the phrase they decided to use for the hat. That's been the tradition here at these days. Shake it. Shake the shoes. Everybody. There you go. Well shaken. I'd like my Spinoo's shoes shaken, not stirred.
And if you guys are wondering, Nagne is really tall. It's not that everyone else is really short. He's a big guy.
He is, yeah. Him and Prey, quite tall in the League of Legends pro community here in Korea. That's right. What does it sound like? Is it shoes?
It sounds like leather hitting cardboard.
I think that means it's shoes. Well, could mean some other things. Probably shoes if it's got the Spenu logo on the box. So, moving on to Samsung versus CJ. Interestingly enough, we had in our first match, we had the two teams that 2-0'd these teams in the second match in their last matches.
Right.
So there you go. Interesting fact there. Of course, Samsung and CJ losing 0-2 to KT and GE respectively in their last matches. Here in Champions Korea, but CJ having a actually pretty good match against the GE Tigers. I feel like they're very well set up to take down the bottom-ranked Samsung Galaxy team. Shouldn't be too hard.
And when we consider, too, that in their last match, Samsung in 2 games had a total of 4 kills and 1 dragon, it's looking pretty dire for them. Bliss is playing today instead of Ace, but even so, Samsung looks like they have a lot of work to do. And CJ, unlike GE, who is playing for absolutely nothing and will be playing for absolutely nothing for the rest of the season, CJ here, if they win, they go to playoffs. So the motivation is definitely there for CJ.
Yes.
Seal it up right now.
They certainly have a good chance of doing that. And there is Samsung Galaxy. The thing to keep in mind, too, is when they went 0-2 in their last match, remember, that was against KT. And although KT is improving, although we did just see them beat the GE Tigers, you'd have to kind of expect Samsung to do a little bit better against a team like that. But yeah, 4 kills in 2 games. That's about as bad as it gets, especially when you're a team that relies on aggression like Samsung has kind of had to do.
Well, last week they kind of went back to picking some of these scaling champions like Mundo and Maokai that need time, and just Samsung, that's not how we've seen them have success this season. We see them have success on skirmishers. Will we have them vary up their picks again today? I don't know. Bliss is a big question mark.
Yeah.
He hasn't played in 3 weeks. The last time he did, he played Kassadin and Lulu. So I'm not really sure he's going to be able to pull off that again. We need to see something more, something new from Bliss.
Well, I really doubt we're going to see the Kassadin. But if I remember right, we did see a little bit better team fighting from him, but you know, that doesn't mean a whole lot if the team overall is having problems like Samsung is. And Kuve, sad to say, has been one of the primary problems on Samsung this season. Eve, though, has been the opposite. He's been actually fairly good.
And his jungle diddly continues to be quite strong. Whether or not he's going to pull that out today with 5.5 coming through and a lot of these tank junglers significantly improving is a bit of a question mark, but we'll see what he picks because he's been by far our biggest jungle diddly player here in Korea.
Yeah, you certainly can be aggressive on the Sejuani pick too, so we'll see. And Bliss, he's back again. You know, he had a lot of issues with his team fighting specifically over the course of the season. They replaced him with Ace for a little while. He came back and did okay. We'll see what he brings to the table in this series against CJ Entus. But a lot of room for improvement to this guy. Fury, in the meanwhile, part of the Fury Wraith bot lane. A bright spot for Samsung overall.
Absolutely, and still the only player with 2 solo queue accounts in the top 20 at the moment, having 7 and 11 still. So he's been practicing really, really hard, has been showing up at least individually in terms of his skill on the ladder. And he's often the guy that Samsung tries to funnel resources into.
Makes a lot of sense. He's been picking that Graves as a Corki counter pick quite a bit lately. Of course, the Sivir, very popular again in Korea. And along with Wraith, make up a very strong bot lane. Wraith has really been kind of the cornerstone, along with probably Eve, of this Samsung team all season. And again, with this Samsung team, you really feel like if they can get a solid top laner, if they can get a solid mid laner, if they can kind of come together more as a team, they might be able to make a decent run in Season 2 this year.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, after that last week's performance, they got absolutely destroyed by KT. So I guess it's been continues to be a rocky road for them. at the very least, and they haven't really hit their stride yet.
That's right. And so, on the other side of the arena, their opponents in this match tonight, it's going to be, of course, CJ Entus. There they are. Pretty crushing, embarrassing loss at the Intel Extreme Masters, but they came back, and although they lost 0-2 to the GE Tigers, had a very good showing in that series. They were able to win their first series back on Wednesday as well. So a team that has that potential, but the inconsistency still plagues them.
Yeah, and when they faced off against KT, they ran TF and Ari. We saw some new champions from Coco. Coco looked very dominant. And will they be able to come back and repeat that performance after losing to Scion Mid double banner of command from the GE Tigers in their previous match?
I would imagine. I mean, a loss like that, you hope you can kind of shake it off, because Coco, you know, if he can really bring a lot of new champions into his role, really can kind of revitalize the carry aspect of this team.
Yeah, Shy has been pretty solid this season. Not the world's biggest champion pool, of course. Lulu, Maokai, Rumble, Hecarim, and Mundo. His big picks, but mostly just going for a lot of utility, a lot of tankiness, not so far picking many big damage carry top laners apart from Rumble.
I mean, that's the thing, is lately you just can't let that guy have Rumble. Ambition has had, he's been kind of hit or miss, but what we want from this guy more than anything, I think, is more aggression. He's shown it a little bit here and there, but it needs to be consistent. It needs to be more, you know?
Well, it just really opens up the possibilities for Coco, and I think that CJ is really a team that has to focus around playing around Coco's lane right now, because Shy is just so incredibly consistent in the top side that when Ambition gets into his counter jungling mode and puts a lot of pressure on the enemy jungler, it really powers up Coco as well.
Yeah, and we can see, you know, Diana, Twisted Fate, a little bit of Ari in there as well, too. He's starting to vary up that champion pool.
These three champions are all champions he had never played before IEM.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Very big difference here after he had been kind of stuck on LeBlanc, Ezreal early in the season, having very limited strategies.
And he also had good games on all three of those champions, too. It's worth mentioning. Space, of course. Space is there. He's been a lot more solid this season. I feel like he's kind of maybe trailed off a little bit in recent weeks, but still much, much improved from where the original Space Prison origins came from on this team.
Yeah, he's been really quite solid on this team so far this season. And starting to roll with that Sivir again. Mad Life drawing some Annie bans actually recently.
Yeah, Zanny's been pretty decent. He still, though, has kind of lacked in terms of making those big plays that we used to see him make a couple years ago. But, you know, he's been around the scene for a long time. It does seem like Mad Life's career is starting to kind of wind down a little bit. He's still a very good support player, but he just doesn't have that Mad Life spark that used to exist.
Yeah, that carry potential.
Yeah.
But to be fair, he's also been playing disengaged supports for the vast majority of this season.
When we've seen him play those carry pick-style supports, though, it seems like he's been too eager. It seems like he's been a little bit too desperate to make plays, and that's cost them.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can turn it around here. This game on Thresh that he had recently was quite good.
Yeah.
And again, CJ's performance really does seem to boil down to Ambition's performance in the jungle. If Ambition does well, they typically have a very strong game. If Ambition struggles, then nobody else on CJ seems to be able to pick up the slack in the early game.
Right. Well, their beats didn't save them from the beating delivered by the GE Tigers, but perhaps it can help them deliver the beating tonight. That was awkward, but I went with it. I saw it through right to the end.
That's good.
And I'm proud. I'm proud of myself.
I admire your commitment.
Thank you. Well, hopefully we'll have more to admire than that as we go into picks and bans for Samsung versus CJ Entus. Here we go. LeBlanc ban against Coco, but yeah, the LeBlanc ban, it's just a good general ban, of course, but do you feel like it's a little bit tough to target ban Coco right now? I feel like it's hard.
Yeah, but LeBlanc is such a good champion and all-rounder that I think you just want to take it out of the pool as fast as possible. Annie removed up against Mad Life and Nidalee, actually, a bit of a surprise considering that is one of Ambition's go-to junglers at this point. These are the only two teams in Korea that play Nidalee jungle.
Yeah, which means it could very well be a first pick for Eve, too, especially against CJ. So
There's probably going to be enough open here that you don't want to give that out. And in a way, it forces CJ to ban Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah, it does. There's a Rumble ban, so interesting. Another champion you'd think that you would want on your side. Especially because Kuve's Rumble's not been that great.
Yeah, looks like they don't want to pick Rek'Sai at all.
Yeah.
Instead, maybe saving up for a Kalista pick right here if
Or-
CJ doesn't ban it.
Or a Sejuani.
Yep.
Apparently tonight everybody wants to pick Sejuani.
Well,
so
they're going to get Kalista or Sejuani right now.
looks that way. But that means CJ will also get Kalista or Sejuani.
Well,
Maybe.
depends on what they ban.
What's it going to be? Kennen. All right. Kuve has been playing quite a bit of Kennen in solo queue. That is true. So maybe a little bit worried about that.
Wow, first pick Lulu right here. I would think this means that they're going to be going mid lane Lulu because that has been one of Bliss's only stable
Oh,
champions,
boy.
and they gave away Maokai.
And Sejuani. Wow. I mean, Shy has been great on Lulu, but that is a lot to give up to CJ. Especially that Maokai, I think. Not having Kuve on Maokai has traditionally been very, very bad for Samsung.
Tough for sure. And Shy has been so good on these top lane tanks as well.
Yeah.
So heavy engage already picked up for CJ. Samsung has to do something with this Lulu pick, but I just don't know what it is. I think top lane Lulu's fine right now, but when you put it mid lane, due to the prevalence of tanks in top, you really don't have a lot of damage left on a team comp.
Bring in the Singed, yes. Make it happen. You know, between Singed and Lee Sin, they would have a whole face mask.
That's right. You're working your way up. Only
Yeah.
just a little bit of nose poking out.
They can share. Ooh, Thresh for Wraith, though. Definitely a strong pick for him. And so that confirms that Lulu won't be going to the support role, at least. So what's it going to be from CJ?
Probably not going to go ahead and blind pick the mid lane right here. So,
Yeah, you definitely want to wait.
I mean, Corki's still available.
Corki Jana, perhaps?
Okay, mid lane Vlad, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Faker's been playing it in solo queue.
It is a thing. We've seen a little bit more Vlad in general. We saw Lilac on IM play it a couple times in the top lane. Didn't work out, but it's been played.
Well, you just have so much AoE in this case.
Ah, okay.
Wow, Morg Vlad. They have
Yeah.
great engage. They can really set up for a nice Hemo plague here.
Oh. Really?
No, play Vlad. Do it. It's
I was
actually
gonna
good
say,
right here.
The Malzahar would be very interesting, but yeah, I think the Vlad is going to be what's going to be locked in, and it will be
Nice. All
Vlad
right.
and Morgana.
So, like I said, Faker has been playing a lot of Vlad in the upper echelons of Challenger in solo queue, and we will see it again. And with that Ghost, he's got great engage, has that sustained damage, and there's so much engage potential and AoE CC that you can really set up. You can run a big, big 80 carry right here as well if you want. Maybe Kog'Maw, actually.
Yeah, possibly. I don't think we're going to see the Varus picked up for Samsung, but yeah, they may want to take that Kog'Maw away.
I think
do
they
have
see
the
the
Lulu.
Kog'Maw coming,
Yep.
and it's really going to be difficult to deal with Kog'Maw when there's so much peel and so many threats on CJ.
I think if you give Kuve a job like keep Kog'Maw alive, that would be fine. Can't pick Bard quite yet, not till next week, unfortunately.
Yeah, players not allowed to do that for a week yet.
Yeah, if only, man. But it doesn't really sound like people want to play him, sadly.
All right, so
Okay, so
it's going to be Jarvan top.
Yeah, and it will be a mid Lulu then, I would imagine. Or could you run Jarvan mid against this Vlad, actually?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think you probably
actually
could. Yeah. I think Lulu's going to stay in top lane. Would you trust Kuve on Jarvan? I think it's going to be top Lulu.
It's just because we've seen so much Lulu out of Bliss that you would more
I-
naturally come to that conclusion. So what
I
is
would
the
normally
AD?
agree.
What is the AD carry going to be here for space? Could pick Sivir. Sivir's also another acceptable choice right here. Gives you
Yeah.
even more engage.
What about something like Lucian?
Yeah, it'd be okay. I think Sivir would be better here though because you're going to be guaranteed a lot of ricochet autos.
What the what?
He's turning into Woong.
Oh my gosh, he's going full Woong. Well, he hasn't had enough Ezreal games where he's flashing into the enemy team. I don't think it's actually going to be. It is going to be Urgot. Wow, never mind. All right, so this is the second time today that we've seen AD carry Urgot. And keep in mind, guys, that CJ needs to win this match. Or well, if they win this match, they lock in playoffs, too.
Well, they have a lot of choices. They could win any one of their next 3 matches, this one
is their best opportunity, though.
That is correct. This would, on paper, seem to be their best opportunity.
But Korea seems to have decided that Urgot is a good AD carry now.
Well, I mean, if you can... Here's the thing about Urgot. So, in this composition, if you're going to play Juggermaw, right?
Yeah.
Kog'Maw wants to be at the front. You know what happens when Kog'Maw's at the front against Urgot? He gets suppressed and then killed.
His position is reversed.
His position is reversed and he dies.
Yep.
So actually, as far as dealing with Kog'Maw and Juggermaw comps are concerned, I think this is genuinely a pretty good answer.
Yeah, it's a very tanky comp in general, too, so the poke is not going to be as much of a worry. And honestly, with Jarvan on the other side, who's Jarvan going to jump onto in this comp? It's not looking good for any sort of Jarvan engage.
Yeah, and we'll see. It'll be a full AD Jarvan as well, more than likely. Otherwise, Samsung doesn't have any damage. And it will be mid against that Vladimir, so we'll see how this matchup goes. Obviously, Vlad can't get out of Cataclysm. He can just pool inside of it and wait to come back up.
We'll see what happens. Time to get in the game. And here we are, guys. Welcome again to Summoner's Rift Samsung versus CJ. And I got to say, I think with 5.5 and 5.6 coming up, we are in for a really cool time in competitive League of Legends. It seems like there's many, many more options than there usually are. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Lee Sin still. We'll see how he does.
Lee Sin will always be played.
At least in Korea.
Whoa, Fury gets locked with that Dark Bind. He gets out on the Lantern, but had to burn the Summoner heal. Incredible that he didn't use that flash.
Yeah, but now they started Lantern in bottom lane, which is really not good.
Well, do you swap right now? Do you swap for a little bit?
I think maybe you have to.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you do.
Especially if CJ takes Gromp here. That could be quite bad, but it looks like the jungle pathing starting on the opposite side for CJ Entis, so they won't have that support from the jungler, and they're just going to do the normal Maokai thing these days and check the Raptor pit.
Yep. Now the question is, will they give Vlad the XP boost or will they give it to Shy? They've been liking giving Shy on Maokai that XP boost in a lot of their previous games, but we'll see what happens.
Looks like they're going to give it to Vlad. This should mean Vlad starts with Tides of Blood, though.
Okay.
Instead of his Q. Let's see what happens.
Well, if he hits a fast level 2, it's not the biggest deal, is it?
Oh, no, he's just going to auto them.
Okay,
so he does start with his Q.
That's true. I suppose you can auto those down pretty easily, can't you? Interesting. I always feel like when I look at the Vlad portrait, he's about ready to sing some big musical number, you know? It's like he's got his arms open like, the hills are alive. You know, that's what I see when I look at Vlad's portrait.
Opera singer Vlad.
Yep. You can see it.
You picked musical, the inferior genre. That's okay.
Should I have gone with operetta? I am a fan of Pirates of Penzance. A grab onto Space. He's going to take a little bit of damage here, turning onto Fury, and that's a good trade for Samsung.
Space and Mad Life didn't go for the Gromp right there, so with the XP bonus, Fury and Wraith actually able to turn that around in spite of the W first start. So, bit tough, but you do need a couple levels into this Urgot before he really gets rolling. You have that Acid Hunter a couple levels in, and then you also have the lock-on due to the Corrosive Charge. So I mean, we saw earlier on, took till about level 3 before those trades really began in earnest.
Oh,
that's so annoying.
That's a lot of poke, too, onto Coco as well. That's the nice thing about Jarvan is that you do so much burst damage.
Hey, he's such a lane bully with his passive, giving that % HP damage. And, of course, Coco just won't be able to sustain against that until he gets 4 or 5 levels into his Q. He has to be careful, and was offsetting some of those mana demands with mana pots and a flask. So, and it's also usually very effective to push Vlad in early because he's not the best at farming under turret. He either has to spend his own HP to do it with Tides of Blood, or, I mean, his autos aren't really there, and he just has a single target on his Q, which is the spell you want to be leveling anyway. So.
Well, he also started boots, too, so he's got an extra little amount of damage to make sure he gets that CS.
He needed more pots, and also he's thinking maybe he can dodge some of these knockups.
That's the idea. Well, of course, blue buff taken by Ambition now after grabbing that red. And we'll see how aggro he wants to be. See if he wants to get in the lane early on with this Sejuani. Generally, you don't, but hey, you've got that knockback, a little knockback if you really want it.
Well, Doa, after seeing some of these matches tonight, this may be the end of Juggernaut.
Yeah,
Urgot, I really think is a good answer. We'll have to see how Space plays it out.
Well, with the ability to go for such a tanky jungler as well, too, now you can just be too beefy for Kog'Maw to really do a lot to.
Yeah, as long as you get that early game advantage, that is still key because a Kog'Maw with the equal items will bust tanks. So that is one of his strengths. But like we saw in that last game, you just have enough engage, and Kog'Maw has a lot of issues.
Yep. Cool to see Urgot come back. Eve coming in to make a play in the mid lane. At least get a summon or two out of Coco. There we go, the knockup. Dodged by Coco. Eve is going to come in anyway. Lands a Q. And of course, you can just pull right out of that one. No summoners used. Maybe if a knockup had connected, it would have been different. But
you're so cute when you think a gank on Vlad will be successful.
Hey, man. I've got to build the hype somehow, right? I'm trying. I'm trying here. You know, I'm just distracted because I've never got the whole acid hunter thing for Urgot. Why would anyone want to hunt acid? I want to stay away from acid. That like burns through things.
Also, how does he make a spear attracted to acid?
I don't know. Maybe it's magnetic acid.
Ooh, magnetic acid.
It's terrifying.
The high iron content.
Yeah. Which you'd think would be just consumed immediately by the acid, but maybe not. Ooh, an early dragon for Samsung. Yeah.
Bush just straight up leaves lane for this.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, they have bottom pushed in, so.
Well, it looks like they did enough damage to Dragon that Eve can finish it off now.
This is a really good response by Samsung, actually.
Stays up in CS.
Yep.
Not bad.
Had that pressure advantage. Might as well try and snowball it because Jarvan not going to be doing a lot in the late game, especially if he builds full damage.
Yeah.
We've seen full damage Jarvan before, and it
destroys people.
It destroys people in the mid game, and then by late game, he cataclysms in and then instantly dies.
Yep. Pretty much.
And also, who's he going to cataclysm? Maokai, Sejuani, Urgot? Vlad will just Zhonya's or Pool.
Right, exactly. Vlad, the least tanky person.
Samsung really has to snowball this Jarvan, or he is going to do nothing.
Well, Space coming back to lane already with his tier, but he also has 2 longswords, so the damage coming out of him is still going to be pretty scary for a Kog'Maw with only Phage, too. So the lead is probably not going to be coming from the bottom lane anytime soon.
Well, Coco also with his Hex Tech in the mid lane, but we do see
he's got
the Hex Drinker, the Hex Tech Drinker.
Oh, it's going to drink the tech out of the gun.
What the hell is Hex Tech anyway? 6 Tech?
Well, it's like Hex like magic. Yeah, it's supposed to be, yeah. Oh, Eve going deep onto Coco here. Manages to safeguard his way out. Bliss coming in, gets a knock up on Ambition. Cataclysm back in. There's a flash. Can they get him? They can. First blood going to Bliss in the mid lane.
That is so bad.
Oh boy.
For CJ, because getting this Jarvan more ahead, Coco, this is a matchup that has a real threat of Bliss just straight up all-inning Coco at any given point in time.
Especially with that Hex Drinker, man.
Yeah, he's going to go for Brutalizer after this probably too. So this is super dangerous for Coco, even though he is getting to that point in the game where he can stay sustained pretty well. And Eve's Lee Sin going to be doing some damage also. So this is a pretty all-in strategy from Samsung. I'll be interested to see if it pays off for them.
Well, it's a good strategy for Samsung as well, too. I mean, this is their strength right now. They are a very aggressive, solo queue-esque, all-in kind of team. And you need to get the lead early against a team like CJ. Dark Binding onto Fury for a little bit of damage from Mad Life. So I think it's good. I think it's exactly what they should be playing. And man, Space is tanky with those shields. It's going to be very hard to do a lot of damage to him.
but they haven't gotten that big bully edge, actually. They've
Not yet.
not been doing much except for stay even, and now Fury can match poke for poke with the Kog'Maw ultimate, so ended up being a relatively passive lane.
Yeah.
But then again, CJ is just playing for the late game. And I have my doubts as to how well Samsung will be able to execute the Juggernaut. I mean, this is a team, Juggernaut requires a lot of skill to execute properly because your positioning has to be perfect, your warding on your flanks has to be perfect, or you end up blowing the wild growth on the wrong person. And you know, Samsung hasn't shown themselves to be the most coordinated team this season.
True enough. They need to keep getting kills onto Bliss if they want to really have much of a shot here, I think.
Coco has to be really afraid right now.
Yep. Indeed. Well, up in the top lane, not a lot going on. A little bit of a CS lead for Cuvée, but you know you're going to get pushed back by that not Nidalee, by that Lulu.
Yeah. Also, Shy, not too worried. A lot of times we see double Doran's rings in a Catalyst in this lane.
Yeah, he's not even
Lulu
needing to do that though.
Doesn't even use his mana on that second Doran's ring, so that means he feels very comfortable so far.
Yeah. He's in good shape.
Will be Will of the Ancients first, or Coco? Not getting distracted and building any kind of armor. Okay.
Yep. Got to go for it, right? And
Well,
that was a Cataclysm.
Yep.
That did nothing.
What?
Oh, it was
got
a
his flash.
It got a flash. It did nothing for TSM. They gained nothing from that move in mid lane by these two completely unrelated teams.
Yeah, it's great to make that trade though, because now your jungler can play around the Cataclysm to come back in, and this Vlad has to stand next to his turret once Cataclysm comes back up, and potentially even before, because he doesn't have Ghost either.
Yep. Saved that one.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Success. The Dragon up in a minute 20 now.
Here we
CJ
go.
coming down to the bot lane. Fury and Wraith, they've got to be a little bit worried. There we go. Now they don't see them. There's no ward and try. Dark Binding onto Wraith. Fury gets in anyway, but again, this is all just set up for the Dragon. Probably would have went for it if they had the opportunity, but they get a chance to get some warding down near the Dragon Dome. Although they really don't do as much as I would think they could. Huh, well that's odd.
Yeah,
They should have warded more there.
Well, they
didn't really have it, I guess.
Yeah, no Sightstone yet.
Huh.
Onto Ambition. You can see Eve has decided to delay his enchantment in favor of his Sightstone, while Ambition going right up to the Cinder Hulk immediately.
Yep.
CJ needs some time to scale, though, is the thing. So I'm not entirely confident that they can make a good Dragon play right off the bat, especially with that Vlad flash down. It's so dangerous.
Yeah, very true. Well, Space has been able to get a nice little CS lead in bot lane throughout all this. It's kind of nice. Oh yeah, Brutalizer after Hex Drinker and another longsword. Bliss just stacking on the AD and a little bit of armor pen.
That's what you do. You just
Yep.
want a one-shot.
Yep.
One shot of Vlad. It's very effective. And Coco finishes his Woda, but that's not going to help him live like an arm guard would. He didn't want to delay his build any further than he had to already, though.
Yep. He's going to have to back it up with good positioning. And so the Dragon is alive. CJ trying to get that Rift Scuttler. It looks like they will. Brutally beating the Rift Coward into submission. Doesn't take much. And
It's not
so,
very challenging.
No, not really. He isn't called Rift Coward for nothing.
Oh, nice. Saving that pink ward, actually.
Yeah.
And Coco now making a little bit of a move over, seeing if he can help his team out. But yeah, CJ, I think, rightfully reluctant to go after this Dragon. Oh, they're going to go now, actually. This is dangerous.
Okay. Yep, Fury is still very, very close. All of Samsung really is. Teleports up for both top laners. And CJ is not going to kill this Dragon very fast.
Madlight's looking for a flash.
Yes, he is. And he's going to look for a Dark Binding too, but not quite hit it. Wraith pushes away CJ for now. Oh, Hemoplague used as Coco gets caught. Oh, gets taken out by Cuvée. The teleport coming down. There's a wild growth on the Cuvée. Morgana ult's going to lock him up. Kills on both sides. And will CJ be able to turn onto this Dragon?
Wow, Fury and Wraith were just not there for that. So
I guess so.
even though we did see Vladimir go down, there just wasn't enough follow-up as CJ collapsed to one side.
All right.
Now they have so many zoning tools, I don't think Samsung can do anything about this anymore.
No. Should be okay. Dragon, are they going to try to go in? They're going to try to steal it? No, no chance. Eve just getting caught out completely by that Dark Binding outside the pit. Very nice play by Mad Life, actually preventing him from coming in. Mid turret takes a lot of damage. They'll be able to save it for now, but it is ready to go down at a moment's notice.
Yeah, Coco starting to build into the Zonias. So Samsung, unfortunately for them, does lose that Dragon. They're not at a very large gold advantage, though. In fact, virtually none.
Yep.
So this is all going okay for CJ in the end because of Samsung being split up in that situation.
All right, well, CJ needed a break like that. They were in a little bit of a risky situation, and it ended up working out.
Yeah, Samsung, I really feel, had a good advantage, though, had Fury and Wraith not been on the opposite side of the Dragon Pit. If they had forced that fight onto Coco, they could have backed it up nicely.
Yeah, and Coco's going to be moving towards that arm guard now, and maybe a little bit out of danger here. In a bit.
Well, Righteous Glory done onto Shy. That'll be incredibly helpful.
Oh, is Bliss actually going for a last Whisper? Third item?
Oh, yeah. You want as much armor
So
pen as
much,
possible.
yeah.
This is how you play.
Crazy stuff.
Wreck your face, Jarvan. So here's Wraith, misses his hook, and then they're forced to retreat onto the other side. And this just turns it into a kind of 5v3 right here in favor of CJ. Kube finds himself all alone.
Yep.
4v3 rather. And so he goes down quite quickly. Fury and Wraith not pressuring. Probably could have followed up, actually, even after that missed hook.
Yep. Righteous Glory done now for Shy. It's a great item to get done fairly quickly onto this Maokai. Yeah, and it looks like it's still going to be a while before Fury has that Trinity Force. Meanwhile, Space already with that Glacial Shroud looking pretty tanky.
Yeah, this is it's a good situation for CJ, certainly.
Yeah,
nothing.
oh, yeah, Arm Guard done now for Coco as well, too. Things, the period of danger is coming to an end for CJ here.
As soon as he gets the Zhonya's Hourglass, between Pool and Hourglass, he'll be able to outlive the Cataclysm, and Blizz will just be destroyed during that time period. So that's really the turning point in terms of itemization here. Unless Samsung gets a truly epic lead during that time frame, that's when fights will start to tilt in favor of CJ.
Well, so far so good. Gold dead even, though, between these two teams. Even Dragons as well.
Yeah, the early Frozen Heart from Space, too, also going to be very, very helpful.
Yep. It's a little while off from that. But
Against Jarvan Kog'Maw, because Lulu's just not going to do very much damage.
yeah. Well, he's there to make sure that Fury is alive to do damage, but Fury's had his Trinity Force slowed down by quite a bit. He's down 20 CS to Space. And so without even the ability to go even at this point, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and as soon as the Frozen Heart's done on Shy and onto Space, and then you get an Aegis onto Ambition, there's nothing Samsung can do.
Yeah.
There simply will not be enough damage. Maybe they can get picks. That's going to have to be their hope right here, is to use Thresh and Jarvan to get picks and try and play into more of a 5v4. See, Coco's really stopped taking trade damage in the lane now. Just has no resources, so can continually run Jarvan out of mana.
Yep.
Has those 5 levels into the queue.
Wow. So Mad Life, he's got to feel pretty at home with an AD carry playing Urgot, huh? Yeah.
It's like, I remember the glory days.
That's right. This is all just like the long plan for CJ to sort of bring Mad Life back to his former glory. They're like, all right, we have to actually put him with Urgot. We've gotten to that point.
They've taught Space to only arcane shift forward.
That's right. It's like he sees the Urgot lock in and the spirit of Wound like whispers in his ear, remember, remember and awaken, Mad Life. And we'll see if it works. He did get a great Dark Binding onto Eve in that last Dragon fight. So maybe it has. Although there was no support Morgana back then. It was all Blitzcrank and stuff like that.
I miss Mad Life Blitzcrank so much.
Me too. Me too. If Thresh hadn't been invented, we'd still be seeing Blitzcrank. But then Riot made a better version of Blitzcrank. So there we go.
It's true.
Although,
Blitzcrank rework, please.
you're right. I mean, if you want to carry from support and solo queue, you just play Blitzcrank and you just get grabs. That's what you do. And it is still fun. You can't play Blitzcrank and not have fun. At least I can.
I want Blitzcrank's hooks to be even more all-in, Doa. I want him to have, like, reverse rocket boosters, like Caitlyn's net, that, like, blow him backwards.
Oh, yeah, dude.
You should change his speed up just to that.
Yeah, reverse rocket booster.
Yeah, they just jet out his front, so he just flies backward while he's hooking.
Sounds good to me. I'm fine
That
with
way
that.
you could hook people over 2 walls. That doesn't sound OP at all.
I think his W, instead of a speed boost, should be a jump, so he can leap over walls and then make grabs. And give it 2 charges so you can leap back right away. And just make the grab last for a while. That sounds good. Well, Frozen Heart done for space just in time, and look at that. As our observer just showed, Bliss sitting on 2,000 gold when Dragon comes up. There's not really much of an excuse for that, is there?
He has been getting shoved in pretty repeatedly here.
I think you'd rather take damage on turret than go into this without a last whisper, though, wouldn't you?
As long as you have somebody to back you up, and here we go. They're going to try it.
Play onto space. That's not going to do a whole lot. Huge ult coming in. They knock a few people back, but Ambition with a great engage there. Eve in the back line just trying to make something happen. Shy zoning everything so well, and here comes the rest of CJ. Even with that wild growth.
Oh, nice bind.
That's right. Eve's going to get caught. Mad Life making the plays, and Shy is going to chase, flashing in just to push him, I guess, away from Dragon.
Questionable flash there by Shy. He didn't have a W to follow up with.
Yep.
But Mad Life actually flashed for that bind. No other damage coming in, but they can't kill Coco anymore. Coco easily able to ride that one out. Now we see the Tiamat done from Bliss.
Well, CJ got the kills. They got the Dragon. I think that's worth a couple flashes and ults.
And they got the double kill on the Coco as well, which is really going to help him build this Sonya's Hourglass. But yeah, let's take a look at this. This was totally not worth it. You don't flash play the Urgot.
Look at that. Look at that ult from Ambition. They just walked right into it.
Flashes it. Does get kicked out, though, before he can land a big flail onto the entire team, but Bliss just can't stand up to the damage coming out of the side. He can't kill Coco fast enough within the... There's a flash right there. Yep. Mad Life starts to get this one. Shy flashes for no reason at the end.
Well, they got a little bit overeager, but it was funny seeing that engage onto space, and space like, ha, I'm Urgot, dude.
Frozen Heart Urgot, you're just not going to be able to do much.
He started to run away for a second. It's like, wait a second. I'm not taking any damage.
They're trying to push towers now to get themselves back within striking distance in terms of gold. Took out top already.
Well, they'll get mid too. So 2-0 turret lead for Samsung at least, and that keeps them fairly close in terms of gold. Whoa, on to Mad Life with the Cataclysm. A lot of bursts going on. Ambition trying to save him. They'll get Mad Life. Can the rest of CJ come to turn this one around? Ambition getting low as well. The Whimsy, the kick, and he is going to get taken out. That's a double kill now for Bliss. So Samsung answering right back with a turret and 2 kills.
Kupe with that TP advantage, just CJ not respecting the fact that that jungle is now heavily warded and he had a chance to go in there. And Bliss finding really the only target he could get in that circumstance, which was Mad Life. Mad Life's flash was down after trying to land that binding. So the mistake from CJ actually coming back to haunt them right there, over-committing with flashes.
True.
And getting a double onto Bliss. I mean, you just don't need him getting more money. He's going to get Last Whisper now. And yikes.
Well, Shy was able to actually push that top turret down, so that's good for CJ. And you'd have to imagine Bliss killing those jungle camps is going to be, making himself very close to Last Whisper. By getting the team out, I think that did slow it down a little bit. But should be able to afford it soon.
525 damage right now on the Cataclysm.
Wow.
With all that armor pen as well. And then able to do the AoE once he's in there. There's Last Whisper. Oh boy, he's doing a lot of damage. He's the guy you don't want 3 kills on right now.
Yeah, seriously.
At least in this mid game. Obviously, late game, it'd be better to have him on Fury, but this is where Samsung may be able to do something again thanks to that double.
Yep. I mean, CJ's going to need to make sure that they land the CC onto Bliss right away in team fights.
I have so much of it. I don't think it's actually going to be that hard.
Well, that's why I'm not too worried about CJ right now, too, because,
No.
you know, Bliss
You
may,
really shouldn't be.
Well, you know, Bliss may do a lot of damage, but he's so fragile as well. He's going to get
And if Space
blown
has
up.
fast fingers, he can just get Jarvan instantly.
Yeah. Whoa. Fury was right there.
I like how Korean Thresh kind of awkwardly pants after he throws his hook.
I know, right? He's like, oh, that was so hard. I'm out of breath, even though I don't have lungs or breathe.
Yeah, what's up with that, Riot?
I
He
don't
has
know.
no lungs.
Well, blame Riot Korea for that one, man. They're the ones who did the voiceovers for it.
Riot, please. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Rito, please.
Maybe he has ghost lungs.
Ghost lungs? Why would you want lungs as a ghost? Well, maybe, I mean, if you're a poltergeist, you need some lungs to make a lot of noise. But then again, I mean, most poltergeists just like push stuff off of shelves, right? But then it ends up being the dude. I almost spoiled a popular movie right now. Has it been out long enough? You think? I mean, I watched it on a plane coming back from IEM, so I feel like that means it's been out long enough. I'll wait, because it's a good movie. All right.
I'm glad you convinced yourself.
All right. That was Doa's internal external dialogue.
It's my favorite part of Doa.
You hear a lot of it, don't you?
It's when your internal monologue inexplicably spills into the outside realm.
I don't know if you could say inexplicably. I think you could say expectantly.
Well, I don't know the reason as to why it does, as in it's unexplainable.
It's something everybody around me wants to hear, obviously. Obviously.
It's the best part of my day.
I'm sure. I'm glad I could brighten that right up for you. Dragging up in a minute now for CJ, and they've got a pretty good position, although they don't have a lot of vision around there yet. But now's the time to take that vision advantage back. And we'll see if they can. Waiting to see if maybe a play is going to be made onto Coco, but it is not.
No, they're happy just to sit and wait in the brush, landing.
Oh, Kuve gets caught. Ambition coming over the wall. A lot of damage on him. Teleport coming down for CJ as well. They get the kill onto Kuve. Fury doing some decent amount of damage. Oh, CJ may need to be careful. Whoa, going deep for another one onto Wraith. And CJ, they're going to follow it up. I feel like they could just back off, but no, they want more. Meanwhile, Coco gets blown up as Ambition tries to zone out Bliss. They're going to be able to do it. CJ with more kills. And man, really knowing their limits well there. Looks scary for a moment, but 3 kills, no deaths. Should be an easy dragon as well after that turret.
Well, see if they're too low actually to deal with that. They could get poked by Kog'Maw. It looks like Ambition will be recalling. They can always go for that fight again in another couple of minutes once their ults are back up.
Coco's lucky he didn't get hit by the ult from Fury there a moment
Yeah, but
ago.
without Bliss being there, Bliss all the way down in the bottom lane, they were able to turn that around. Let's take a look at this again. So Bliss walking back to lane right now. Really good land of the bind. Chaining of the CC. And Space swaps in, but he's so tanky at this point, even though he gets kicked right back into the action. They can't quite deal with him. Wraith gets wrapped up with a twisted advance, and then they push forward. Coco, I think, wasted his cool a little bit right here because he did allow Bliss to walk up, and he had to flash.
Meanwhile, a game for Ants is going on. There we go. Now we can see it on the big screen. It looks like Dragon was stolen by Eve. Wow. I guess we'll have to see a replay of that one because of the replay that prevented us from seeing it.
We'll just only watch replays for the rest of the game, okay?
I guess so. 10-second delay. And here we go. There's a replay of what was stopped by the previous
Fury
replay.
and Eve were down there. Ambition wasn't quite there yet, so he does manage to finish it off and then kick Ambition into the rest of CJ.
Yeah, well, that evens up the Dragons, so not the biggest concern for CJ. Really there. They still enjoy a 3K gold lead, and they're even on turrets. And again.
Wow, Hydra. Bliss really going hard in this build. I didn't expect him to actually finish that item.
Well, doing it before he even finishes his boots, too.
And CJ has the right idea here. Just have him split push against Space. He can't all in Space with a Frozen Heart. And Space is ultimate available for use, so.
Well, he's got that Mana Mune as well now, or Muramana. So the damage is actually starting to be pretty decent for Space.
Yeah, going for that standard Urgot build, moving into a Last Whisper. Just wants to spam his Acid Hunter.
Well, again, I mean, you look at CJ and you just look at the items they have and you wonder how this Kog'Maw is going to do much damage to this team at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, he bought a QSS before finishing his Blade of the Ruin King. He is doing nothing right now. But what are his choices? There's so much crowd control, and he has to be really concerned about.
Oh, Dark Binding, Mad Life. Maybe you do want to stick him with Urgot. It really does seem to be bringing back the plays that we saw so much of a couple years ago.
Well, they have to do something, though,
True enough.
against Bliss.
Well, he's done a lot of damage in that bottom lane. They're just going to send Shy down to take care of this. Looks like that'll be able to save that turret.
Righteous Glory used right there.
Yep. Wanting to make sure that turret took no more damage than it needed to.
It is really annoying to deal with this Jarvan, but at the same time,
Well, there's a grab. It does nothing.
split pushing without TP can be dangerous. Shy and
Whoa, okay, that was interesting. Huh.
change places.
Yeah. That's the quicker version of the position reverser, apparently. All right. Well, more pushes up that mid lane now in Samsung's favor for the moment. Space is like, sure, I'll take more farm. Why not? It's not like we want to give it all to Sejuani. Who does that?
No more farming Sejuani inside lane.
And the battle continues.
High damage versus high tankiness.
Yep.
Bliss is.
We're living the high life.
Here we go.
Oh,
There we don't go.
yeah. A little bit of a slow, but
Had to use
No,
the
I'll use.
QSS though in order to get out
oh
of
yeah,
it.
you're right.
There's such a danger of that CC chaining, so.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it's better safe than sorry. I mean, there's no objectives you really need to worry too much about right now, so.
QSS is a relatively short cooldown also. So.
Yep.
CJ
Ube.
just has to get people in a choke, draw them out away from these turrets, and they should be able to finish.
Yeah, I mean, they can start to really threaten Baron right now.
I mean, this is annoying by Samsung, but it's still really unlikely that this is actually going to work, especially now that they see Bliss joining up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think you can still feel very comfortable with CJ in this situation.
There's a reason why lane Jarvan isn't meta.
Yep. Sure enough, we still see it every once in a while. Wow, Mauve Melmortius going hard. Yep.
Wow, that's commitment right there.
That is
I
something.
admire Bliss for his commitment.
Hey, man, I mean, if you're going to play mid Jarvan, you might as well play the middest Jarvan of them all. These minions are like, oh no, he's got Mauve Melmortius.
Wow, he does clear waves extremely quickly though.
That is nice. I mean, it does put a certain amount of split pushing pressure onto CJ. They can deal with it, but it just comes so fast.
Yeah, but it's also how long until CJ just starts Baron and then teleports up there with Maokai and takes Baron and then shoves in their base. So
Exactly, yeah.
you just have to hold out long enough for it not to matter. CJ can get control of Baron and start playing that game right now, in fact.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't already.
Yeah, they really don't have to be waiting for a dragon in order to force the issue.
I mean, for years, though, if you would be at this point in the game and ask CJ, if you could pause the game and be like, would you guys rather team fight or take Baron? CJ is always going to be like, nah, we'd rather team fight. This is how CJ's always been.
Goodbye, Fury.
Unless it's CJ Blaze. But CJ Frost,
And
which
then they would just say, nah, we'd rather just split push and farm forever.
yeah. I feel like this team executes more like Frost and Blaze. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Well, Baron being taken by CJ now. Eve running around really fast with that Lulu. It's getting low. Can Eve steal this Baron? It could be big. CJ turning around. Mad Light popping the ult onto Kube. CJ's just going to turn. Nice knockout by Bliss. He's going to come in with the Cataclysm as well. Wraith grabs Shy. Not the target you want. And Urgot starting to get those kills. He's tanky. Coco in the back lines. Zoning out Fury very nicely. And CJ with a pretty controlled team fight. Double kill now for Space. And they can turn potentially back on its Baron. They're a little bit low, though. So I think they're going to... Yeah, I think it's going to be safer to do that Dragon.
Go to Dragon and then fight Baron again in just a couple of minutes. That
3
was
for 1.
even with a great knock-up and Cataclysm from Bliss. It just wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, Coco did such a great job of keeping Fury completely out of that fight. And if he hadn't have been able to do that, I think that could have gone Samsung's way.
So easy dragon in the end. For CJ on top of winning that. They may go on to Fury right now. And
yeah,
that's
turning onto that one. Lulu keeping him alive, but CJ chasing. They still got the dragon anyway, and rather than go too far, this is what makes a good team. You just pull back. You got the objective you were looking for.
Yeah, go back, buy right now. So let's watch that again. They catch Kube right away. Kube actually, oh, look at that. That is such a good knock-up and ultimate. But you can see how fast Bliss goes down right here, and then the tanking is just too much to deal with. There is no follow-up damage from even Wraith. Meanwhile, Coco's just keeping Kog'Maw occupied on the side, so there's no way he can actually contribute to that fight. Doesn't matter if Coco dies, he did his job.
Yep, he did it very well. So now Last Whisper done for Space. Oh, and he also has a giant spell too, so good luck killing him.
It's time for the Randuins.
Yep, I think so. Good luck killing him.
You swap and pop the Randuins.
Yeah, or you could go for Warmogs.
Nah, you just need armor.
All right.
Just need a little bit of armor.
See, I was thinking that this, if he got Warmogs, this would inspire Mad Life even more and take him back to that period of League of Legends where he was oh so good.
See, the problem with Warmogs here against Kog'Maw is that if you have HP with no armor or MR, you're just going to not be very efficient against his percent HP damage.
Right. Which is why I was saying you pick it up for psychological reasons for Mad Life. There's no real in-game reason to do it. It's all about reawakening the Mad Life within.
I think we need to run some sort of occult ritual in order to do that.
I think so too. Maybe. Could we sacrifice Loco Doco to do that or something? I mean,
he was already sacrificed to NA.
That's true, I suppose. Shy in a little bit of trouble. Bliss on top of him, and Bliss, will I suppose win this fight eventually against Shy. Meanwhile, CJ's like, oh, our top laner's in trouble. Quick operation. Save Private Shy. And, he dodges a knock-up. Just advance onto the Rift Scuttler. What's going to happen? Meanwhile, a fight in the mid lane. Coco with a kill. And so, while they go into Shy, yeah, you killed Maokai, but you lost your top laner and your support for it. And you lost any sort of pressure you had in the mid lane or over Baron.
And now only very squishy champions remain right here.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Ambition. Oh, Eve coming in. And they're going to pull back. They're like, all right, it's time to fight. Near the
Bliss
Baron
has no Cataclysm.
Bliss is walking right in, yeah, but a lot of damage onto Space, and that is a kill for Bliss. Coco on the run, too. What is going on here? Fury able to just rain down ultimates. This is a bit of a silly game at this point.
I mean, Jarvan does a lot of damage in isolation like that.
Sure enough.
Fury has no mana right here. This is a bit of a desperation.
Yeah, but they need to do this.
TP's up in 5 seconds.
This is a good decision, though, by Samsung. They need to do something like this to stay in the game.
TP.
You know what? They're going to get it.
No
CJ's
TP.
not going to get there in time. Yeah, they get the Baron. CJ not even trying to contest that one without Space. Okay. Interesting stuff.
Coco was there on the side. Yeah, he didn't have exactly full HP or anything at the time, but giving up that Baron. And CJ could have taken that trade evenly, just giving up Maokai and then taking the 2 kills for it, but instead decided to stick around and deal a bit more damage to Samsung.
They've been kind of chasing a bit far this game, and it really hasn't been punished yet until that fight. And Samsung, to their credit, really did punish it very hard.
That's right. It's time for Black Cleaver.
That's right. You need a Black Cleaver. Forget that Randuins. Black Cleaver is the way to go. Space.
I do think Ambition should have gotten an Aegis before, and then a Locket before picking up the Thornmail. Because you're not looking at sustained damage from Bliss, you're looking at burst, and it's mostly not going to be autos.
Yeah, true.
So when you're talking about Lulu and the magic damage from Kog'Maw, I think that's going to be a better pickup. And you can also just use the Locket for the burst coming in from Bliss too. So not too thrilled with that itemization. Obviously he is concerned with getting autoed by Kog, but theoretically, Cog should be swapped and dead.
That's the idea, but he really hasn't gotten close enough to do that yet. Oh, Shy back for more. Yep. I mean, Blissy's 5-3-2. It's been, as far as mid-Jarvan games go, it's been pretty good.
He's great in these skirmishes.
Yeah.
If he has 5 people focusing on him, he is awful. And even with, as we can see, even with this Baron buff right now, Samsung just not really doing much, not able to do much.
That's a good point.
Because they're in a very awkward situation right now with the Juggernaut. Blitz can only split push and skirmish, but you're playing a composition that requires 5 people to deal with Kog'Maw. So what do you do right here? It's really an awkward way to play out this game. Because if you start sieging as Kog'Maw and they engage on you with Righteous Glory and an ultimate from Sejuani.
Yeah, that's a good point.
How do you play against that? You don't. Kog'Maw just dies because you don't have enough peel or additional damage threats. So the fact that they've kind of itemized themselves into a corner here is awkward.
Well, CJ certainly has the capacity to make some mistakes, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, they can run around like this with Kog'Maw.
Oh, they're going to go into his advance onto Fury. Going to try to protect him.
Nice kick.
Sejuani ultimate right after the QSS as well, too. Prevents CJ from coming in for a moment. Fury with a big knockup, and CJ gets the Kog'Maw. And now turning in, Coco still relatively untouched. Wraith takes a huge amount of damage. Oh, man. Coco just destroying this Thresh here. And he's like, yeah, I'll take blue. CJ will take Dragon as well out of that. So catching Fury. Ambition's ultimate coming in right after this QSS was used by Fury. Could not prevent that one. Yep.
And that's exactly right. I mean, it's pretty easy to get in onto Fury like that, even though Eve hit a monster kick right there.
Yeah.
In order to peel for him.
What do you think about Wraith going for the Locket rather than going for a Crucible? Oh, Space getting caught. Gonna have to flash out of that one. Time to kite. Kite like your life depends on it, because it does. Oh, Q didn't land. That was really close. Wow.
Jarvan does so much damage.
I know, it's pretty hilarious. He's got Merc Trust
no,
now.
He's going
what?
Giant Spell.
Oh, where's
where's
the Infinity Edge, Bliss? Come on.
What a wimp. Where's the Bloodthirster? So you have the shield. That's your defensive item, buddy.
Where's your static Shiv, man? You need that crit now. Well, I suppose IE would give you that too.
I think the Bloodthirster actually may be the best item right there, but
well, you can tell him that after this game, if you can say it in Korean.
Well, Baron gone now, so that'll be a bit of a relief for CJ. They have the 4 dragons, and they could just go ahead, push this up, end the game in calm fashion.
Sure enough. Calm fashion that we will probably not actually see.
You just have to have that patience for the next team fight. And as opposed to the Locket juxtaposed with the Crucible, I mean, Locket is really good here against the magic damage from CJ, so I understand why you would pick that up. But yeah, having a second cleanse may be useful at this point.
When's the last time you saw 2 black cleavers in the same game?
It's been a while, sir.
Like 2012?
It's been a while.
2013?
It's been a while.
It has. They've caught this game has caught a bit of the cleaver fever.
I like it, though.
Yep.
All right, Space is doing it. He got the Iron Elixir onto Urgot. That's what I wanted last game
Nice.
from Prey.
Unfortunately, we don't have the Lulu to make him even bigger this time around.
There's always something preventing me from getting what I want to.
So I suppose it's true. Usually it's just KT losing. But they won today, so congratulations. Oh, turning around, Righteous Glory. They're going to go on to Fury. Twist advance as well. Fury gets out on the Lantern. CJ, though, could threaten Baron 50 cents, or 50 cents. 50 seconds until that's up again. What in the world?
It's time for the great
Bliss.
Jarvan chase.
That's right. He's into the blue buff pit. They're like, all right, exiled to blue buff. Fury poking from the side. Oh. Coco slowed. Oh, Coco, he's going to get dunked. He's going to get blown up a little bit, trying to get out, can't do it, gets kicked right into a kill for Fury.
Wow,
that was
he didn't
awkward.
use his pool or his hourglass
Or
right
his
there.
flash. That was odd.
Could have just used that pool immediately.
Yeah, that was very strange. Baron up in 4 seconds. That was not a good time for you to forget to use all your actives, Coco.
Well, CJ again, we saw them against GE having a strong early game, but just falling apart around objectives late. And
Yeah. And Samsung's
being
played out this,
mispositioned.
Samsung's played out this composition really well too. As well as you can with kind of an awkward version of the Juggernaut, but they made it work. And they're going to go for Baron. This seems a bit dangerous, even with Coco down for another 26 seconds.
Coco's most of their damage, though.
Yeah, that is true. But still, you've got that catch potential. Wraith hit by that Dark Binding. Space poking with the Acid Hunter. Baron getting lower. Ambition's going to come in and try to take this one. Can he do it? He steals it! Ambition grabs that Baron away, and CJ just disengaging now. And that's the danger, man. They just gave him the 50-50. All right, sure. Ambition will take that any day.
Getting in there with the E and then flashing right out. Both players use that smite.
Didn't even need to use his ult to try to lock people up. He just walked in, took it. He's going to pick up a locket too.
You know, though, we check this out right here. See what happens.
Eve just did not get the smite.
It's a little bit too early. He actually may have misclicked that.
Well, we saw the Chilling Smite actually go down on Ambition after he came in, and it's hard to tell if Eve just did that after Baron was stolen or if he misclicked. It is possible.
Right.
It was either one. Either way, that is a Baron now for CJ. Awkward. I wonder if Coco was up in time to get that. I didn't see. We'll have to see if we click on him here or see him on our screens. Samsung taking the Rift Scuttler. Dragon is up in a little bit. And did Coco? No, he did not get the Baron buff. It was close. Either way, CJ with a really nice opportunity here. Over the wall, they're going to go in. And there's a nice ult onto Wraith and Fury. Fury backing away, but Wraith will get taken down. Meanwhile, Bliss is going to try to jump onto Space. There's a nice wild growth onto him. Everybody in the Cataclysm. Bliss going down very quickly, though. Eve having to safeguard out of that one, and Shy just this super tank. Fury no more keeping him alive, and he gets blown up by Coco.
Coco is just doing so much damage right now. And that's the thing about this composition from Samsung, and a little bit disappointing how CJ played this one out. Because,
is it over?
Yeah.
Might be, yeah.
They grouped. If they just group, Samsung just can't take them in a team fight. They don't have enough damage.
Yep.
There's too much crowd control from CJ. But CJ found themselves mispositioned just like they did against the Tigers, but they're still going to be able to close.
Yeah, it was a bit sloppy, but in the end, apparent steal right into a team fight win. And CJ Entis is going to take this first game with a very interesting composition, but they've handled the Juggernaut quite well. There goes the Nexus. GG. CJ up a game over Samsung.
Yeah. Overall, pretty good game from CJ right there. I like what they did to adjust. Fun to see that full damage Jarvan, but it just can't survive the late game.
Yeah.
Still, CJ has to be worried. Some of those same blunders that allowed GE to get back into the game were made again tonight. They weren't all on the same page in terms of where they should be positioned before team fights, some risky pathing through their own jungles.
Yep. Mad Life, though, with a pretty good game, especially early on, hitting a lot of crucial dark bindings to keep CJ even up against this Samsung team. But all in all, much closer game than I thought we would see. But I feel like more than anything, Samsung really played to their strengths as a team. It's limited right now, but they can certainly do the aggression thing pretty well.
Yeah, they can. Well, a win for CJ Entis. Expected, but to give credit to Samsung, they actually played that out for quite a long time, actually.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they made it last.
And found some good picks. Were right in their ability to split push.
Yep, Shy's Maokai was appropriately tanky when they needed him to be there.
We'll see if they can bounce back in game 2, or if CJ Entis will be heading on as our 4th and final team to the playoffs in this season of Champions.
Yeah, important to know that does put CJ one game away from locking in that playoff position. And if they can be adaptive like they were in that game, picking the Urgot, picking the Vladimir, they can certainly do it in game number 2. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back right after this with game 2 of CJ versus Samsung. Don't go anywhere. This is Champions Korea. And welcome back to Champions Korea. The Game 1 MVP is Ambition. 1, 2, and 13. 88% kill contribution. Really good kind of debut Sejuani game for him here in 5.5.
Yeah.
Very pleasing.
Very interesting team comp coming in from CJ, showing a little bit of versatility, running that Vladimir for the first time successfully
Yeah.
here in Korea.
Up to 600 points on the Sonokong IB MVP ranking. Look at that.
Ooh, what a good ult.
Oh, yeah.
Even though he does get a really good kick here to prevent the follow-up after Ambition flashes.
Well, we've seen Eve's Lee Sin, and it is very good.
There you go, Coco finishing off that one in the end and getting that double kill, which really turned the game around for him. And look at this chaining of CC. There's the knock-up at the end of all of it, too.
Yep.
And getting suppressed there.
Well,
by
that allowed
Urgot also.
Coco to get a really good hemo plague, too. On everybody. So, the key to defeating Juggermaw, just play Urgot.
Or play full engage compositions like we saw KT do against GE.
Or just play Urgot. I like that. Let's play Urgot.
More Urgot.
do
Well,
it.
will we see Urgot bans? We saw 2 in our last series after the Urgot victory for the GE Tigers in Game 1.
And they just, you know, the other thing, too, is when you have so much CC, you just can't get enough cleanses. And then Ambition coming in for the Baron steal, getting back out again. Yeah, really good game from Ambition.
Well, let's get into Game 2.
Yeah.
We can pray for more Urgot bans.
But we can't see Prey, because he was in our last match.
And now he is sad.
Yep. Well, he's probably not too sad.
Yeah.
He's like,
Probably
well,
not, actually.
we're still #1, and we're not going to be anything but #1 for the rest of the season.
Regular
At least until
season.
playoffs, regular season, yep.
But you have to be worried about who may end up as #4 here.
Yeah.
So let's head into our second game.
Yep, but before that, a little bit of excitement because there's been a swap in the mid lane position for Samsung. Bliss is out, Ace is in, and so Samsung just trying out their newer mid laner. I feel like Bliss played that mid Jarvan about as well as you could.
I agree.
But Samsung wanting to switch things up here for Game 2.
Not much more you could ask in that situation.
Yeah.
But I think Samsung's wise to keep running both players. They're 100% out of these playoffs, and Ace is a very different kind of player than Bliss is. Bliss, much more, we've seen him comfortable on champions like Fizz and doing well on Jarvan, Jesse's Bursty champions, and Ace has been more at home on champions like Xerath and Karthus, more farm mages, typically speaking.
Unfortunately for Samsung, farming has not really been the style that's gotten them really any wins.
True.
So if you want to win, I feel like you should go with a more aggressive player. But if you want experience for your players, you got to go with Ace
Ace
right now.
did play in the match they won against IM, though.
That is true. That is true. I think in general, Ace is a little bit more solid in team fights. So even though he doesn't bring that aggression in lane, he's able to make plays that help them team fight better.
Yes, he's definitely more of a team player, that's for sure.
Yeah. Here come the coaches. And so that means we're only moments away from picks and bans in what could be our last game of the night. And what you'd have to imagine probably will be. And if you look at both of these teams as well, too, you know, I feel like Samsung really pretty much did all they could last game. And so we'll see if CJ can get that 2-0. OGN.azubu.tv. Go there. Vote. Watch plays.
You tell him, buddy.
That's right.
All right. Nidalee and LeBlanc, the first 2 bans again this game, so nobody mixing it up quite yet. CJ still banning out Nidalee in spite of that being one of their preferred junglers as well. But Eve is so good on that champion that it is understandable if Ambition would rather be playing something like Sejuani. Got that MVP in the last one.
Yeah, they've got a chance to first pick it again this game. Rumble. You know, with Sejuani coming up in 5.5, it really does put the whole Rek'Sai situation in an interesting place, doesn't it, in picks and bans?
Yeah, I think Rek'Sai is still stronger, just in competitive play as a whole. When you can coordinate around her ultimate and her Tremor Sense as a team, it gives you so many advantages.
Yeah. Lulu ban, Rumble ban.
Yeah, Lulu taken out this time. Samsung did first pick the Lulu last time. Now, are they going to ban Annie or Rek'Sai or give one of them up? Lissandra will be taken out
I think that's
finally against Ace. So Kennen available this time around, and there is Urgot.
Urgot. Do you really need to ban Urgot if you're already kind of confirmed to not be running the Juggermaw?
I think that it's just a powerful pick right now. We've seen it do well. It's very difficult to deal with in lane, and with a lot of other tanks, you can really just make this very annoying, unkillable composition.
Now, it's been ran in the mid lane in NA. Have they ran it AD carry yet? I don't believe I've seen them do that. Yeah,
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah. Interesting. So, first pick for CJ. They've got that Rek'Sai available. I feel like that's the way you go. Just grab that Rek'Sai. You know, do you grab the Maokai, though, for Shy? That's the only other one where it's like, oh, maybe. Because if you do and they take Rek'Sai, you still get Sejuani. I don't know. I don't think I grabbed Annie first, but they will.
That is very bold by CJ Entis. Of course, it was banned in the last game, and Mad Life has preferred that champion, but even so, first picking support Annie is a bit risky, especially when you leave champions like Maokai, like Sejuani, like Rek'Sai on the table.
Yeah.
And I think they're thinking right now that Samsung takes Maokai, Rek'Sai right here, and then they get Sejuani, and then they have more hard CC and full engage, I think is the logic that is running through CJ Entis' head right now.
Well, I think the other thing, too, is you're just not afraid of letting Samsung get to the late game. And so when you give them those champs that are good in the late game, it's like, yeah, they're powerful champions, but the players aren't able to sort of bring that potential out on a team like Samsung right now.
They lose the game before they can scale pretty
Exactly.
much. Yeah, it's a good point against Samsung in general.
Normally, I would not want to give that up to another team, but I think against Samsung it's okay. They're going to take the Sejuani too, so this does leave Rek'Sai open for ambition. And they'll take that right away, obviously. Maybe not so obviously. I suppose you don't necessarily need to pick it up right now.
Nah, you're going to take it.
Yeah? Are you... I mean, I suppose if you do, you can hide more as well, too.
Well, Nunu is really strong right now, especially if you...
Yeah.
There's possibility that something like Jinx comes in here. We don't frequently see Jinx in Korea.
But what about just Caitlyn, perhaps?
Yeah, Caitlyn maybe still have some issues with a mid-game power spike. So
not with Annie,
or
I
like
guess,
mid-game
too.
power trough, it's a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Jinx has a more even power curve all the way through the game, as well as a lot of split pushing potential. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I like Nunu. Another one of those tank junglers that's going to do very well in the new patch.
Or the Scion picked up for Shy. Or maybe Coco, who knows?
Honestly, Jungle Scion is very good right now as well.
Would you play Nunu support?
Well, I don't know what's going on. This could be quite crazy depending on what CJ wants to do.
That's true, because it could be like a mid Annie, could even be a top Annie if your name's Looper and you play in the LPL.
Probably going to be top Scion. Almost certainly, but
Yeah.
just have to wait and see if CJ has anything up their sleeve. We've seen a lot of really weird stuff happening on this patch, so I'm not entirely sure where these players are going to be taking many of these picks. Didn't think we'd see mid-Scion double of banner command last week.
We saw it, and it won. Looks like it might be another Kog'Maw for Fury. But without the means to really protect him, do you think Morgana, Sejuani, Maokai gives you enough peel for that Kog'Maw? It's quite a bit. It is quite a bit of peel, but still.
It's a lot, yeah. I don't know. This could still be a mid Morgana as well. Remember, Samsung likes to play that. Yes, it has been Bliss who's been playing that, but even so, that has been a trend within Samsung as a team. And with a Kog'Maw, you have enough damage that you can get away with a lower damage mid laner sometimes.
You aren't going to be able to walk that same line that you can with picks like Lulu and stuff on your team. You're not going to be able to get up quite as far.
Ace switching to Cleanse, actually.
Yeah. Makes you wonder if there's a different mid laner coming in. Certainly might be. And Sivir Annie, a very strong composition. Looks like Coco is going to be taking that Vladimir again if they lock it in.
Might as well. They have that engaged now to back it up, as well as Sivir just doing a lot of damage with that Blood Boil.
Yeah, I was going to say. Very hyper carry if you have that combo going.
All right, so heavy engage coming in from CJ Entis. They will end up locking in the mid Vlad for the second game in a row.
Yep. So what's it going to be? With that cleanse, like you mentioned, you have to wonder if they're considering picking up a different mid laner. And they will. It's going to be a Seer for Ace.
He was buffed on this patch, so.
That came out of left field, though.
I'm not exactly sure he's been buffed enough, But
Yeah.
you are able to block Scion ults with the Azir ult and prevent a lot of this Sivir engage. So as a situational pick where you will be able to peel for Kog'Maw, even more than they could already, this could be quite interesting, actually. And Vlad will have a tough time without movement. I mean, he just getting into the team composition with an Azir ult blocking his way could be really quite challenging.
Yeah. It's interesting, man. Nothing but interesting stuff in 5.5 so far, that's for sure. Old picks coming back, new picks that we haven't really seen much before. Very cool stuff. That's CJ Entus again with a win here. They can lock in their playoff spot, and they can completely lock in the top 4.
Yeah, Samsung running a very good protect the comp here.
Yep.
I'm not sure how Azir does in the Vladimir matchup. I imagine he can poke pretty well early.
Yeah, we're going to find out. It is time.
So how are they going to get in? That's the question for CJ. They're going to need some really good flanks this game in order to deal with Azir.
That's right.
And Ace needs to be on point with his ultimates to make sure that no one can get into the back line, especially Scion.
That's right. Here we go. CJ versus Samsung. Let's get in the game. And welcome back. CJ Entus versus Samsung Galaxy. Samsung long since eliminated from the playoffs, but CJ could guarantee themselves a spot with a win right here, right now.
Coco mixing up his Vladimir skin for game 2.
I guess so. And Coco still continuing to mix up his champion pool since IEM.
It's really good to see this for Coco. CJ was stagnating. They went on that big win streak, but it came at really just kind of running double AD strategies, and they look good with it, but we saw them fall off during the second part of our round robin as a result of kind of stagnant picks and stagnant play, and CJ has come back with a bit more variety now, especially in that mid lane position, and Ambition looking increasingly comfortable in the jungle role.
Yeah. Still a little bit iffy in terms of decision making once in a while for CJ.
Played a great game last game.
Yeah.
I think he's been a lot
They
more
did.
consistent in his last few best of threes.
I meant the team as a whole.
Oh, yeah, especially at
Yeah.
the late game. Against GE, they came in with those really big advantages in this position. Mostly, I would say CJ's biggest problem right now is how they path to group for objectives, because that's when they start getting picked off. So they have been a little bit overly susceptible to picks.
Well, it's a dangerous thing against a team like Samsung, but the benefit is that if you make it into the late game, like we saw last time, you're just going to get outmaneuvered.
All right, Ace took the small Raptors. Gromp was taken by Fury
Whoa.
and Wraith.
Oh, that's normal. Never mind. I got distracted for a second.
It's
That's
perfectly
just
okay, Doa.
the Raptors.
Please don't panic.
I won't. It's fine. I Joe Millered that one, didn't I?
Getting scared for Scion.
Oh, it's getting scared
wow.
for Fury right
Oh.
now. Look at the damage. Is it enough? The flash, the auto.
Burn
They
the
forced
heal.
that summoner heal. They got the flash as well, too. So trading summoners, but a little bit more used on Samsung's side.
Oh
A
man,
dangerous
that's
moment.
so good for CJ. Space
it
with
is.
so much HP left. He's actually going to force Fury to back early on, and
Wow.
even though Gromp was taken, we saw that Krugs taken on the side of CJ as well. So a lot of these explosive level 2 fights today.
Yep. Meanwhile, Ace has been able to push Coco back a little bit, but Azir does have quite a bit of zoning he can do.
Yeah, Coco's not going to be able to get up there to sustain off the creeps early. Eventually, he'll be more or less able to ignore the Sand Soldiers.
Yep.
Mad Life did go back, but Space getting that solo XP going to be very useful coming in right here compared to Wraith. Shy playing tank wars in the top side.
Ooh.
Eve a little bit low. He's all right.
Curious to see how Shy's Scion is going to work out.
Yeah, not a champion we've seen a lot out of Shy this season.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. It'll be interesting. A lot of it is going to depend on the teleports. You know, what sort of flanks can he create on this this composition, because he's not going to be able to come in from the front, that's for sure.
Samsung is good at playing this composition. They are going to be really difficult to team fight.
Yeah. That's the trick, though. They have to be good at playing this composition.
Yeah.
And that's going to include playing it into the late game. Ambition just stealing the big raptor there.
Goes in for a little snack.
Yep. Huge CS lead for Space. Man, that was
that's brutal.
so big.
Brutal, Matt. Mad Life coming up so far and justifying that first pick as well as the ban, but can they do it
coming
now?
over the wall, an early gank, Flash Shark binding on the Mad Life. Space throwing a couple autos in. Mad Life still in big trouble. No flash. He's going to go down. That's first blood for Fury. That certainly makes up for losing a bit of CS, doesn't it?
All right, and smart gank from Sejuani coming over the wall where there was no ward into that brush instead of just walking straight through the river.
CJ had that ward in river, but they did not have a ward in the river brush.
So good gank path from Eve to find that, and now
we'll open up a dragon
Fury
too.
will be right back in this one.
Maybe not.
He's taking the Scuttler right there. Mad Life coming back into lane right now. Would be quite risky to go for a dragon at this stage.
I guess so. What if they would have went for it? Well, they didn't have vision. They couldn't have just gone for it right after the kill on Mad Life.
Yeah, and plus the mid lane was pushed up. We do have Coco there.
Yeah.
With the early response. And a bit surprised Azir went for cleanse in this game.
Nope.
Actually,
Jungle fight.
very
Ambition.
concerned about Mad Life getting the drop on him.
I would be too. Meanwhile, a little bit of a duel up in the top lane. Cuvée getting a bit low. And early on, that poke from Sion can be a little bit scary to deal with. But it looks like Cuvée is going to be just fine. And he has performed better on Maokai than really any other champion. Ambition is such a bully right now in the jungle. Wow.
I'm really happy we're seeing Ambition on this new. I think that this helps out CJ so much when he can really be aggressive safely in the enemy jungle. And it's a really strong pickup right now in the current meta. These tanky champions can do a lot of work.
Yep. And when he's able to get that Juggermon chant and kind of be in the middle of team fights ulting, that's going to be potentially a decent amount of AoE damage as well, too.
We'll see what exactly he can do with that. As long as he isn't knocked around. There's a lot of CC abilities to deal with absolute zero in this situation, so he has to be a little bit choosy as to when he uses it.
Make the big plays, flash over the incoming Azir.
Into absolute zero? Yeah, the flash Nunu are the dream.
That's right. Not, probably not what you'd expect from Ambition. I could see Kakao doing that, but...
I want to see him flash over a wall into the back line and hit R. That's what I want to see.
Well, we've seen that before. Not from Ambition.
Well, this is boring.
Yep, pretty much. Sion versus Maokai. I mean, you'd think Maokai would be at a bit of a disadvantage because he's a tree and Shy has a big axe.
But
I mean,
Shy critically is not using the lumberjack
I know,
skin.
right? He should have seen this coming.
That's how you intimidate your opponents.
Yeah.
You counter them with skins.
Wow. I mean, seriously, Lumberjack, Sion versus Maokai, hidden OP.
You have to counter with skins.
Yep, it's true. Unless you're FLICKR, he needs nothing outside of his own skill. He only uses skins by mistake. Every time he uses a skin, he's like, "Oh, it was just on the computer already. I didn't mean to do it." Yep, he makes a point of saying that every time.
He's not going to be known for his skin usage, Doa.
Nope.
Even if he has a Zed skin made in his honor.
Yep, that's right. He's like, well, I would just feel vain using it. Maybe that's what he thinks. I don't know. Man, if I had a skin, I would use it all the time. Probably be a Lulu skin.
Would it not your beloved Nami?
No, Lulu's always been my favorite champ. I'm done with Nami for now.
You're over Nami?
Oh, yeah.
You breaking up with Nami?
Well, it just is not working solo queue, you know?
She was singing too much, too annoying?
You cannot, well, I've never played that skin, and I never will, but you can't support carry with Nami. Or you can a little bit more with Janna, but still, you should go for engage. If you're going to play support in solo queue, well, first, I'm sorry, but secondly, you have to be aggressive. Otherwise, you're rolling the old team dice.
Yeah, that's not a fun thing to roll most of the time.
No. Well, Ambition. Eliminating the Rift Coward from the equation for the moment. Yeah, and look at that. You can see this tree just not doing well against the giant guy with the axe. Very lore appropriate.
Even though he has more CS.
Yep.
Space has done so much damage to this turret already before Fury even hits 6. This matchup should start to turn around just a little bit right now. Eve wants to come down onto that bottom side, but he's easily seen with the Rift Scuttler.
It's a ward for both teams, actually. You can see Samsung put a ward right down on top of the Rift Scuttler. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See, this is why you need the Lumberjack skin.
Would have been instant death with the Lumberjack skin.
Yep.
Just one-shot him.
Well, I mean, trees take a couple hits usually.
Not if you're a giant zombie.
Yeah, but that's a giant tree, man.
I don't know. I think you could do it. If you were the size of a tree, I think you could one-shot a tree.
I mean, giant zombie versus giant tree. That sounds like we're getting into sci-fi original series, territory here, but still. I think the two giants cancel each other out, and then it's just a normal lumberjack against a normal tree. Even if it's a normal undead lumberjack.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure if it was a tree the same size as me, and I was as undead as Scion.
Not double undead.
Not double undead, but and you get like super strength when you're undead too. Zombies are strong, man.
That's only because they can't feel their own muscles like being overexerted.
Pretty sure if I was a zombie, I could take out a 6-foot tree in one shot.
Yeah?
Yep.
I'm not so sure. We need like a straw poll or something. If Monty was a 6-foot zombie, would he take out a tree in one shot? We'll let you, the people on the internet, decide.
Oh, wow.
All used by Ace, keeping Coco away there. That Hemo Plague actually did a lot of damage, but Samsung able to take down the dragon.
Yeah, they saw Ambition on the top side, so immediately all-inning that dragon. Not too exciting so far.
Not really. Bomby's
tank
Cinder.
wars. I hope this doesn't become the normal meta.
Oh boy. Don't scare me like that, man. But you're right. It certainly could.
It's okay. Just wait till Soraka comes back, too. It'll be Soraka and tanks.
Yep, we're going to have the, at least we're not going to see the 4-heal Dr. Mundo comp from a while ago.
That was great. I don't know what you're talking about.
That was not
Samsung
great.
Blue played that.
I know. That was in NLB, wasn't it? Yeah. That was a long game. Oh, Fury, look at all that damage coming in onto Space. It's about as much damage going in onto Fury. Pretty much equal damage, but Fury having to, Space having to run away there. Oh, there's the ult.
That's how you run into a minion wave.
Oh, I think they thought Mad Life could maybe get in there and stun, but
yes, but there was a minion wave.
Yep.
In the way.
Gotta go fast.
You gotta slam your face repeatedly into a minion wave as fast as possible.
Ambition's like, hey, I heard there was some action going on. Heard an ult got popped. Oh.
I'm here, guys. I'm helping.
Oh, Eve. Probably saw that ward come in.
They may have seen Eve right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Eve saw the ward, that's for sure. But did the ward see Eve? I'm not convinced. Yep. Wait.
Yeah, I think actually they may have seen Eve coming in off of blue buff right there, which is why they didn't go in. But it was a funny engage anyway, and it was delayed by the fact that they were path blocked.
Well, they're going to get the Rift Scuttler. Meanwhile, action to the turret. There's a nice Tipper stun. Fury getting low. That's the turret down. That's Fury down as well. CJ backing off for the moment. Space going right back in onto Eve, though. Here comes Coco and Ambition. Yep, can Coco get there? Still, he doesn't have Hemo Plague up right now.
Oh.
Eve getting low, but this could be a lot of map control for CJ. They've got time to get some wards in the jungle now, even more, but their mid turret taking a lot of damage from Ace.
And of course, even after some of these nerfs, if Azir is left alone with the turret for very long, he can do a lot of damage. Shy.
Cuvée blocking Shy from coming down onto Ace. He's still going to try to get in. There's the
Coco's
slow.
Here.
Ace trying to make it out. Coco not able to do enough damage.
It's a nice little zoning off the turret at the very least by Shy.
Yeah, man, look at the lead Space has over Fury. It's Crazy. 30
Yeah.
CS about.
Couldn't actually finish that kill, but
Yeah.
a good all-in, actually.
Oh, Coco getting all in by Samsung, getting very, very low. Didn't even need to use pool, though.
Well, Eve also had no ult, so
Yeah. Well, it's only so much you can do.
too terribly much threat.
It does force a recall, so CJ's going to need to be a little bit more careful about defending that mid lane.
Looks like he'll be going Abyssal as a second item, just to help out with the poke coming in. From Azir, Ambition actually has to... Looks like Space will be heading to the tower defense instead. Bit sloppy there from CJ, though. And they're going to lose a tower as a result. Okay,
Yeah.
Ace is
actually
die.
gonna-
Here comes Mad Life.
Can he get in? And he's getting so close. Q, there's a stun, and he gets it. Mad Life making a bloodthirsty play there. Kube teleports in, but the teleport coming from Shy as well. They want a team fight. Coco locked up for the moment. Ambition tries to get the slow onto Kube. Fury doing a lot of damage from the side, though. They'll still get the kill on the top laner. And CJ will be satisfied with a little bit of punishment after losing that mid lane turret, getting 2 kills themselves.
We're beginning to understand why Mad Life has had this Annie banned against him in so many games recently. You know, a few weeks ago on this champion, he wasn't looking this threatening, but man, in this game, he has made a lot of good early plays. Sure, he gave up the first blood, and they were overextended at that time, but it was a little bit of a tricky gank from Eve, but otherwise, he's known his limits really well, and he's picked up so many advantages, including that massive CS lead for Space on the bottom side.
Yep. Shy adjusting his jaw there. The crown of Jarvan the first.
How do you chew with the crown?
Well, I don't know. A lot of people have crowns in their mouths. Doesn't stop them.
Touche, sir.
Boom. Kind of set yourself up, though.
I did.
For that one. Yeah.
I should have seen that one.
It's okay. blame Riot Lore.
Oh.
Hello, you've been discovered. Run. Ooh, that was close.
Well, Space will finally join them in lane. They did try and set up for a little bit of a cute trick to see if Kube would overextend, but Kube does have the Glacial Shroud now. This blood-boiled Sivir will do quite a number on these turrets.
Yeah, quite a number on Kube as well, too, potentially. Ambition, there we're going to go. They're going to go in on this space. There's a nice stun. Kube, he's got armor, but he doesn't have that much tankiness. And there it is, Mad Life with another kill, because why not? 3-1-1, yeah, that's the bloodthirsty Mad Life we know and love. Tibbers tanking the turret, so they'll get that one.
It's been a long time, though, since we've seen Mad Life be this outstanding in terms of playmaking ability on a support. This Annie.
It was your gut game, man.
I mean,
it reawoke him.
Really justifying the first pick Annie. You have to hand it to them. They know what
so.
they're good at, and he is playing extremely well this game.
Yeah. Distortion enchant on the boots now, so he'll have that flash Tibbers up even more often now. Yeah, that
there he is.
It was the Urgot. The Urgot again, it unlocked the Mad Life of old. He's like, I remember a time when I had to constantly save my carry and make awesome plays.
He became complacent now that Space has figured out
That's right.
how
See,
to
that's
be better
the
at
problem.
League of Legends.
Space, theoretically, is probably the best carry Mad Life has ever had, and it made him a little bit lazy, I guess.
It's actually a scary statement, but
It's
a true
true.
one.
Here comes Sion. Oops, ran right into the wall there. I love Sion. Meanwhile, Kube coming around. Mad Life with a nice stun onto Ace. He's going to get taken off. Mad Life really doing a good job of locking people up for Space to get the damage in, and now he certainly can. They're going to push Samsung away. Could be an easy dragon. CJ not done yet. They're going to turn on to the dragon now. And will Samsung engage? Ooh, Eve is taking so much damage. I don't know if they can do this. Fury's stunned. And CJ locked up just a bit. They're going to trade a couple, but they do manage to get Sejuani. Kills coming in. There's a flash. Can they follow it up? Fury flashing over the wall himself. Coco chasing. Ambition gets a snowball onto Kog'Maw. That's going to allow Space to come in and land more. A double kill, though, for Coco at the end of it. Dragon's still
Ambition.
alive. Oh, man. Fury getting a little bit of revenge from beyond the grave, but the dragon will still go. Looks like, unless Wraith can do anything about this. Over to CJ. I don't think there's a lot he can do here.
Coco right there, coming back into support to ensure that they actually get this second dragon in the game. Wraith's not able to do much of anything. Ace just exploded in that fight.
Yeah.
And also, Mad Life didn't even have his ult up.
Nope, that was just a regular old stun.
Wow, so CJ choosing to fight with a lot of cooldowns, or at least a very important one for their composition down right here, but Mad Life gets the W stun. Coco immediately flashing over and blowing up Ace instantly before he has a chance to do much of anything, and then it's all CJ's fight pretty much from this point forward. Shy does a good job of clogging the choke now.
Yeah, Shy and Ambition.
This is a really good turn, by the way, as well. Not committing to the Dragon, seeing that they have everybody stunned up. As soon as Shy lands that stun, they immediately turn around and follow up. Space does not get hit by the Sejuani ultimate, so can keep auto-attacking through it.
Yeah, Mad Life getting up there for just a bit more damage, just a bit more stuns before going down. 4-2-4 on this Annie. I think if this keeps up, we might see a Mad Life MVP.
Oh, yeah. He's 100% kill contribution so far. He's been making so many plays this game.
It's been awesome. And awesome to watch. Fury has caught up quite a bit in CS against Space, it looks like.
But he's fallen behind in terms of kill and assist gold.
Yeah, so CJ still with a decent lead here, about 4,000 gold, a little less. Dragons and turrets still even though, but now we're into the point where Samsung is going to have a really hard time outplaying a team like CJ from here on out.
Here we go.
Yeah, all coming in for Cyan. There's a nice one on a Fury. Wow, Mad Life just is hitting everything today here.
They're keeping on going in.
Yeah, they're not done yet. Hemoplague takes a big chunk out of Ace. He's going to use his ult to keep people away, but that's just going to focus CJ right onto Wraith, who has to flash over the wall to escape. Ace on the run still. Mad Life was coming around from the bottom. Not another stun loaded up just yet. Teleport coming in. It looks like they'll have to give up that mid lane turret for now.
Yeah, no minion wave there in order to push that advantage, so good teleport use by Kuve to keep it upright, at least for the moment. I don't think they're going to be able to push this advantage any harder than they already have, but I love how aggressive we're seeing CJ play.
Yeah, no kidding. This is definitely a bit of a change from what we've been used to in recent months,
they have such a great dive composition, right? If Vlad takes aggro, he's getting pretty tanky as it is, or he will be once he gets the Zhonya's Hourglass compared to some of these turrets, and of course, Shy, Ambition, high HP targets, and the speed boost from Sivir, so they absolutely can make plays. It was a good follow-up. Fury there.
Yep. Mad Life making his way now towards that righteous glory. And so, the gold lead continues to increase for CJ as Mad Life goes out to get some wards down around Baron, it looks like.
Yeah, CJ just playing this out non-stop aggressively is really good to see. This is how you close one of these games. You continually punish your opponents. If there's not an objective up and you have this kind of composition, well, just keep on fighting them, keep on diving them and pushing them back, getting kills and incrementally increasing your gold lead.
Yeah. And see, this is honestly one of the frustrating things about CJ as well, too, because where was this CJ at IEM? You know, where was this CJ in some other matches that we've seen this season? Oh, Flasher Mad Life gets knocked up, doesn't get the stun in. Eve's still getting locked up a little bit, though. He will go down once the Hemoplague pops. There it is. And still continuing to chase here. Wow, Fury taking a big chunk. And he is in big trouble. Double kill now for Coco. Ace goes down as well, too. Man, Coco's Vladimir has just been so good this series as well, too.
And he's so fearless with it. Just keeps on hopping in, blowing his summoners. Of course, getting that distortion enchantment. Great timing for the Baron. They certainly have enough tankiness with the Tibbers down in order to make that happen. And Mad Life again coming through, getting a W stun down in order to set up that play. And Fury just can't get a break right here, constantly being found out and picked off.
Well, there's not really much protecting him, you know? I mean, you can't be up as far as he wants to be with the type of peel that Samsung has.
Yeah, it's really rough. Ambition going for the early Aegis as well. That's really a great item.
Righteous Glory done for Mad Life now.
Oh boy.
Yep. Well, CJ already closing this one out pretty convincingly, about 7,000 gold ahead now at just 22 minutes in. And it's going to be pretty tough for Samsung to come back. And again, you know, they don't have the items, they don't have the kind of wherewithal as a team to make the plays that you would need to come back against a team like CJ in this position.
Yeah, Coco so far advanced too. And even though Samsung does have good turtling capabilities with the Azir and the Kog'Maw, it's going to be so hard to prevent CJ from diving them on some of these waves.
Oh yeah. Ambition's Nunu has been really great too. 75% kill contribution at the moment.
Yeah, Space and Mad Life still both with 100% kill contributions. They've been so active on the map. It's really fun to watch.
And Mad Life with more kills. The most fun part to watch.
Split push coming in.
Yeah, with
Vladimir
Baron.
is so scary.
Oh man, Space is just going to destroy these turrets too. Yeah, I think it's pretty much over. I'm calling this one.
Yeah, you're right too, I think.
Yep.
But this is the right play. They need to be grouped in order to defend with the Azir and the Kog'Maw, otherwise they just don't have a whole lot of wave clear.
Yeah. We've seen CJ make kind of questionable decisions at this point in the game on, but they would need to be extremely just bad decisions to give Samsung the opportunity to come back. They kind of have to just hand this one over to Samsung to lose it. And there we go, Sivir pop. They're going to try to go in. They force him away enough to get the turret. Ambition flash, snowball onto Fury. Where's Mad Life? He's trying to get a little bit closer here. Kills already coming in for CJ. Space locked up by that Sejuani ultimate, but Eve having to try to escape. Mad Life a little bit late to the party, but he comes in, gets his stuns. Azir ult from behind here. Ace doing a bit of work, but Hemoplague should finish him off. It does, and Kube stunned. That's going to give them enough time to nearly finish off this Maokai, but either way. Oh, Ambition with the snowball. A Christmas present. New to you, an Ambition with the grin.
So, yeah, I love it when I kill people with snowballs.
That's right. Who doesn't?
Ace actually had a very good ult in that fight.
Yeah, he did. Came in from the side, made things tough for CJ, but in the end, they only lost Space.
Mad Life again showing up. He just did so much damage to Ace once he managed to land that Tibbers.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Dragon number 2 for CJ, I guess. Haven't been a lot of dragons in this game, have there?
Yeah, there's been a lot of fighting and a lot of turrets actually so far.
Yeah.
Not too many dragons. First dragon did come very late.
Oh, look, they left Ambition to
So Shy's going to hit the black shield, actually. That was a good block by Ray. And then Fury, at the very edge, able to get a bunch of auto attacks off. Pretty decent Sejuani ult, but Ace does get slammed by the Tibbers, cleanses out of it. And then by the time Coco gets in, though, he's going to unload with a Hemoplague right on the back line. Ace.
Good flash ult.
It was a good flash ult, it really was. And he did actually get the kill onto Space right there, but unfortunately they're just so far behind now.
What was funny is that fight began with Kuve actually just putting all of his effort into zoning Mad Life out of the fight. That's the amount of threat that Mad Life presents at this point. It's pretty crazy. Oh, but he doesn't have 100% kill contribution anymore. 15 out of 16.
It's okay. Space will win MVP now.
I guess so. Unless he has an OQ moment. We'll see. He could. Fiendish Codex. Space looking to maybe finish that Frost Queen's claim.
Double Aegis right now.
Yep.
Shy. Probably going to be a Banner of Command, actually.
Yeah, why not? If you've already got one locket, then I think if you're going to go for the second age, just like we saw before, Banner is the way.
Yeah. If you're not worried about a large amount of AoE damage, which you're not really with Samsung at this stage, I do think that that is a very good way forward.
Yeah, it's always nice to get that little bit of extra AP and CDR as well, too. I guess you get CDR from the locket, too, but
slightly less.
Yeah. The more the merrier. The more time Shy can run down the lane and into a wall. Oh, here we go. Here comes Shy. And right into Kuve. Okay, well, he's in the middle of the team fight now. The turret's going to go down very, very quickly as soon as somebody hits it. Meanwhile, Ace tries to go for an ult, but CJ's already behind, so it doesn't really matter. Azir not protected at all, and CJ able to get in there and get tons of kills.
I love watching these engages. They are so fun, Doa. Really good setup from CJ, knowing how they were going to plan out and fight that battle right around the turret, taking the turret down at the same time and just cleaving through. So get the turret low and then finish it off like that. Take what kills you can so you can move immediately into the inhibitor. Mad Life dies, but
it's okay.
So well worth it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's support Annie, right? You get in there and you get a good stun and maybe one rotation of cooldowns, and if you die at that point, you've done your job.
Yeah. Just love watching it with the Righteous Glory and the On the Hunt coming in from Sivir. And we saw that same kind of play from KT earlier today, and it's just been extremely effective, having a bunch of tanks just plow through the enemy team.
Yep, pretty much. And so Ace will just push back this top lane a little bit, but now with that inhibitor down and bot, even more pressure onto the Samsung team, and CJ 14,000 gold ahead. Wow.
They've done a really good job of snowballing this game.
Yeah, they have. Ambition especially, literally snowballing this game.
Got to go for those flash snowball.
Yep.
Fancy Nunu engages.
Flash, snowball, execute.
And it is a banner. Look at that.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, the more you think about it, yeah, why would you need a second locket when you can just get banner and, you know, extend your lead even farther by pushing the lanes hard?
Banner with Baron buff is just so disgustingly good. It's so difficult.
CJ's probably going to have that.
You could
after
just
Baron
stand
comes back
there,
up.
and what the hell? How does Samsung kill the minion? They don't. You could literally just form a brick wall in front of the minion because it's immune to that magic damage.
Yep.
And you have a choice: engage or, you know.
Do you think it was actually wise to use a banner on that one when Baron's up right now?
Sure. It's only a 2-minute cooldown.
I suppose.
Put on some pressure. Punish them at least for actually trying to dance around the pit.
Well, Baron being taken already by CJ. Coco looking for an opportunity to come over the wall on the back lines. They don't need a lot to kill this Baron. There's a ward down. Eve, zoned by Madlife. Ult comes in. Baron taken by CJ. Madlife gets blown up, but Ambition flashes over the wall. Wants to make a play here. Fury flashing away. Taking a lot of damage from Coco here. A little bit awkward. Ace comes back in. Space still untouched in the back lines. And Ace is going to get eventually, well, actually, Coco in a little bit of trouble. Eve comes in with the knockup. There's the Zonias. Coco's still alive, waiting till the last moment, and he's able to kill Ace. Fury and Wraith still up, but Kuve chunked out enough to be out of the fight. And Coco's regenerating health so fast. That turret's in big, big trouble.
Coco's Vladimir didn't look quite this good in game one, but he's making a lot of really stylish plays right here as we see super minions taking out a Nexus turret right away, and they have the sustain in order to keep on rolling.
Yeah, Shy just ulting. Kube is going to soak that one up, but there goes the Nexus turret. Now Ace back in 10 seconds. Eve is back up, but the Nexus is getting focused, and CJ at 30 minutes will take the second game in dominating fashion. GG, and CJ has completely locked up the playoffs for Champion Spring.
That's right, and that means we know our 4 playoff teams.
Yep.
We don't know the order of 2 through 4. Of course, number 1 seed will be the GE Tigers.
That's guaranteed.
SK Telecom, Jin Air, and CJ Entis will be shuffling amongst themselves.
Yeah, SKT in a good position to hold on to that second place, but
it
we'll
depends
see.
a lot on tomorrow night, actually.
It really does. Yeah, Jin Air versus SKT is big, and what's better than 1 Mad Life? 2 Mad Lives. But all they needed was 1 this time, man. Really excellent play on that Annie. Is Mad Life back?
Well, 1 game, you know, but
that's why I put a question mark on that one.
I hope so. That was some very good Annie play
yep.
over the course of those games, and it was nice to see CJ looking so decisive on closing. And
yeah. And, you know, to Samsung's credit, they looked pretty good in game number 1. Still a team that obviously is not ready to really make waves in Korea just yet. Maybe next season. Maybe. We'll see.
We'll have to see. They still look like they're a long way out.
Yeah, they are.
Especially as some of the bottom teams, particularly KT, looking better and better week by week. So.
Yep. Najin with a lot of potential to come back up again as well. Man, Coco's Vladimir was so good tonight. Ambition had a great series as well, too. CJ really, overall, one of the best series we've seen them play.
Yeah. I mean, not against the strongest opponent, it's true, but they appeared to make some mistakes against GE, a couple of missed Baron calls, but tonight, everything really on point.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily the strength of their opponent that impressed us with the win. It's the way they played cleaner, you know?
Yeah, much cleaner.
Yeah.
Much more aggressively, especially in game 2. Game 1, got a little bit wacky there at the end, but game 2, very decisive.
Yep. That's right. So, as we see our 2 players going over for the MVP interview, getting ready for that, Space feeling happy about his Sivir play, of course. And CJ locking things up in the MVP, of course, it's going to be Mad Life. What do you expect?
I was really wondering about all these anti-bans, Doha. We saw it from GE, people just not letting him get this champion, and now we know why.
Yeah.
Even going so far as to first pick it in this game, that is how confident CJ is in his ability to turn games around. It was well justified in this one.
Confidence very well placed in Mad Life in game number 2 here. Space, man, he was looking really good. Mad Life's like, all right, I can do it. Time to get bloodthirsty. I'll have some roast bird. I don't know what kind of bird Azir is, but Mad Life,
He does the pigeon dance, so I'm going to go with pigeon.
I guess. Roast pigeon. That doesn't sound quite as appetizing.
Here again, there's a stun. Slowing up Cuvée under the tower. Or get that finisher, dropping Tibbers for damage, and then a little bit of a slow with the absolute zero. Look at that stun. This is so good, too. Look how fast Coco responds also just to eliminate Ace.
Well, that was a problem, unfortunately, for Ace this game, is that he was already dead before he could really get a good ult off every time except for that one team fight.
Right, but CJ played around that really nicely, right? They know they can't really do much as long as Ace is alive, so he was always the first target in these team fights.
Sure enough.
And some catches that we saw. Fury
that's
gets nailed by a snowball.
Eve's ult completely missing right there, too.
I love this. Look at the talisman. Sivir ult engage right there, coming off of Sion.
Ace
Such
actually,
smooth team fighting, too.
Oh, Ace actually ulting the wrong direction there.
Well, I'd be scared, too, if there was a Sion and Annie Sivir coming at me that fast.
Seriously, right?
Mistakes were made, but...
Wow, look at that. That's awesome. He looks like he's powering up like a Dragon Ball character.
Well, they'll need it going into the playoffs.
I think so, too. Well, here we go. Interview time with June.
Thank you very much, Duh. I'm back with another MVP interview with the CJ players, Ambition and Mad Life. The MVPs of today. CJ able to win 2-0 against Samsung. So first the interview with Ambition. So you're able to confirm your place in the playoffs. How do you feel? We want to finish second, so we'll try our hardest to achieve that goal. So you play Sejuani in game 1, and you're very precise with those ultimates. Especially today, Sejuani was picked every game. So what do you think are the positive points about Sejuani? What are good things? She's pretty tanky, and her CCs are very good. And also the win rate in screens and solo queue are very good. So I think that's why it's used. So mid-Jarvan was played in game 1. How did you feel about that? We didn't really see it coming, but we're thinking, yeah, Blizz can play mid-Jarvan. So we kind of saw it coming at the end. How do you rate Blizz's play as mid-Jarvan then? I think he was playing pretty well, but in the late game team fights, Jarvan wasn't doing that much. So today you successfully stole Baron today. So what's the situation? Ambition was like, well, I wanted to try it, at least give it a try. It was a 4v5 situation, and they didn't really pressure me to steal away the smite, so I just went for it, really. What did your teammates say when you stole? My teammates said nice. So your next match is kind of a third, fourth place decider. What are your thoughts? Our goal is second place, as mentioned. I don't think ending third or fourth makes that much of a difference, so we'll try our hardest to get the second place. So we'll have an interview with Mad Life. It's been a while since there was a Mad Life interview. Thoughts after today's victory? Well, we prepared a lot, and in game 1 we didn't look that crisp in our victory, but in game 2 it was okay, so I feel pretty good. So how do you feel getting MVP at last? I think there's a reason as of why I haven't been getting MVPs. And it's been a while since I got the MVP, so I'm pretty nervous in this interview. So you showed a low win rate as Annie in the previous Low Champs games. So why did you pick Annie? Why are you so successful with her recently? Well, as Annie, you kind of have to go in and just die, initiate and just die. But I've gained a lot of experience by playing a lot of Annie, so I think today it really showed when to go in and initiate for the team. So you got 4 kills today as Annie. What were your teammates saying? They don't really mind actually right now. I got a lot of kills, got a lot of gold, got a lot of items in return, so I think my teammates should be fine with that. So you're confident reaching 2nd place? It's ambitions goal. I'm pretty confident. I would say I'm pretty confident, but I think we need to practice really hard and really show ourselves actually that we can finish in the 2nd place. So anything you want to say to your fans finally? Thanks for always coming to Yongsan Stadium to support us. It's been a bit cold earlier this week, so watch out for the cold and keep supporting us. Thank you. Okay, so that's the end of the interview. Doi and Monte, back to you guys.
Oh, all right. Thank you, June, for the translation. Interesting to hear Mad Life warn people of the cold on literally the nicest day we've had this year. It was actually great outside today, but maybe Mad Life was referring to his ice-cold, bloodthirsty support heart. I think that's what it was.
Stay away from me.
That's
I'm
right.
dangerous. I'm too cold for you.
He's as cold as ice. He's willing to sacrifice his 80 carry, just like any good support should be. Oh, and it's time for the mid lane prize. Shake it. Shake the shoes, Coco.
This guy next to him doesn't look very excited.
I guess so.
Usually
I love shaking boxes of shoes.
Yeah, but he's not in love with the cocoa.
That dude, he's in love with the shoes. wait. MVP.
For ambition.
Oh, yeah. That's right. There we go. And everything is right with the world. Wonderful. So, there you have it. That box shaking is so distracting.
It's mesmerizing, hypnotic.
It is a little bit, isn't it? You know, I feel like I should just play that back in GIF form before I sleep. I'll have to try that tonight. So, let's recap our night so far. Well, our night in total. KT Rolster, what? 2-1 victory over GE Tigers, is that right? Yeah, it is. Huh.
Shocking
that?
result, but
Less shocking. CJ Entis with a 2-0 over Samsung Galaxy. The big takeaway from this one is that CJ closed it out so cleanly, you know?
and I was worried. I mean, we had these conversations about G. I said, I think SKT is going to be stronger on this patch coming into 5.5. And we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Don't know how seriously GE took the match tonight. They're guaranteed first place. They may not want to show anything new, particularly going into the playoffs, and they did win with a rather wacky team comp in the first game.
It is understandable, but as we can see now, the top 4 spots locked up. The question is the order after first place, and tomorrow night, Najin versus IM, a battle for pride, I suppose, and then SK Telecom versus Jin Air. Very big match in terms of determining who maybe has a better shot at second place.
Yeah, especially since Jin Air has so many match points. If they can keep winning, they're likely to own any tiebreakers. So that's going to be a really, really big match. And obviously, both Jin Air and SKT playing really well as of late. But I really think this is SKT's patch.
Yeah.
Look at the junglers they've got. Tom, Bengi, they were born for this tank. They were born for this tank jungler moment.
Well, the Udyr main, yeah, obviously. Yeah, pretty much. So it's going to be a great match.
I think it's really going to be good. I think SKT will really power up right now. They're on a 4-match winning streak at the moment, so looking tough to beat.
True enough. Well, come back tomorrow to see that and other great matches, guys, from Seoul, South Korea. Dylan Monte Cristo signing off. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
but don't